Hello. Also, let me turn on some lights. There we go. And run my bot. Cool. Okay, so we're good. Started streaming. So, Spurtman's had taking pre-stream bets. Test written over/under. And then first thing to break. Ansible, NPM, or AWS. Oh, Spurtman. Oh wow, interesting. Your name actually changed from when it was in history to when you're typing now. Random color. By the way, does Better Twitch TV work now? Yes, good. Nice. Okay, so let's change the today command. Also, let's fix my keyboard camera, huh? Man, this thing is so difficult to get. That's good enough. Okay, so this was yesterday. Add com today. So Tuesday is test and chill day. Adam will be improving code coverage for the infrastructure test and generally taking it easy. Okay, so Wednesday, Adam is working on either test coverage or the remaining feature work or the remaining tasks or the remaining tasks in the infrastructure. I'm not going to put last updated because I have this. Oh, I see, Spurman. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, so the first thing I need to start with, though, is the stuff that I'd left off with at the end of yesterday. Get rid of bot base or test framework. Yeah. And that was this. So put infra/test into its own module. Oh boy. And then I guess put the AWS tool into its own module too. Okay, so let's copy paste probably all of this. This can't be just a module. Yeah. Let's put it into its own repo. Alright. Yeah, so let's copy this over there. I should try to keep these in the same place. Botland. Oh, I gotta make a new one. Hey, Fade. Yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, I might need to go grab my phone because I don't know if I can create a repository. I tried this yesterday, right? Yeah, and then it said that their interface, something was down. Botland infra test. Does this already exist? No, it didn't. Okay, so it didn't even create it yesterday. Well, that's fine. Did you fix the problems from yesterday? I think so. I didn't really leave off with a problem. Well, I kind of did, but in a different way. Bitbucket wasn't letting me create repos because they were having some issue with their site yesterday. But that was just, you wait until today and then it works, that sort of thing. And that's what I'm doing. So let's clone this repository, infra test. Cool. Good. Okay, so now we have this. We want to copy paste all of this into here. I forgot about node modules. All right, let's cut that out. Okay, let's instead just do this. Done. Then we'll switch into this modules infra test npm install. Okay, so this will give us the node modules folder. And then that's it. I want to see if I can run these tests. So if I go up to Ansible, I have dev host.ini, And here I needed to manually specify it. Yeah, that's gonna need to change. Also, yeah, package registration and everything. Okay, good. Not bad, not bad. So we just gotta wait for this to finish. It's taking quite some time, huh? Alright, there we go. So can we just run this? That would be great. Hey, it works. Which means that that was super easy. Well, what it really means is that I can get rid of this thing here, dev host. So we can delete all of that. Use require events instead. I still don't understand where this is coming from. Deprecation warning. Maybe I can do some search and find out. Something in the last. What? Do more updating. Yeah, I still don't know where this is coming from. The issue is in Speedy. Same here, dupe of this. Oh, it's coming from Restify. Oh, interesting. 28 days ago. Kira says, are you still trying to fix that issue from 2 days ago? I'm not totally sure. Like, a bunch of people have been referencing issues that I needed to fix, and I don't think I'm currently, like, fixing anything. So I think I'm in pretty good shape. Also, hi, Kira. It always fixes everything. Well, that is actually the problem here. Not using speed, and I also get the error. Certainly before the end of the month. That was 14 days ago. Restify 4.1 was just released for this, who really need this now. Wow, that's imminent. They said now. Okay, so then this was closed. So then if I do NCU, we should see that Restify has a new update. No. What is that command called? Outdated. npm outdated. Oh, wait a sec. No, this doesn't matter. What am I doing? No, it has to be from the overseer. Certainly before the end of the month. It's too close to home. Huh, weird. They don't have a new Restify here. What if I did this? Desktop Dell Maker what is Restify version? Let's do this. Yeah, npm install save Restify. This is the really heavy-handed way of doing this. But yeah, it'll work. So what version am I on? Let's check that. npm list Restify. I am on, oh, wait a second. That's, 4.0.4, and they're on 4.1. And was that, yep, that's what I need to do. So why did this not find it as an update then? It's kind of strange. Maybe because of how I specified versions in here? Let's take a look. Oh wait, Restify isn't even, oh, that's why. Restify isn't used from there. It's used from here. So then NCU should find it here. If so, then everything's in working order. Okay, yeah, it is. Fine. Yeah, we should maybe update that. Update Restify at the very least. That way. Yeah, Wixator. You very rarely chat in here. I'm not sure what it is you're looking for. Maybe it's follow age? That way I don't get the event emitter error or warning. Alright. So yeah, putting this into its own repo is basically done. That's it. So now we can delete both of these things. Delete. What? Yeah, what? Path spec Ansible did not match any files? Oh, I know why. I never checked that in. Okay, well, whatever. So we should be able to delete this stuff now. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then finally there's just this. And I should probably check in that other one, huh? Man, it's too bad. It's gonna be a big mess. So we want to commit not quite everything. Actually, darn it, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that. Yeah, so I screwed up. But we'll just reform the get ignore. So we want to add this to get ignore. Cool. Then we can refresh this page and we should have way less here. Something's wrong. Something's still wrong. Source? No, maybe it's not. Maybe I just have, yeah, I only have 2 files. Mock overseer, overseer, get ignore, open, and package JSON, yeah. Can I use followaways? Yeah, probably. I mean, you can always just try it, Fade. Nothing's gonna like outright ban you, but I could also just test it on you. Oh, Ubixitor, you won a giveaway yesterday that gave you the light token, but you weren't here. Huh. Oops, I'm typing into the wrong thing. I wanted to see if I have a follow age. No, Ubixitor, yeah, so that's, like I said, that's a giveaway that you won. And you must not have been in chat yesterday, but you were at the time. A hero for you. Someday you might use that command and it just might work, and it might cost you 50 points. That's probably 5 times as much as you're willing to spend. Okay, so we can check all this in. And we should check it in with the same commit message here. Copied code from the botland info repository over here now that I'm modularizing everything. Yeah. This particular repo test code used to need, well, requires the botland Ansible repo. Actually, it requires a lot of things. It doesn't say that it requires this repo though. And actually, I should probably pull this from somewhere else. Because right now it's just a scoped, yeah, this is wrong. Let's figure out how I can do this. Oh wait, no, this isn't a module. Right, so I can't do that, never mind. So this particular repo requires the botland Ansible repo for dev-host.ini. Which, actually, the overseer requires that. Right? Overseer source constants. Yeah, right here. Path from overseer to Ansible. Because the overseer, because and this repo tests botland overseer. I wonder if I should put some like repo level comment. I don't know where. Real life is rigged anyway. You can't say rigged twice for the same giveaway. People said it yesterday, and now even if you're only just finding out about it, that's like double jeopardy. Yeah, I'm just debating right now on whether I should put commit level readmes or something, or repo level readmes. I'm not totally sure yet. But this is done, and this is done. So now there would be this one, AWS tool. I don't know if it's even worth checking that in, to be honest. Like, I have this, tools, AWS console, and it's mostly this file. And even this file is not something that's probably worth it. But I guess if I'd be sad losing code, then I should check it in. I think that's a good rule of thumb. So yeah, I'll go check it in. So what should I call this? Like infra tools? It's probably, no, it should just be one module for that. So we'll say botland AWS console. So there's AWS, and there'd be AWS console instead of this. And then I pretty much just get rid of this entire folder. Okay. Okay. So let's call this outdated infra. Can't be completed because it's open in another program. Try again. Good, perfect. Alright, and then let's move this out of there. Now, given that this is... I could make this so that this could be required as a node module, but I don't think there's a point in doing that. Yeah, so let's not do that. Also, I just realized I should have started with the version 0.0.0 for all these things that I'm using. I don't think it matters too much. Alright, I'm going to go make another repo off screen. So we're going to call this botland AWS console. Create and clone. There. Okay, so now we put it in here, clone the repo. And we could just call this AWS console. Hey, Zand. Okay, and then let's paste this in. So outdated infra, tools, AWS console, and we copy paste that in here. Good, so now we go to modules, AWS console, and npm install. And then we should be all right to run this. What's going on right now? That's weird. So update aws.cmd to point at the new AWS tool. A lot of these things I would eventually figure out are broken, but it's good to at least know them right off the bat. Yeah, so I think this is working fine. I'm not going to test this because I don't want to create machines on AWS right now. But let's just run one of the commands. Yeah, it works. Okay. So we got to check this in. We got to delete the old ones. But there, now I've got modules for basically everything. Let's also get ignore this. Add to ignore list. There we go. Now we commit. Looks good. The same thing here. Done. Now, something that would be really helpful after all of this is figuring out whether or not I've pushed from these repositories, whether or not the published version is the same as the current version. So let's take a look at that. Say, it would be nice to know which repos need to be pushed and which modules are not up to date in Sinopia. Yeah, that would be nice. So put infra AWS tool into its own module. That's done. Now we can get rid of this old stuff. So this is going to be just an empty repo. We can delete this entirely. Sounds like a job for Ansible. Did you take bets on this, Superman? Alright, so delete this, remove, yes. So now this repository is dead. There's nothing in it. So we can actually just delete this too. Well, that's fun. Removed the final bit of code from this repo, making it a completely dead repo at this point. The only reason to keep this around is for the history, the commit history on the files that have now been moved to. Now here's where I would like to list these out. Botland Overseer, Botland Matchmaker, Botland REST Client, Botland PubSub, Botland Infratest, and Botland AWS Console. Yeah. Great. Goodbye, repository. I'll never forget you. Alright, the linter. I wrote that I should probably check that in. Hey, Smelly Orc. How's it going? So update aws.cmd. So when I type AWS, it's going to say error, can't find file or something. Yeah. So we just got to update that. So aws.cmd. So this now gets run out of here. Botland, AWS console. No, it's not that. It's just AWS console / main. So now that works. Perfect. So let's get rid of that. Hey, Tupper Box. So how's everyone doing today? Are we happy it's Wednesday? Oh, also I just remembered something. Check in the linting code somewhere so I don't have to make it again. Botland linter is fine. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. So fine, I'll go make another repository. Got like 1 million repositories now. Botland linter. I gotta make sure to back all these things up as well. So now we can clone that here. Whoops. Keep clicking the wrong thing. Am I part of everyone? Yeah, everyone's part of everyone. Fade, how are you doing? So now we name this linter 2. We name this linter. And then we copy paste everything from linter 2 into linter. Great, done. Now we can delete linter 2. And then we can install it. So let's do modules, linter, npm install. Hey, Divine Dawn. Good, how's the game coming along? I'm trying to get done with the infrastructure stuff, and I really, really want to get back to the game in June. If I can do that, then everything is great. And if I can't, and I slip by like, let's say 3 work days maybe, then we're still pretty much fine. But when Botland day 150 rolls around, like, I want to be finished with the infrastructure stuff until at least day 200. I don't want any like outlying tasks for that. Bug fixes are fine. So let's try this. Yeah, it's working. Good. Cool. So we've got this now. We can check this in. Commit. Darn it. I gotta ignore this all the time. There we go. Really wants to have a get endpoint which takes a request with a body, but is afraid that something will choke on it. What do you mean, Superman? And what do you want that for? This entire repo's sole responsibility for right now is to lint all of the other repos. Or at least the important ones. E.g. the ones that aren't PubSub. Hey, Radarino. For a search function which takes some JSON as a parameter. Wait, but like, what search function? What are you searching? I guess that's what I'm asking. What is this thing for in the end? And hey, Kesha, how's it going? Ideologically, it has to be GET, but some clients and proxies have problems with GET requests with a body. Sole responsibility for right now is to lint all the other repos. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we're good. Getting there. Nice. So check in the linting code, done. Update Restify at the very least. That way I don't get the event emitter warning. So everything that I'm doing should inherit from this REST server, and this REST server has a new version for Restify that I can use. Also, Lodash and Bluebird. I wonder what changed in those things. Let's go take a look. Lodash version history. Searches for an object for a given barcode and oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Lodash.com. Do they have their changelog here? Release notes? This is not exactly what I want. I think I want this. Welcome to the Lodash wiki. Hey, cool. They really do have everything here. Okay, so what version am I on? I'm on 4.6 and we're going up to 4.13. So I gotta read everything from here upward. I just want to see if there's any breaking changes. There shouldn't be because it's not a major version change. Is there anything even optimized pad? Memorize string to path. There's nothing really like this, for example. Ensured split works with emojis. Oh, thank goodness. I'm sure someone out there must care about that, but I don't. Huh, what does nth do? Get the nth element in an array? Yes, it does. Oh, but it's got Python-like indexing, so you can specify negative indices. Granted, that's very easy to write for oneself. Right? This is probably like one line of code, which calls into some other function that they have. Yep. Well, base nth. Where is that? Here it is. Length, if not length, return. Yeah. Yep. Don't care. Source index is greater than 9. Huh. Okay, well, let's update this stuff. So NCU-U. And then, so that should be done now, right? 4 point, yep, cool. Okay, so now we just npm install. And finally, we update the version of this. Hey, Weedley. How's it going? So now if I were to start this, we shouldn't have any errors about Restify. Spinning circle, we meet again. How's it going? Hey, Digite. Alright. Can we do this? So const rs equals require dot slash function rest server. So r equals new rs, r dot listen. Port must be an argument between 0 and, okay, fine, r dot port equals 8080, r dot listen. Hey, cool, we didn't get an error for once. Nice. Hey, EJ. Refreshing is fine, stream having issues. No one's commented so far on the stream having issues. I assume everything's okay. What crazy antics has Adam gotten himself into this time? Alright, so then the only other thing I need to check is this the current behavior for the other one. So let's go find out. Go to modules overseer node const rs equals require botland rest server. Darn it. Oh, right, slash. It's a slash. Aha. It worked. Kind of. Assignment to constant variable. Alright, fine. We'll call this rs2. Then r equals new rs2. R dot... Oh, there we go. We got it already. Deprecation warning. Okay, cool. So then this is going to be fixed. Nope. Alright, see you, Tupper Box. So man, something's happening outside right now. So now that this has been changed, let's do an npm publish. And then we will also check this in. So updated dependency versions, because I didn't want Restify to keep spewing a warning about event emitters. Okay. Something happens outside every day where you live. No, I know, but it's starting very early today. Half an hour into the stream, I hear a ton of sirens outside. It's the code police, everyone. Alright, so now that this is done, so let's check something out. If I go into modules, overseer, run, this is going to give me that warning, right? Yeah, there it is, the fourth line. And then we do an npm update. I think this should work. It should give me version 1.0.2 or 3, I forgot what, of the REST server. And it did. And now we rerun this, and we should not see that line show up anymore. Perfect. It works. Hey, BioAim. Hey, Hudson. In which universe am I? What? You're in universe A. Oh, EJ. Alright, so that's everything. So delete all the code in there, remove it from my favorites list. Oh yeah, because I have no reason to click this anymore, huh? Alright, let's unpin it. Okay, that's apparently not how you do that. How do you do this? Unpin from quick access. There we go. So botland is still needed. Botland builds, I guess these things are kind of needed. And then here are the modules that I have. I can really put everything together. So that's done. Consider making a Sublime project like Botland all that contains infra modules and Botland. So right now I already have Botland modules. But I guess having everything is helpful. What theme do you use on your tasks? I shall show you. See, this is the part I don't like about this. I have this already. This is searching a whole bunch of different things. Central server logs, dist. Probably need to put logs in there too. And no problems, Adrian. Yeah, let's close this. So what if I search... Oh, this is broken. This is totally broken. Great. Oh, because all of these no longer are named that way, huh? Okay, well that's easily fixable. There. Now we should be able to find stuff. Good. So DB wrapper, we're getting git ignore in here. I don't usually care about that enough. Folder exclude patterns. I wonder if Sublime projects have file exclude. Yeah, they do. File exclude patterns right here. Alright, so we want the file exclude patterns to be, I guess, git ignore, npm ignore. So now I shouldn't find those any longer? Yeah, they're no longer there. Yeah, everything's going well with these, Adrian. How about you? And Spiritman, thanks for just getting right down to it. We can put placeholders in for all of the jokes that take place on this stream. Insert Vim joke here, insert Atom joke here. So we're making a Sublime project. So this was for Botland modules. Wonder if I should put everything in here. Well, maybe. I don't know. Let's take a look at what we have. So here are all of the folders that we've got. And we need to make sure that they're reflected here. So for example, Ansible. And then maybe I would make a project for each of these. That seems like overkill. Could be helpful though. That's good to hear, Zatron. So let's put Ansible here. AWS console. The database wrapper, we'll move this up to the top. I want these in alphabetical order. Might as well. Infra constants, infra test. Infra test. Let's see, linter I don't want. Logger, matchmaker. Networking, overseer, REST client, REST server. So this is the REST client, and then util. Okay, so let's try that. Unexpected token. I probably left off a comma or something. Wait, what? Where is the unexpected token? Line 24. Oh yeah, I did leave off a comma. Okay, there, problem solved. Joke ID equals 351. Thanks, Kasha. Alright, so that should be everything. So now if I want to go to like the overseer main, I can do that. If I want to go to matchmaker main, I can do that. If I want to go to the endpoint monitor, cool. If I want to go into, what else do we have? Like REST server.js. Yeah, okay, great. I think this is fine for now. Having a project for each one of these is almost definitely overkill. So having it for, well, okay, let me change that. What I meant to say is having an array of just one thing would mean that I'd have like 14 different projects. And I don't think I need that. So if I determine that I do, then I'll add it then. And for right now, I think we'll be fine. Now the question is, do we need the infra project anymore? Because that's what's being used here, botland infra. I don't think so. Also, having to do in there is kind of helpful. Let's do that. So path, we want a path to botland backup. Yeah, here, to do and ps.txt. So it looks like this. But this is /c/. There. So file exclude patterns is the only thing I want to include. How do I do that? Is there like an include pattern? No, that's not good. Yeah, maybe I can't do this. Or maybe here are folders. Can I specify files? Folders, settings, build systems. No, you can't do that. Well, that's too bad. Fine. Well, we just won't do it. Okay, so get rid of this. Alright, that's done. And now this. There's probably something out there that already does this for me, but I don't know what it is. It'd be nice to know which repos need to be pushed and which modules are not up to date. So I want to know two things. It would be nice to have status on some things. So one is which repos have uncommitted changes, which repos have unpushed changes, and which modules have not been published. Well, I guess I'll just say it the same way as here, have unpublished changes. So this can be done, I mean, like relatively easily by just doing a get status or something, right? So if I go into overseer and I do get status, what do I see? On branch master, your branch is up to date, nothing to commit. So how do I know if I have something to commit? I guess AWS has this issue. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Commit, I put a semicolon in, okay fine. Well, let's go over there anyway. So modules, AWS, get status. Changes not staged for commit. Let me try something here. If I do get status and then echo Now return 0. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would need to grep the output of this to figure out whether I have stages or unstaged changes. Use a simple PowerShell script to run git status in each repo. Yeah, I mean, it's something along those lines. I wonder if there's a way to do this in Gulp. And then the other thing I need to know is, have I published this version yet? And that I don't know how to do. Like, git status can work for these things. So I could use git status. I could probably use git status for this too. Which modules have unpublished changes though? I know what version that I'm on because I have package.json's version right here. But I don't know what version Sinopia is on. I wonder how you do that. Tom LinkedIn, git diff dash quiet, ignore submodules. Not equals 0, yeah. Git diff returns an error if you actually had files. That seems strange. Yeah, let's try this out. So you're saying git diff echo. No. What? Ambiguous redirect. There we go. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, thanks, Tom. What am I looking for? It's these three things. Now that I have like a million different modules, it could be very easy to make a change and not realize that I have a change. Git status on all repos in folder. Ooh, nice. Oh, this does git status and everything though. Git status dash porcelain. What? You should use Adam. Give the output in an easy to parse format for scripts. This is similar to the short output, but will remain stable across Git versions and regardless of user configuration. See below for details. Interesting. Wonder what that looks like. Git diff dash dash quiet. Let's try dash dash porcelain. Oh wait, it's git status that does that, right? Oh, cool. Huh. Well, that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to figure out though is how do I know if I have unpublished changes? That's actually really important. In fact, possibly more important than Git, or not Git. What am I saying? Yeah, Git. Yeah, because at the very least, like I always have Tortoise Git, and I can just look at green check marks, and I know that I have something that needs to be committed. So it's unpushed changes that matter the most, than unpublished changes. And then, yeah, all right. So dash dash porcelain. Git status does that. Well, so then the other thing I wanted was oh no, I can't do that. How do I do this? Search maybe? Botland / rest server. Building the local index for the first time. Please be patient. What if I don't want to be patient? npm check which version. I don't even know what to say. Let's just leave it at that. Check which version. Find the version of an installed one. That's not what I want though. What I want is find latest version. Check latest version. These aren't exactly what I want. I don't know how to do this. I need to... So, well, okay, I guess what I could do is I could just try running npm publish. I think it's a really bad idea. And then if it gives me an error, can't you use NCU for that? So, no. I don't think so. npm outdated, I don't think that's correct either, is it? Like, here's the scenario. I updated package.json from like 1.0.0 to 1.0.1, but forgot to publish it. I committed and pushed to Git though. And yeah. And then forgot to publish it. Let's say that. So in this scenario, there's some module that should be online in Sinopia as 1.0.1. Do npm bump. Oh, so you're saying instead of manually modifying the version number, do a bump. That way the version number always matches what's there. Can Sinopia just track Git repos? I don't know. A better npm version. If only npm used Git tags instead of publishing. Pre-release. What is this? Is this the thing you're suggesting that I use, or is it built into npm? Is there a bump here? No, there isn't. Tagged commit that was published on npm. It's npm version. So npm version botland/rest server. What does this do? Run this in the package directory to bump the version and write the new data back to package.json. Does this publish too? npm view package version to view a package's published version. Use that to push and bump at once. I can apparently do things this way though. npm view. Oh, nice. Cool. So if I modify this, so this is pointing at like 1.0.4, and then I do. Oh, that was in Bash that I typed that. Then I can compare these versions and find out that they're different. All right, good. So now I have all the tools that I need. Now I just need to put them together. Also, I should probably undo this. So the command is this. Let's copy that into here. So compare version from here with package.json's version. Well, okay, so I could just write a bash script. How would you send a 200 request to a site using Postman? So Digitate, I don't think there's a such thing as a 200 request. There's a 200 response. And Postman, I don't think would do that, would it? I think Postman is just for being the client of it. So the requests that you send are going to trigger a 200 response. So for example, here you can see it says 200 OK. So Postman is not the thing that's going to dictate the status code. Or maybe there's a way to do that and I haven't used it because there's like a whole bunch of extra features here that I've never touched. But in general, let's say you have some API. What you're going to do is you're going to say HTTP like digite.com / whatever your thing is, users. And you're going to change this for Git or Post or whatever it is you want. And as soon as you hit send, you'll get a response or a timeout. So you'll either get like a 400 bad request or 200 everything was okay. Hope that makes sense. So yeah, what's the best sort of platform for this? Like I said, I could just make a bash script, or I could do this in Gulp. I think doing it in Gulp makes the most sense to me, but then I don't know how to run these commands. Gulp npm. I don't know. Maybe I don't even want to do this right now. Because part of the bit about this is that this is a JSON file. So for me to read the version from it, it'd be nice to be able to parse the JSON out of this. Gulp is more fun than everything else. But then I want to be able to run shell commands too. I wonder if there's already something like that. Gulp shell. Hey, look at that. A handy command line interface for Gulp. Gulp.task example. Pipe into shell. Okay, let's try it. Make dir unchange, unpublish, uncommit, unfollow, unwatch, unsubscribe. So npm init-y. So let's install all these things that I need. I'm going to test this out. So we need gulp shell, we need gulp, install-y, gulp shell, gulp. Do we need anything else? Let's start with that. Wait, that was the wrong file. Darn it, I just opened the wrong thing. So gulp file.js. Hates every subprocess launching API which takes a shell-like string rather than an actual argv array. Maybe there's a way to do that too. I mean, this did get 11,000 downloads. But I don't need to worry about that yet. Well, at some point. So let's find... where are my gulp files? How is this... wait. Yeah, something's wrong here. Infra test should have a gulp file with it. Infra test. It doesn't. How am I running tests? Oh, with npm. Fine. Just load this one up. Okay, cool. So let's copy paste this into here. So we need gulp. We need gulp shell. Programming Pony says, can you make song requests? You mean, do I take song requests? I don't ever play music on stream, so no. If there's something you really want me to listen to, though, I don't mind like saving it for later. Although chances are I'll forget to tell you what I thought about it. So default. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna delete this for right now. We're just gonna say console.log hello world. So now when I run gulp here, it should just say hello world. Yeah, there we go. You probably don't want to hear Adam singing. For all you know, I have a beautiful singing voice. But I don't. So now you do know. Gulp.task shorthand. Shell.task. Wait, I don't want to do this. More examples in the gulp file of this project. Wait, I don't understand here. If you just want to execute a series of commands only once, and then they cross this off, shouldn't they have crossed off the whole sentence? This is an anti-pattern, and it won't work in Gulp 4.0. Huh. Okay, programming pony. I don't know, it seems like a waste of time right now. Yeah, this seems like a waste of time. Because what I want to be able to do is run some shell command, get the output from it, and then do something with that output. It sounds like, according to this is an anti-pattern and won't work in Gulp 4. I can use this shorthand, but then I can't pipe that into anything else. How do they use output from any of these things? Huh, yeah. That's too bad. I guess I could just avoid using Gulp for this. There's no reason to read in any files anyway. So we could just use regular JavaScript. Maybe that's worth doing. Or maybe none of this is worth doing. Maybe I should just stop. But for now, let's not be pessimistic. I'll just do things this way. So we'll try it with regular. Actually, let me delete this because this stuff doesn't matter. We can save that. What we will do is we'll load main.js. So let's say paths equals, and let's load AWS up, for example. Cool. Now let's take all of these, put them in the slashes. Why not use this? Yeah, this is what I'm going to start to use. Because I don't think using Gulp is really necessary for this. And let's get Lodash while we're at it. That way I get the for each that I like. So _.forEach paths. Check unpublished module path. Whoops. Actually, I could just do things this way, can't I? Yeah, fine. So map that to check unpublished module. Check unpublished module path. So just console.log checking path. So this alone should just say that it's checking that folder. Yeah. So let's get the current version. Const package JSON equals. So there's read file sync in Node.js. Read file sync. Pulling in a whole library instead of writing a for element. I don't care what you think. fs.read file sync. And we don't need to close the file, right? Synchronous version of read file. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so package JSON equals fs.readFile sync. And we want to read the path. Let's just print that out for now. Package JSON. That failed. Illegal operation on a directory. Oh yeah, duh. Okay, so let's also get path, I guess. Package JSON path equals path.join. So this needs to change to module path. And then path.join module path with package.json. Let's load that up. Okay, cool. So that is a buffer. We need to call toString on it, I think. How else did I do this? Like, I shouldn't have to do that, right? It's more or less what I expected. Let's get rid of this. There we go. So we want to parse that string. So this is a buffer const package JSON equals JSON.parse the buffer to string. Can't you specify its encoding? Sure, but where's the fun in that? So now we have the version. 1.0.1. Perfect. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to run, what's it called? npm something something. This thing. npm view, blah, blah, blah. Now the other thing we're going to need out of here, not just the version, but we also need the name. Name equals package json.name. And Bubba, that's good. I think Docker can be really useful. And I might end up using it for Botland at some point, but for right now I've decided against it. But it's cool technology. So we have name equals name and version equals version. Cool. So now we got the name and the version. All right, and then we need to form this command and then run it. Over here, close all the other tabs. Child process.exec. Command options callback. I believe in the Ansible runner that I already did this. Yeah, all this nonsense. Yeah, that's a great thing to link to someone who says, "Oh, I'm learning Docker." So I mostly just want to use this code too, and then I think we should be good. So let's npm install save bluebird. Copy this code. So we want this. Let's just paste that there for now. We want this. So we want to do exec.spawn. Let's see, npm. Our arguments are going to be view botland rest server. I'm not going to specify a variable there yet. Then exit code. We also need the standard out of this. How do I get that? Ah, here. So we get error, standard out, standard error. Exec.spawn. Exec. So they're just using exec. Why not use spawn sync? That's a much better idea, I think. Well, there's also exec sync. I don't know what the difference between exec and spawn is. I need to figure that out. Let's take a look. The command to run with space separated arguments. And what is spawn? Our synchronous will block. Locking calls. Oh, exec is for an executable file and spawn is for a command. No, that's not. Huh. One uses shell. Don't use one which uses shell. No, I think is it spawn that I think I want to use spawn because that's what I use for my other one anyway. But yeah, spawn sync would be a great thing to use here. So how does this work? In the return value, we get all of this stuff. Actually, this is super useful. Okay, let's try it out. So we'll just get rid of all of that. And we'll try this. Child process.spawn sync. So we need to include child process, right? Yeah. And I just happen to call it exec. That was a bad idea, I think. Anyway, spawn sync. So we have, I think, the same arguments. Still a command and then argument. Yeah, great. Okay, so let's copy this stuff over there. So we should end up with all of these. SCD out, SCD error. So let's just get the output. What do we even call this? Let's just say rep val. And let's output that. It's null. What am I trying to do? npm view this stuff. That's strange. There's no output. npm view. Current working directory, that shouldn't matter. Value that we pass in std in, no, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Identity, that stuff doesn't matter. Timeout, I don't care about. Encoding, oh, default is a buffer. So I'd have to toString this, which I'm getting null, so that doesn't matter. I wonder why I'm getting null. Okay, let's do this. Stringify rep val. Hang on a second. I'm gonna do this off screen for just a sec. Standard out, no. Wonder if I got an error then. Oh yeah, there's an error. It says it doesn't exist. Okay. Well, then we can show this back on the screen again. Wait, what? Status signal error. The error object if the child process failed or timed out. Alright, fine, let's get that then too. One of these things has to be set. There it is. Yeah. So spawn sync npm path npm. So where does npm reside? It's a CMD file over there. So I bet if I specified that this is my current working directory, then this would start to work all of a sudden. But otherwise it's not using my path, which I find weird. Let's try this out. So CWD is going to be this. No, that's still errors. What? Node.js running npm from Node.js. It actually, I don't need to run this exactly, but just any shell command. Running shell command from Node.js. It's not even necessarily a shell command. Try specifying npm.cmd. Yeah, that might work. Oh, hey. Good job, Spurman. Yeah, and so that makes this platform dependent now. Not that it matters. I'm writing this for Windows. And I could just change it in the future. But that kind of sucks. Or I could have this try running it with just npm, and if that fails, fall back to this. Fall back to this eventually. But start with npm. So it'll be Windows specific for now. All right, so now we get standard out, standard error. So we need to do that toString on these things, assuming they exist. Retval.standard out .toString. Otherwise, we just want it to be null, or a retval. That's null. All right. Okay, so we should get, aha, we got it. Yeah, I don't think people would want npm.cmd on Linux. Also, you'd have to make it executable after that, right? Okay, so this is, we need to trim standard out because we're just going to get, yeah, you know what I should do? I should just make this be an empty string. That way it's definitely a string because I don't really care if it's null. In fact, let's, nah, that doesn't matter. That's fine. Okay, cool. And then we'll trim it. It really shouldn't be constant. Yeah. Standard out dot trim. So now that new line shouldn't be there any longer. Perfect. So then we can just compare the version that we got here with the version that is online. Yeah, let's do that. So then this is going to be name. We can get rid of that. Yep. Cool. All right. So if version not equal to pretty much just standard out, then if you specify encoding, it will probably output strings directly. Yeah. I don't really feel a need to do that though, but you're probably right. So version mismatch for name. Package.json shows version, but npm registry shows that version. So let's call it published version equals standard out. So that'll be an error. Hey, Lepko. Yeah, how did you notice that? I was going to just show you the picture at some point. Yeah, weird. Anyway, now, because the way I've been doing the Nuzlocke runs is whoever was the protagonist in one run, if I lose that run, they become the Gary in the next run. So you are now the opposing Pokemon trainer. I might be playing that tonight. I'm not sure. Okay, so this says no version mismatch. But if I were to do this, package JSON and whoops, not that one. This one. Actually, you know what? No. We'll go back to AWS and we'll update this. And now we should get a version mismatch. If I miss a day, I watch the first couple of minutes of the VOD just to see what's up for the day. Alright, version mismatch. Alright. So if error is not equal to undefined, then console.error got an error running npm. Alright, there. Cool, so this is done. I don't really know if we should write checking at the end of this, or if we should, yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do yet for all of this. But one thing I do need to do is put all the paths here. Make it also run get status and npm publish. I mean, it could do that. This is one of those tools I'm going to let evolve on its own. So we'll find out how I end up using it. So what are the other modules that I have? DB wrapper is one of them. So let's put that there, DB wrapper. What else is there? Infra constants. Yeah, that has a lib folder. Okay, good. So infra constants. What else? Infra test is not one. Linter is not one. Logger is definitely one. Matchmaker, networking, those are both. And I know the overseer is one. Pub sub, I guess technically is, but it'll never be run or changed. But anyway, the last 4 are. So let's do those 2. Pub sub, rest client, rest server, and util. Okay, then we put commas at the end of all of these. So that alone should be run on everything now. Let's take a look at what the output is like. Yeah, too noisy. Checking module path. I think that's fine. Maybe we just use red text. Let's do that. Just saw yesterday they added timeline thumbnails to VODs, so it makes it better for skimming. Oh, nice. Huh, I should check that out. Check out timeline thumbnails on Twitch for skimming through VODs. So I want colors here. How do I get them? Is it just the colors library, CLI colors or colors? I think I've used colors more. Yeah. And this has the string prototype modification. Yeah, it does. Just require colors and start using it. Okay, let's do that. So npm install save colors. Going to check out my application. Oh, good luck, noob. Hey, Gunnar. How you doing? Okay, now let's use this. Const colors equals require colors. Delete this line. And then we're going to print this out. We can print this all out as red. There. And same thing, I guess this could all be red as well. I wonder if this works. It should work. Yeah, cool. Version mismatch for botland AWS. Package JSON shows 1.0.2, but npm registry shows 1.0.1. And I can collect up all these errors at the end if I feel like it. Been a while since I've seen your stream, so I was curious as to how far you've come. Yeah, and unfortunately, it's all been infrastructure stuff so far. So the game looks almost exactly the same as it did like 3-4 months ago. But I'm hoping to be done with this in a week or 2, and then get back to working on the game. And then some of the first stuff that I'm going to work on, fixing this. So these are what's called bot bays right now. The old way of things working in the game is that you needed to configure all of your bots before you entered a match. And then that was it. You couldn't touch them anymore. So let's say you had, let's go with a, actually this is, I guess, the best example. Let's say you just had this. Let's say you had a Lasers 3 bot. And like that was your bot. That's what you configured. You didn't have any other bots, let's say. When you entered a match, it's very likely that someone will counter your lasers by using something like reflect or artillery or cloaking, and then you'd sure like to switch, but you couldn't. And that was the old way of us doing things. The new way is that whatever's in your inventory becomes a usable item in the game. So you can pre-configure bots if you want to, and you'll probably end up doing that, but during the match you'll be able to change them. So when someone counters your lasers level 3, then just change it to something else. So maybe you've got Zapper in your inventory and you put that on your bot. So that concept is going to change, and then obviously all the UI is going to change. This is very ugly. Okay, let's keep track of all of the errors that we run into so that we can show them at the end. Const error string equals that. Console.error error string.read and all errors.push error string. So that at the end of this, we can do underscore.map all errors to just found all errors.length errors total. And so we can just print them all out. Console.error error.read. There. So now let's say we just had 2 of these things. So yeah, at the end of all this, it's going to print that out. In fact, one of the other things we can do here is we can say console.log. And how do you repeat something in Lodash? I think it's just repeat. Yeah, string and then a number. So let's do underscore.repeat a hyphen and 79. So So now there will be a nice little border that prints out. Ooh. Well, horizontal rule, not a border. So found 1 error total, version mismatch for Botland AWS. Yep, looks good. Okay, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 was the Git stuff. So this is finished. Which repos have unpushed changes and which repos have uncommitted changes? So this is where, Tom had linked something in earlier and I lost it. Let me find it again. Here it is. So it's something like this. So let's try this. And yeah, I know, Spiritman, that's actually something that's kind of nice about Python. In fact, what happens in JavaScript when you multiply a string by something? Oh, treats it as a number. Isn't that wonderful? So I wonder what the best way of doing this is. Let's take a look. So this is check unpublished module. Let's do check uncommitted repo. Actually, let's just check everything Git related, right? Check whether it's uncommitted, check whether it's unpushed. Yeah, let's see, check uncommitted or unpushed repo. So then this is repo path. So checking repo path, we can pretty much get rid of all of that stuff. And then let's put this here. And let's get rid of this. So if you ever changed, no, even just changing the package JSON. So let's try this. This should be fine. And I guess if you didn't find any errors, then we just say, so if all errors.length equals 0, then console.log. No unpublished, uncommitted, or unpushed changes. You can probably just look for 2 substrings and a full Git status output. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what those substrings are exactly. I'll need to find out what they are, which means I'm going to need to commit and then not push in a repository. Shouldn't be very difficult to do that, but I'm going to need to do it. Okay. So checking this. So we need to run this with something. Let's do just a Git status and find out what it shows. So if you have anything uncommitted, it necessarily means that you're not going to be in sync with what master has. Or the origin, I guess I should say. So let's check for that first. So git status dash dash. You can quickly check on a new Git repo. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Now if you do git diff dash dash quiet, git diff dash dash quiet, and then echo question mark. Yeah, so there's an error if you have changes, and if you don't have changes. Wait, I never put CCD on here? Darn it. Windows only changes. All right, DV wrapper. So let's try this. Yeah, that's 0. So yeah, git diff quiet. I wonder why they did that. Git diff documentation. What am I typing? Disable all output. Implies dash dash exit code. Make the program exit with codes similar to diff1. That is, it exits with 1 if there were differences, and 0 means no differences. Okay, I think this is the easiest way to do things. So what we're going to do is we're going to do git diff dash dash quiet, and then just check. Oh wait, no, hang on. Then we also need to specify the current working directory is going to be repo path. There. Then with the return value, let's just check the exit code. Signal exit code status. That's what we got. All right, so stringify refval.status. Let's see. This should work. Oh, hey, cool. It did. Rat_file.status 1. Let's also put in one that shouldn't do that, which would be like DB wrapper. Nice. That is really useful. Okay. So let's use that now. So if rat_file.status equals 1, then this means there were uncommitted changes. So let's do error string equals you have uncommitted changes in repo path. Then all errors dot push error string and console dot error. You know what, let's do this. So push the error string onto there and then log it in red. That's easier. Do you dream of Botland in 3D? No. So log error string. Which actually means we don't need to specify this as a string any longer. Or not as a variable, I mean. We can just do that. Alright, and that means we can do the same thing here. So log error. Everything in here. You have uncommitted changes in repo path, and then we can just return from this. Now, if that succeeded, we need to find out how we'll know if we have unpushed changes. So now let's say we were running both of these things. So it takes its time and it runs, and at the bottom it shows us every error that we have. And you know what we can do? This is not necessary whatsoever, but we can put star.yellow plus a space plus the error in red. That's the best. In fact, let's just do this. It's so beautiful. All right, so unpushed changes. How will we do this? Let's go make a new repo. So desktop del fake repo git init. Now we want to do make dir fake checkout git clone / fake repo. Then let's do hello world to a.txt git add a.txt git, wait, what? Not a git repository. Okay. Tiny mistake. Let's just do this. So now we do git add a.txt git commit -m first commit. Okay, so we have a commit. Now what does git status show us? Your branch is based on origin master, but the upstream is gone. Nothing to commit, working directory clean. Did I do something wrong? Hey, Andorn. Okay, I don't know what I did. Can I push here? Refusing to update checked out branch. What did I do? Right, let's reset this. Now at first commit. Wait, what? So there's no... Okay, I think my understanding of this is wrong. I should probably just read this error message. Updating the current branch in a non-bear repository is denied because it will make the index and work tree inconsistent. So I should have... Wait, what? Should I have just not initialized as bear? Never set up the tracking of the remote branch, or is that automatically done with the git clone? I'm not totally sure. Also, what's the opposite of a bear commit? Or a bear init? Create a bear repository. I think that's probably what I should have done. Is this the default or no? Okay, let's try it again. So fake checkout and fake repo. In fact, maybe a better way of doing this is fake repo. Let's just use tortoise git for this, right? Create repository here. Huh. Yeah, var is the one that doesn't have a working directory. Right, so that's what I should have done to begin with. So now when I do git clone fake repo, I should really do this in another directory though. So fake checkout, yeah, fake checkout, git clone fake repo. Appear to have cloned an empty repository, that's fine. Echo hello to a.txt, git add a.txt, git commit -m hello. Okay, so now git status should show that I have not pushed your branch, but the upstream is gone. Can I not push this? No, I can. So wait, git status doesn't show that then? So if I make a change and then I commit that, no changes to commit. So I don't use command line git because I never know what's going on. All right, so git status. How do you find out that you have, aha, your branch is ahead of this by one commit. So is there a way to know that that's the case? Is there an exit code or something? Check for unpushed changes. Viewing unpushed git commits. Git log. Git branch -v. But I need to know what branch I'm on. What I guess I'm looking for is something like this. So this person used, they got their current branch and then ran something based on that. I want to do something like that too. But is there some better way for this? Short stat. Git diff master origin master. Yeah, but master requires that I know what branch I'm on. Is there git diff stat cached origin master? Maybe I guess I just find what I'm on. 1+. So if I can do this, then that means I could also probably do -- quiet and then just echo that and find out that yes, I have changes. All right, that'll probably work. Probably. I don't know for sure. So now the only problem is we need to figure out what branch we're on. Git current branch. Git branch should show you all the local branches. The starred branch is your current one. Seriously. So I gotta get the one that starts with this. It's ridiculous. Fine. Fine. Current git branch equals null. Git current git branch. So we need to do that. And we need to do it in whatever repo we're in. Oh, so this is not a good idea, is it? Repo path. Hey, Pat Acoustic. How you doing? So, branch. Repo path. Then, what we get as standard output here should start with a star where we need, nah, this is just a bad idea. I mean, I guess it'll work, but that also means that we need to check that returns 0. So we need the origin here, I guess, but that's not the branch, so that shouldn't matter. Okay, fine. Let's do what Sperman said. Let's look at the encoding here. Encoding defaults to buffer. What could it be? Can't you just say origin instead of origin master? I don't know, to be honest. Ambiguous argument. No, you can't. Okay. That's fine. So UTF-8 or UTF-16. So let's do encoding UTF-8. Hey, Capillara. Just thinking about you this morning. How you doing? And I'm doing well. I've been finishing up some of the miscellaneous stuff from yesterday. Then eventually I want to start working on the last feature stuff or test coverage. I'm not sure which. All depends on my mood in about half an hour when I'm done with this tool. What was I just doing? Oh, encoding, that's right. So I wanted to check standard out here or an error. So I guess let's get both those things. This is going to look slightly different, and I should just use the encoding down below anyway. So standard out, we don't even need to do that now. We can just do this. All right, and then let's stringify the standard out there. So get current get branch will be run here. So const current branch equals this. We don't need this variable. This needs to return that branch. So let's try that now. Repo path is not defined. Oops. Darn it. Meant to put this here. There. Alright, so we have this star space master. So the one that happens to start with that, let's take a look at node. So our string is star space master. And we're going to do stir.match. So we want to match a regex that looks like this. Star space branch. Nothing to repeat. Slash star. Null. Okay. So I clearly have no idea what I'm doing. Alright, so regular expression. I was trying this, but this doesn't work, I guess. So then when I have star master, yeah, so match the star character literally, then capturing group. Matches the space character literally. I don't know how capturing groups work apparently. Because I need to specify that I want like this essentially. Oh, maybe that's all I want to do. Oh, never mind. Yeah. It would have matched branch literally. All right, I'm stupid. So /w plus. Aha, we got it. And this returns master, which is the branch name. Okay, so we want that same regex. Let's do this. So get that from here. Regex match equals standard out dot match that, and then branch name equals regex match 1. Great. This is foolproof. So current branch. That should now work. It should always say master for right now. So current branch is master. Looks good. So now when we run this command that we have to run, which I already forgot what it was. This one. Yeah, that one. So yeah, we're just gonna run this. Maybe I should name this something else. No, I'll just do this. So we're running git diff dash dash stat dash dash cached quiet, and then origin slash branch current branch. Cool. All right, and then we check this here too, and we do you have unpushed changes. Perfect. All right. Let's try it out. So it says you have uncommitted changes in AWS. Now to test the unpushed changes, what we need to do is go back into our fake repo. Hawkspace, thanks for following. You are a great person. So we're going to get this current directory and just pass this into here. Cool. Let's try that out. Uh-oh. No such file or directory, package.json. Oh, it's not. Oh, darn it. It's not a node module, so we can't do that. We need to split up how this gets done then. We'll say const node modules. So all of these were node modules. So let's just hang on a second. All right. Yeah, I'm back. All right, so let's copy paste all this up to here. So these are the node modules. Then the paths that we want, so these are not really paths any longer. These are going to be, well, that's there. And then this is going to be like all repos. So we're going to say all repos equals, let me see how this works in Node. If you say 1, 2, 3, and then b equals 4, 5, 6, and you do a dot concat b, does that change a? No. Oh, that's perfect then. So we can just do node modules dot concat with a new array, and this new array can contain this. Cool. So now we can delete all of these, and we can comment out most of this. All right, let's try that out. Perfect. It worked. So now we should see all three different kinds of errors here. You have found 3 errors. Version mismatch for AWS. So package.json is behind, or it's ahead, I mean. You have uncommitted changes in AWS. Yeah, I guess that's also true. And yeah, the knock on my door was my wife. I needed to sign something. Like I said, we're moving soon. And there's been just a pile of paperwork to go through. So you have unpushed changes in fake repo. All right, nice. This entire tool is working. Waifu is in secret. So I just need to comment this, check it in, do whatever else. Fall back to npm.cmd eventually, but start with npm. That way this works on non-Windows OSs. Yeah, alright, this isn't too bad. And like I said, I can make this be a lot easier in the future for me to do. What does this tool do? So before I had everything in like 2 different repositories basically, or not quite, but fewer. So I could just click here and say, okay, there's no uncommitted code. Now I have all of these different folders. Not only are these their own folders, they're their own repositories, and half of them are their own node modules that need to be published. It's easy enough by just looking at these icons that are in Explorer to tell whether or not I've committed all my code. So for example, AWS has a red exclamation point. That means that I haven't committed this code. However, when I go to commit it, there's no way to tell if I've pushed the code. So it's possible that all of these folders have unpushed changes, which means that if my computer just died, like my hard drive died, I would just lose this code. It's not saved anywhere else at that point. So that's one thing that it does. It checks for unpushed code. The other thing it checks for is unpublished code. So let's say not only have I committed, but I've pushed this. So now my Git state matches what's on Bitbucket. There's still no guarantee that I published the module correctly. So when I go to, let's say I do this. Let's say I update the REST server and then I try running the overseer again. If I didn't publish the module, then the overseer can't see the new one. So this will let me know if I have any basically lazy practices. Yeah, can someone explain to me why this is undefined? Let me see where you're doing this. Yeah, so here's why. This is undefined, and this is something careful about async coding. So Digite, you've defined it up here, but it's set to undefined because all you've done is, actually you haven't defined it, sorry. This is undefined. This doesn't matter whether this line 16 is typed out or not. What's happening is that you have, oh, by the way, you spelled request wrong. When these get hit, it's after some amount of time has passed. So all you're really doing is you're installing a function handler here, and then this code gets hit immediately after. So if you were to actually print out timestamps, line 40 will always be hit before line 33 or before line 35. So hopefully that makes sense. I'll explain this, I guess, a little bit simpler over here. So you have some variable, var a equals like hi, and then you say, what do you have here exactly? Yeah, you have some like http.get. So http.get, and let's just say, I'm just gonna make up syntax for this. So we're going to like, google.com/whatever, search. I have no idea. And then there's a function handler here. So we have a function, and this gets the result. So now what if you set a equal to hello, or plus result dot text or something like that. And then you printed out a here. A is, so this always 100% of the time prints hi. And the reason why is because all this does is it schedules an HTTP GET request to be called, and when it's done, it'll call this callback function, which, like I said, this could be 5 seconds in the future that we hit this line. So should I delay it with set timeout? No, so this is like fundamental async coding. What you want to do in a case like this is anything that relies on this result being set, you need to do afterward. So what you end up with is when you want to use A, you just put this console.log inside of here, and now you're guaranteed that this will be set. So what this ends up with is, let's say you wanted to do code like this. You want to do something like HTTP GET, and now I'm really going to make things up. We're going to just say like users and users/1. And now you say function user. So now, like, we have the user data. So const my user equals user. And now, given the user data, we want to go get something else, like maybe their inventory. Inventory slash, I don't know, maybe you needed to get something from user. So user dot my user dot name. Now there's a function there, and we get our inventory back. And now we have my inventory equals inventory. And then imagine you just want to keep calling this. You want to get an item from the inventory. Item slash plus my inventory dot ID. And you get a particular item back. And then maybe that's the end of all of this. So I can end this insanity. The item you have is item. So this is valid code. And what you can see is that we don't have any problems with timing here. Because whenever these callbacks get hit, that's totally fine. However, what we have a problem with is this is a huge mess to read. Like every time we need something new, we tab it in again, And there are a couple of different paradigms that you can use to solve this. One is something like the async library. Where is it? Async. Common patterns for asynchronous code. And the other is the concept of promises, or async and await. So I'll just kind of list these out here. There's async library, literally called async. I'm not suggesting that you look up this category of things. There's promises, there's async and await, which are, I guess I'd say, keywords in ES7, I think. So let me show you how you would change this code into using promises. And I'm also going to take a couple of shortcuts here. So let's try this. So HTTP get user/1. And by the way, I'm using promises in my code. User. So now we could save this off just like we did before. And then we want to do return http.get inventory plus whatever. I should just copy paste this code. Inventory, and we do something here, same thing like this. Maybe we want to save this off. So this is just a different way of writing out the same behavior that was shown above. And what's nice about this is that no matter how many promises you have here, you don't have more indentation levels. So you should look into one of these three things as a solution and really try to internalize why these things work the way that they do. And it really just comes down to the basics of like, this is going to be called immediately, but the result of this won't be called until later. Because I see that tripping up people when they get into async code for the first time. And promises pose their own like set of fun stuff you'll need to learn about too. So if you want to skip just to using async and await, that's probably your best bet. But then you need to use Babel, and then there's no silver bullet here. All right, so I'm pretty sure I finished this, right? And it prints out all the errors at the end of this. So version mismatch for Botland AWS and for PubSub. Interesting. So I actually do have a problem here. Or at least this is saying that I have a problem here. What did I... Oh, I know what I changed. I know what this is. So if I... I should just publish this. I mean, you can't avoid asynchronous code. Hey, Walter. You can't avoid asynchronous code in Python. You just... Actually, I don't know how you handle asynchronous code in Python. Do they have an await sort of syntax? Okay, this is concerning. I think I know what this is, but I do need to verify it. So let's go into node modules, PubSub. This is version 1, right? Yeah, version 1. And I bet I know what's happening here. I bet this does not check to see if you can subscribe to undefined. Actually, wait, I don't even need to check this. Yeah, this only has 4 things in the comment. Yep, so that is a problem. Well, it's a good thing I wrote this tool. Because if I didn't have this tool, I would have never had subscription checking here. Okay. So we need to go publish that. Modules, PubSub, npm publish. There. And now if we were to rerun this whole thing, we won't see that as a problem. Now we'll find 3 errors total. What's unfortunate is it's got to call out to npm a whole bunch of times. So what I really should have done is have this run asynchronously. I might want to do that maybe in the future. Okay, so now there are only 3 errors. A version mismatch for this. So that version mismatch is something I introduced so that I could test this code out. So let's just undo it. So I'll just set that back to 1.0.1. Then what else? Uncommitted changes in AWS. Now for some reason this seems real. What is this? Oh right, I added a semicolon. Fix linting issue. I'm not going to publish a new version just for this. Before that, the most popular async libraries were Twisted, which had something like promises and G-Event, which used dark magic to monkey patch blocking calls to be async. Dark magic. Huh. I actually kind of want to look into that. What did that look like? Event-driven. Networking engine. This doesn't seem to be exactly like, maybe there's something else here. Huh. Oh well. Hey Vognar. No, Vognar's been here for a long time. Okay, So I think I fixed that. But then this becomes an unpushed change. Let's see. Ooh, it didn't find it. Oh wait, that's because this is checking just NPM modules at this point. Yeah. You have unpushed changes in fake repo. I also have unpushed changes in here, right? Did I push this? Uh-oh. Mr. Outrageous, thank you for following. Huh. So it appears as though I have screwed something up. But how? AWS. So I gotta run the same command. Maybe this isn't the right command to run. Git diff stat cache. Let's do this. It says 0, but I don't think that's true. Yeah, wait. Does anyone remember? Did I push this? I guess we can just find out. Where's push? Here. Okay, so if this says up to date. Oh yeah, I did. Then there isn't a problem. Okay. Nice profile color. Oh, the orange? I don't think I've ever gone to your profile of Oignar. Ooh. Neat. Okay, so this is working. So then there are no more problems. I fixed everything. Hooray, we can check in the tool. It works. This is actually really good. And it didn't take that long to write. Probably, what, 45 minutes? Swine, awesome. How's it been going? Oh, whoops, I forgot to get rid of the fake repo. Where'd the fake repo go? Here it is. Okay, so we need to get everything from here again. So cd/d there, dir/b, clip. And let's make sure we've got all of them. So Ansible, we don't have. AWS, we do. DB wrapper, we do. Infra constants, logger, matchmaking, networking, overseer, pub sub, REST client, REST server, util. Okay, so we just need these. So we can copy paste what there are 5 of them. So let's just take 5 of these. And then these. And then we just put them here. Perfect. And then we can run that just one more time. Well, Swine, I'm glad you're liking it. And, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Outdated infra. Regex match 1. I wonder what that's printing out. Oh, this has multiple branches. Interesting. Okay, so let's cut this out. Let's try this. This is a real bug. I'm glad I at least had something with different matches. So let's just print this out, stringify scd out, and then stringify the regex match. Oh, right. This isn't going to match all of them. I know what's happening. All right. Yep. It's trying to match. Yeah, there's a new line there. So how should I do this? Split it into new lines and then find the one that starts with a star? Or search based on that too? Okay, here's what we can do. So we can do this, a star or a new line. But this changes our capture groups. How do we not have a capture group? Regex, no capture, non-capture group. Huh, it is possible. What is a non-capturing group? So you just put a question mark after it? That's it? Does this work? Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant. Wait. Delete all this. What I meant is this. Either caret or a new line, non-capturing, and then a star. It worked. No, it didn't work. Wait, what? And master. No. Non-capturing group is that way. That's optional. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so question mark colon. We should print out the branch name too. So let's get rid of, no, let's not get rid of anything. Aha, it worked that time. Now we got master back from that too. Okay, so let's change branches and see if it correctly says ad hoc test at the end. Can I do that? So let's change to, what? Ad hoc test doesn't even exist. Oh, right, this is a, oh darn it. It's outdated infra, that's where it exists. Switch your checkout to ad hoc test. Okay, so now we rerun this, and the very last thing should say branch name ad hoc test, and then we know it worked. Perfect. Okay, we're in good shape. So now we can switch this back to what it used to be. Switch back to master. There we go. All right. So I can get rid of this, this, and this, and that stuff. So now the branch that we're on is going to have an asterisk preceding it. But if we have multiple branches, then we'll have new lines in our output like this. That, or it could have been the first one, which I'll actually print out. Darn it, I can't do that. Never mind. It was this, right? /n star. Yeah, I don't remember. Let's just take it from here. Okay, so we search for, so we match either the beginning of the line and then an asterisk, or a new line and then an asterisk. The question mark colon means non-capturing group. Oh, good, Swine. Oh yeah, yeah, Endurin, that would work too. I don't know if this exists in JavaScript though. It's possible that it does. JavaScript global regex flags. It has G and it has I. I don't know if it has anything else. G, I, oh, it does have multi-line. Yeah, that would have been a better idea. I could have also just used the M flag for multi-line matches. Yeah. All right, thanks, Endurin. I'll actually give you a point for that. And for Spurtman, too. Okie doke. So we're all set. So everything in here should be npm published. Yeah. These are also Git repos in themselves, so they'll be automatically added to all repos. So this is an array of strings, 26. This contains everything in Node modules, but not all Git repos contain Node modules, i.e. things that need to be published. So use this array to specify the rest of the Git repos. Alright, and then the type is of course an array of strings. All errors is also an array of strings. the errors that we accumulate as we run this program. That way we can print them all out at the end. Git current git branch. So the path to a Git repository, i.e. something that contains .git. Hey Pix, welcome back. Day number 2, at least day number 2 that I've seen you here. The current branch that the given repository is on. Yeah, and that's commented already. So log error, I'm not gonna comment that. Check unpublished module, checks whether the given module has unpublished changes. It does this by comparing the package.json version with the published version. You're correct, day 2, all right. And this returns nothing, actually. Okay, cool. Fall back to npm.cmd eventually. So yeah, here we can change the encoding just like we did before. So we just say encoding UTF-8. Then we no longer need to do this part. We can just say retval.stdout or a blank string. We don't need to do that either, do we? We can do that. And get rid of that. And then here. Now we trim it. Great. We actually just do that here. So if there's an error, great. If not, okay, good. So checks whether there are uncommitted. I'm not going to write that out. The repo path will take the same comment that I'd written here. And this returns nothing. Git diff dash quiet will change the exit code to 1 if there are uncommitted changes. Hey SwiftBlue, how's it going? Just watch your YouTube video, interesting concept. Thanks, Rico. Is the graphic update already here? No, the closest I can show you for that is that I had made this tool sometime, I think a month ago or so, which this is how people will eventually use Botland. I mean, not using this tool, but in the same concept of there's a head piece, a torso piece, and a leg piece, and you can combine them in any way that you want. So you can make whatever combination, and then you can also, with this tool at least, you can change the color. The way players will change their color eventually will be different. But yeah, so this is as much of an art update as I can give right now. What is percent when doing arithmetic in Python mean? Anyone know? Yeah, so that's remainder. It's called modulus. So let's say you say 5% 2. This is the remainder of 5 divided by 2, which is obviously 1. And anytime you have a question about this stuff, well, in this case, it'd be kind of hard to test it if you don't know what's going on. But you can always test it out in Python afterward by just saying something like 5% 2, and it is 1. So like, what's the remainder of 100 divided by 40? It's 20. So you can try that out. This is typically in most modern languages, this modulus operator. Old Magic says, do you have any suggestions on how to keep a variable value in cluster workers? As I have it now, it just keeps resetting in new entry. So keeping a variable the same across all cluster workers, because in that case, I would just pass it in its environment. But if you're suggesting that any of the workers can update the value and then all of the workers need the change, then you need to send it back to the cluster master, and then the master would need to propagate it to everything else. But maybe I'm not understanding you correctly, Old Magic. And hey, Luculus. All right, we're chugging right along here. So let's continue this. And I think I'll just write, this should be run every once, should I say this? this program will check all of my different repositories for uncommitted or unpushed changes, and it will check all of my node modules for unpublished changes. This should be run every once in a while. And yeah, Wowtier, when I'm finally done with all this, I want to make another video about what all the DevOps stuff was for. And good old Magic, okay. Do you have an auto bug reporter? No. The closest I have to bug reports are here. And hey, Pure Photon. You can report bugs through here if you want. I don't suggest doing this right now because chances are I know about all the bugs you find in the game because they're like the code is 3 or 4 months old. Once I'm back up and running, then yeah, I will do that. And then I keep track of bugs kind of myself too. Okay. So where did I leave off? Here. Yeah. So this should be run every once in a while so that you don't run into version mismatches or the potential to lose code, i.e. if it wasn't backed up. I mean, like, are you making one? I don't have any bugs. Oh, wait. I think I know what you mean. You mean, like, if someone's playing the game and they see an error message, will it automatically send details to me about what they ran into? I'm not doing that yet. And Rickosaurus, thanks for following. I'm not doing that yet. I might do that. It's a lot of data to manage. It's also helpful data, but it's just another thing to do. In order for, yeah, when you eventually get back to reporting them, you should just report them in both places probably. Right? I don't know. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter. We'll find out. So this is good. What else did I want to write about this, though? There was something else. I don't remember. Okay. Well, now we need to make a repository out of this. Or do we? I kind of want to put this here. Because the way that this works is, where is this command? You just need to run this node main. It'll check everything. Oh, right. That's what I wanted to write. Is that to-do list. So I could make this run much faster by kicking off all asynchronous calls at once and waiting for them to complete. That would probably make this program run a lot better, but I don't think it's worth doing that for right now. But we can see everything's in a good state. Yeah, pick. So then the only question is, where do I check this in? Or do I check it in? I don't want to make another repository just for this. Do I? I don't know. I made one for the linter. I guess I might as well make one for this. Botland unpublished checker. Or maybe I make a Botland tools repo. Yeah, I'm going to make a Botland tools repo. I think that makes the most sense. Botland tools. Cool. And then, well, first let's clone this. I can't say and then if I haven't done anything in the first place. We'll clone that. We will call this just tools, I guess. Kind of weird that that would even exist. No, let's keep it to Botland tools. That's the one I think might make sense that way. Okay, and then we should check even this Botland tools. Okay, so we want to put this over there. Cool, and then let's modify package JSON. This is Botland tool. Wait, right? Yeah, Botland tools. I don't know. Let's call it that. So we don't need any gulp stuff, and we don't have it here somehow. I don't know how that happened. How does this not have it? Huh. Doesn't make sense how I ever installed that. And then I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, folder structure here. So this would probably just be this folder name. Unchanged, unpublished, uncommitted. Change, unpublished, uncommit. Yeah, let's do that. Then I need to install this. So we go to modules, botlan tools, unchanged, unpublished, uncommitted, npm install. And then as soon as we get node modules, we go and ignore this. Good, and now we can check it in. And if we ran this tool on itself, it should find a problem. Let's try it out. Checking in a tool that makes sure that I've committed, pushed, and published all of the different botlan module / repos. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well, whatever. It's already finished. Okay, that's it. So we're done with that, we're done with that, and we're done with that. So we can close out of all of those and save this. Make modules out of that. Whew. Whew, indeed. So where do we leave off? Oh, right. That entire thing, like the last day was all just me sidetracking myself because I couldn't write a single line of code without refactoring my entire code base. Isn't that wonderful? But now I think we're ready to write that code, which was testing the database wrapper. Oh boy. All right. Hey, Sunbeam. Does the game update as you change stuff on stream? No. I need to manually deploy a new version. And yeah, Swine, this is a weird story, and it's a weird story to share on stream especially, but at my last job, oh, this is probably too weird. I already said it was weird, so I should probably just tell you guys now. But all right, it's a weird story alert there. Now you know. Don't expect this to be good. At my last job, I had a stomach ache at one point, and I like hadn't thrown up in 15 years or something, so I didn't remember what it felt like. Actually, you know what? Let's just stop it there. That's good enough for a weird story. The end of it is I ended up puking for like an hour, and it was miserable. But yes, it sucks. I agree, Swine. So let's go into... I know, Horforia. Like, why do I even talk sometimes? Just don't ask. Let's move these things over here, and let's never open that again. A fly got in my beer, and I drank my last drink and chewed the fly. Okay, Swine, you win. No, actually, so the nice thing about that RS tutorial was that no one else was in this big room that I was in. It was essentially like a cafe, and just no one happened to be there. I was standing over a sink for like 30 minutes. Then I went back and asked everyone, hey, did anyone eat the same breakfast that I did? And they had, but they didn't have any stomach problems. So I guess it was just me. So if I go into modules, infra test, npm test, this is all the code that I'd had already for the REST APIs, I believe. So I'm going to need to write them for the database wrapper, and that's what we're going to do as soon as I close all this stuff. There we go. Yeah. And it's saying event emitter is deprecated. That means that there's something I need to update here, but I bet just doing an update won't find it. Zogo says, what game are you developing? I am making Botlan. Whoops, I accidentally put another O at the end of your name. Yeah, I'm making Botland. It's an online strategy game. And we're like a week or two away from this stream becoming interesting again. Right now it's all infrastructure code and tests, and I think a lot of people find that relatively boring. So this stuff got updated. So wait, when I run this, does this... Aha! No, it didn't fix it. Okay, so how do I fix this? I've got to go into rest server. So let's open this up. Node modules. Botland rest server. We'll just delete that, and then we'll update this. It's in Node.js. Well, it's JavaScript, but it's a combination of like ES5 and ES6. This didn't work. That's bad. Let's just reinstall the whole thing. Oh, there goes 6,000 items. It's a game where I kick the butts. Yeah, Horforia is pretty good at it. Alright, now we're in good shape. So we have the up-to-date code. We don't have a deprecation warning anymore. So construct connects this way in the mock overseer. Kudoka says, infrastructure is really cool to see in the building process in the app I'm developing. I love working on back-end code. I don't mind it for a short amount of time, or if this was the entire project and I knew that this is what I'm working on, but I feel like there are just so many, every line of code I add is another line of code that I feel is just going to break on me later, but in catastrophic ways. Whereas if game code breaks, I feel like, oh, testing that's easier and it's not such a bad thing. I don't know, infrastructure just seems more daunting to me. So we got to construct this way. Okay, so that's done. And then remove this database wrapper connect if it isn't needed for SQLite. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. So we can really just do return promise.resolve dot then. We need this though. So we get rid of that. Okay, so now we're constructing this totally differently, but I need connects migration set up too. So this is done. I ran out of water. Okay, hang on one sec. I'll be back in like 13 seconds. All right. Somebody, oh, I think your joke is funny. I'm using the same 32 lines of code for a couple months now with no changes. Yeah, but that's cool, Horforia. I like that. Eventually, yeah, hopefully you have a reason to switch it around. Okay, so set up connects migrations. I did this somewhere. I don't remember where. Well, maybe we can find it. I mean, it's probably in here. What is it called? SQLite and connects. Find stir migrat. Aha. Okay, I think it's this. So we specify a migrations directory when we go to connect. What is this? So when we make the database wrapper, we specify this, migrations. I tab that in too many times. All right, so then this directory is probably totally wrong. So let's take a look. So it's up 1, up 2, then, oh darn it, it's not there. I wrote this down too. The problem with this is that I have the migration file in a completely different repository, which is not co-located with a caller. Oh, wait, so Pix, what Horforia is talking about is the actual Botland code that you write in the game. So when you connect and you hit join game here and whatever, So this code, for example, like if melee will hit, so there's no way to make this code look better in Blockly because it's, I mean, you don't get to break these blocks apart. You only get to break the, um, let me just say this. There are indivisible pieces here. And so he's saying the strategy that he has set up is good enough where he hasn't had to change it. Okay. Or for it. Oh man. Alright, so set up connects migrations. The only way for this to work is if I move this. I have not wanted to move this for a long time, but I think that time has come. So I move all of this over to here. This is gonna break everything. Okay, well, let's try it out. So let's take Botland from here and put it over here. Now let's close out of this. Oh god, it's copying like 91,000 items. This is a terrible mistake. Well, welcome to SSD Destruction Simulator. Yeah, this is a bad idea. Let's just get rid of this. So I wrote a tool that'll back up files without node modules and should copy everything else. If I can just use that tool, then we should be good. Oh, we need the Git repo too. You know what? I should just check out. Yeah. What am I thinking? This is as easy as just checking stuff out. So let's. Oh boy, I broke everything. All right, let's just do a git pull here. Oh yeah, that sucks. Okay. Yep. Is that gonna work? Oh, actually, maybe. Yeah, let's do a git pull now. Or git revert. Ooh-wee. So yes, let's select all of these and just hit OK. All right, looks good. Smart. That is not actually a word I would use to describe what I just did. And yeah, Kudoku, I like that feeling when I work on almost any code, infrastructure aside, it doesn't matter. I like fixing that stuff up, but I don't like being in that storm and having to fix everything. I like it after it's done. Okay, so now that we have, all right, this should be good actually. Git revert, you sure about that? Yeah, I am. Because it's been done. All right, so now let's go into Botland. So I want to go into, first of all, we need to get this directory, and we need to open up bl.cmd, which, what? Yeah, there we go. So this is going to change to this. So now we go into the account server, do an npm install, go into the game server, npm install, go to the client, npm install, and there are probably other directories. This is going to create like millions of files. And it's going to take a long time. And then we need to rerun the test tools. So much to do. So move Botland repo so that it's in the modules directory. Would you like to work in dev team later on with Botland? That's a good question. I think the answer is yes. Yeah, I think the answer is yes. There are so many different parts to running a business, and I think when you have a small team, you have to do a lot of them, whether you like it or not. But then if it's successful, you can kind of pick, do I want to be more the CEO role? Do I want to be a developer? Do I want to lead other people? And while I'd like to work on the code, I think that orchestrating everything is probably more important. And this is the concept in other companies of being a dev lead versus being a dev. So I think if I wanted to be something like that, I'd have to change my role more to like CTO, who sometimes touches code. I don't have to worry about any of that yet, but. Oh wait, maybe I misinterpreted your question. Wait, yeah. I don't actually know how to interpret your question. I think you're either saying, do I want to work for a company you're working for, or do you want to work for Botland? Okay, wait, you said I'll be for free, so maybe you're saying the second one. Do you want to? Okay, never mind. Then I misinterpreted it. Does that really want to work with that? And then change watch all to point at the correct directories. Run tests. All right, installed. Do we have anything else to install here? 1, 2, 3. I think shared code as well. I don't know where this comes from. No, we don't. So there's just the test. And potentially the tools as well. Well, let's try the... No, what do I do actually? ls watch all. This might work. So this is going to tank my CPU for a second. No, it's not, because I broke it. Oh no. Alright, yeah, this is what was missing. Okay. Well, let's run a couple giveaways while you guys wait. Redo and Exo Gaming. Hey, Exo Gaming usually says hi when he comes into the stream. I am disappointed. All right. Once this is done installing the however many hundreds of megabytes of code. Oh my goodness. Well, we can queue up this command at least. And also hey hoppin'. Then eventually what I want to do is be able to run this one as well. All these tools are going to fail. I do think structuring this sort of the correct way the first time would have taken me more time than it would be worth. So fixing it now, I can use everything I've learned from what I've been doing. This should now work. Cannot find Gulp Istanbul. These things look like they're working fine though. It was just the test code that didn't work. Oh, and that makes sense because I never installed the test stuff. Okay. So let's try running the game. Oh, no. What's going on here? Oh, man. Cannot resolve module redux. Did I not say that this was a requirement? What? Really? I didn't list Redux? What's the matter with me? Wow. It's really not there. npm list Redux. It might exist as a... Wow. Nope, doesn't. Okay. Unmet peer dependency. React Redux. Yep, I just never installed Redux. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, hopefully we still have this here. npm list Redux. Yeah, there's something with Redux. It's just not Redux itself. So it's not there. It must be in here. We just need to figure out what version it is. Then we should be fine. 2.0.0 and it's extraneous. Why though? How does it even determine whether something's extraneous? Oh man. Okay, let's install it here. Save Redux. This might work. But I got 3.5.2. This might be a high enough version where just everything's different. How do I go back down to, yeah, there we go. All right, well, here goes nothing. Oh, man. This is gonna point at the wrong code. Oh, everything's broken. Update the Sublime project to point at the right code. Oh man. Alright, well, we gotta close that then. Then here's what we need to do. We need to go into main public JavaScript main. Yeah, here. And then this code that had failed, we need to save something here. That'll kick off a new build. Oh, it worked. Whoa. I never expect things to work. Okay, well then now we can try out running everything. So BL run all. That's the overseer, the account server, it's all failing. Cannot find module database constants. Why not? Database constants, it's right there, right? Did something go wrong here? Oh, something, okay. I vaguely know why this is happening. There needs to be a pre-deploy that works from here. Called pre-deploy. And that's what's in charge of putting that folder there? It's just a bad idea. Such a bad idea. I don't even think that worked. Oh, there it is, database. Okay, so now maybe it can run. Let's try this. Okay, good. Good. I haven't totally forgotten everything. And then in here, we somehow can't find package.json. It's coming from this. So it used to be here, up one. Maybe we need a pre-deploy there too. Frag says, can you explain how you control the bots using the code? Yeah, sure. Are you in the game now and you want to know? Or you just mean in general? Because in general, it's pretty easy. Well, okay, so specifically you press B to open up this menu. Then you'll have already configured some bots entering this. Eventually, and hey, Oxo Gaming, eventually you'll be able to change these on the fly, which is actually how the very first few versions of Botland worked. So let's say I pick this one, artillery missiles regen. The way that I could write their AI is either by using Blockly, which is this visual code language you see over here. So I could pick something like, all right, I want to fire missiles first. And this is essentially a priority list. So it's really easy to understand what this is doing. If missiles will hit any valid target, then fire the missiles at that target. Great. Anything that's in red will end your turn. So by firing a missile, you've changed the state of the game. You shot someone with a missile, so that's the end of your turn. But that'll only be done if you actually can hit something. So then after that, maybe I want to try firing my long-range weaponry. So I prioritize missiles because I think, okay, something might be next to me. I want to kill that as opposed to something that's like 5 tiles away from me. And then maybe you want to pursue enemies or pursue resources. You can just kind of keep combining these blocks in such a way that it's these easy to understand bits of code, and that's it. And if you wanted to write it as JavaScript, you could. It's also really easy to understand for people who know JavaScript. And if you don't want to do any of that, you could use one of the pre-made scripts and eventually just sort of have things be figured out for you. So for example, here's an RD artillery bot. It's got kind of the same code you saw. The one big difference is that it has can activate sensors, and it also tries moving left and down. So let's deploy this bot and see what happens. So we can see the bot is here. And every once in a while, you should see it freeze for a turn. I Oh, there we go. So it just froze there for a second. What it was doing is it was activating its sensors. That's what increases its sight range from 5 tiles away to 7 tiles away. And that's really helpful for artillery because artillery can hit 7 tiles away. And then it's moving all the way left and down, and then it just stops. So it's waiting here now for any enemy bots, anywhere within pretty much this range, to either fire missiles at it or shoot artillery at it. So if I had another account, I could log in and show you, but I'll do that in a second once I fixed my code on my own machine. But yeah, one of the big goals of Botland was not require any coding knowledge to play it, which is difficult to do for an automation game. But there are a lot of issues with if you required coding knowledge. One, first of all, right off the bat, you cut down the player base of the game to like 10% of what it would have been. But two, copy pasting becomes way more prevalent. Whereas when I think the game is pretty approachable right now, without knowing anything about coding, you can figure out these blocks pretty easily and come up with different strategies that are cool and unique. And it's not that difficult to do them. Hey, Asku. How you doing? This dot database wrapper. So what did I change here? None of this apparently. This might not even exist anymore. I don't know why this tab is orange, which means I changed something. I just don't know what. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll revert this file and then we'll diff it with the one that I just copy pasted. Oh, migrations. Oh yeah, that's pretty important. But I didn't actually figure out the migration part yet. All right. So this, what is in charge of putting this here? /package JSON. It's pre-deploy. Does that exist? Apparently it does exist. And thanks, Sunbeam. Yeah, you were right. And thanks, Frag Zero. Yeah, I hope it'll be successful. I think I'm coming down with the flu. Oh no. Well, maybe you'll be on Twitch with me more than normal. Okay, so let's try running the game server again. Maybe it'll work now. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, so we're in decent shape. We have, I think, everything up and running. So all we have to do is cross our fingers and hope that this works. And then I can show you guys, I'll go into the gameplay just a little bit more if this works. If it doesn't work, I can't show you anything. So let's go with, let's purchase a bot bay here and a bunch of salvage. There, okay. So we're going to make an artillery bot. Let's put artillery 2. What else do I want here? Shield 3 and regen 2. So let's do that. We'll join a game. And join game only puts me into the matchmaking queue. So I won't actually join a game until something's free. Then over here we'll put landmines. Let's do this. Purchase a bunch of salvage. This will hopefully give me some landmines. It gave me 1. Fine, I'll just buy more. Okay, so we'll go with landmines 3. Actually, that's a bad idea. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. EMP 3. And missiles. Lasers. Lasers 1. No, you know what? I'm going to change this again. Let's just go with this. There. Okay, so I hit join game. I can get you partnered with web host reseller if you want. I don't think I'll need that, but thank you, Pix. Okay, so I created my bot. Like I said, before the game, you have to create them. In the future, it'll be during the game. You can always change these around. But for right now, it was before the game. So I've got EMP, lasers, and cloaking. And so just like before, I'm going to make these bots as though I'm just a regular player of the game. So I don't know JavaScript. I only see this stuff over here. I could build up if statements myself by dragging something like if, and then maybe if will lasers hit, then go into terminators and choose fire lasers. But that's tedious. So let's get rid of that stuff, and let's pretty much just look at snippets. So we're going to build up a fire lasers bit right here. We are going to use EMP. Now in this case, I happen to know that the enemy bots that I'm going to be deploying have artillery. So I'm actually going to cut out their artillery if I can. But I only want to do that if they're in range of me. So let's go with pursue enemy. And if an enemy exists, before we try moving closer to them, let us first use EMP. And let's actually do this. Let's actually do this before we even try firing lasers. Which means I gotta get rid of this. So, all right. So now we can put this here. Okay, cool. And then the other thing we want to do is cloak. And let's cloak before we try moving to them. Perfect. Okay, so here's the script that I have. We're going to use lasers, we're going to use EMP, and I'm going to deploy this bot. Cool. So now I've got a bunch of those bots. Now let's go over here onto the red team, and let's go with this one. All right, now this one has artillery, shield, and regen. So let's use artillery first, if we can use that. Then if we can't use that, let's shield ourselves. And I apparently don't have something for increasing sensor range unless I pull it out of here. So let's do that too. And that's it. And then we're very rarely going to move. So let's say that there's a 30% chance that we move. And that's it. Cool. So let's deploy this. And actually, let's speed this up a little bit. Let's say we'll only move left, because that'll put us closer to the enemy. All right, so here are these bots. So on the left side, the blue team is using lasers and EMP. And on the right side, we have... Wait, what happened there? Oh, I chose up accidentally. Whoops. Let's change that to left. Okay. And on the right side, we have bots that have artillery and shields. So you will see this work. So artillery is shot at this, and then EMP disabled artillery. And yeah, they'll kind of just go back and forth here. I'd expect the blue team to win, but it all depends on how shields work. That didn't work. PogChamp. So now, if this were a totally real game and we were actually watching two different players play against this, what you'd do now is you'd see, okay, what strategy is the other team using, and you try countering it. It's just like any other strategy game, right? And how you do that at that point would be like, go and reconfigure these. Try to find good counter hardware to this stuff. But yeah. So that's that. That's working. Now we need to change this directory. So I have infra test source. So we're going to go up 1, 2, then go into bot land account server database migrations. This should be fine. Let's try this out. I guess I need to close all these things again too. All right, so modules, infra test, npm test. Does it work? No, unfortunately. Are there resources to create the bots? So I think you're talking about in-game resources. If you're talking about things like, is there documentation? Yeah, there eventually will be. But if you're talking about, do you need something in order to make a bot? No. You can have at most 3 out at any given time, and there's no real reason to not have 3. These things that you find in the arena, these are like scrap metal, and you could reclaim these to get life back or more damage or something like that. Is there going to be other team colors than just red and blue? I don't know. One of the things that we're thinking about doing is setting your primary color to your team color, and that way whatever your secondary color is, you'll still be able to see that. So teams will still have some distinctions there. So like you might have a purple bot there and a yellow bot on your team, but they'll all still have the same primary color on them. So that way whatever you look like, you've got your team still looks kind of like a team. And the blue team would look like this. You have a bunch of different kinds of bots from there too. But I'm not totally sure about that yet. Do you want me to help write docs for the bots? Not yet. A lot of the game is still in flux. And I don't want to write documentation on something that's going to end up changing. So the goal of the game is to destroy the most bots in the time frame set. Yes. So this is the team deathmatch game mode. And eventually there will probably be different game modes, but that's all dependent on people at least liking this mode. Hey again, Davey. Yeah, I was actually... Weird. I was thinking about Capillara and about you today, and how I haven't seen you guys in a little while. Although Davey, it's been longer. But yeah, super busy. And same thing with Void Dreamer too. He said his team has what, like 5 people, and he's doing 80% of the work. That sounds really rough. Okay, so this I think is working. We're just not running the migration. Actually, I think that's the only problem here. We just need to do this, and then we should be good. So we can do this in start all. Instead of database wrapper, we can say return connects.migrate.latest, but we can't do it that way. We got to do this database wrapper.connects.migrate.latest. Let's try that. Cannot read property migrate of undefined. That's not good. Oh. Right. Connects won't even exist, will it? Oh no. Everything goes through the database wrapper, but it's a new connects object. I don't know how this is gonna work. Are you the only person working on Botland? No, I'm the only person coding. But I co-founded this company with one other person, and then we have some artists and a contractor for just UI in general. So you never rely on me to do art for anything. That's why we have this emoticon, which for those of you who can't see is terrible. And UI, I think I could get something kind of like decent, but I don't think I could make it good. I'm the only guy on my team in this company. I'm a DevOps in training, but they're selling me with every new contract as a full-fledged DevOps that will oversee and maintain everything. Oh man, it sounds rough. Alright, so problem connects doesn't exist unless we try connecting. Which, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Let's go to the DB wrapper and find out. When we do connect, we say this dot connects equals connects. Wait, but we do that here. Yeah. This might work. This might work. So we got to do this. And then let me think about this. Let's try that out. No. SQLite does not support inserting default values. Pool was destroyed. I wonder why. And no, Pix, yeah, I saw that. And like I said, I appreciate it. I still don't want people like wasting their time. So here's the thing. Here's a good example of this. There's currently an API in the game called Reveal Minds. And this says how it works, and this says how it'll change. Let's say you wrote documentation based on how it works right now. Like, I already know it's going to be different in the future. So it would just be a waste of time. Like, no one's really going to be using it right now. No one's going to read it. When things are done, I'll write your name down. So add Pix134 to the list of people who have offered to help with documentation. Yeah. Because eventually, at some point in the future, we'll finalize on a lot of these things. And then, yeah, the documentation would be pretty helpful. But yeah, for right now, it's not needed that much. So why is this happening? Pool was destroyed. Argument 0 must be a string. How did I do this here? Client, connection, migration. What do I have here? Client, SQLite, yeah. Connection, memory, migrations. So that's fine. These are going to be passed into what's required from here. By here I mean this. Right? Connects. We pass that in, and we do this.connects.raw. I don't know what's happening. We gotta get rid of this. Maybe this will give me some insight into what's going on. creating a Connects client for undefined. That's actually fine. There's no host. There doesn't need to be a host of SQLite databases. Argument 0 must be a string. I don't know where that's coming from though. Maybe we can't just get rid of this. Maybe we, no. How do I do this? So it makes connects here. .migrate .latest. Okay, what if we didn't have this? No, that's not. I don't think I can do this. Unless, oh, actually, here's a way. I could go into node modules and modify the database wrapper directly. I didn't think about doing that. Okay, not bad. We can try this then. So let's say making a new connects, and then after, say made a new connects. Let's see if that works. Made a new connects. Okay, so that does work, but then I'm guessing this fails. Otherwise, we'd see successfully connected. Yeah, pool was destroyed is what we immediately see. What if we just got rid of this? What if instead we said return promise.resolve? Does that work? One. It's the. I don't know. Next.migrate.latest. That's the same thing that I had there. And okay, what if we did this? So we'll try doing this. Yeah, let's just do that. Use MySQL and SQLite 3 to save what kind of data? So I have a whole bunch of different stuff in here. Use botland. So there is a users table which contains all of this stuff. You know, your ID, your name, your email address. There are certain codes you can get, your hashed password, and then some other data like your inventory. I also have for now any bots that you've configured, and then other things that the infrastructure needs, like which game servers have been configured, and if there are any. Yeah, anyway, the infrastructure stuff. That's it. This should work. Answer. I'm just testing right now if that raw, yeah, it does work. All right, fine. It's not a problem then. Also, we get this warning every time we try doing this, huh? Interesting. Select star failed termination notices. I'm beginning to think that these migrations don't work. ... Oh, right, this directory is wrong, and it has to be a relative directory, so it's got to be to this thing. Okay, let's just take all of this stuff. Let's put it over here. Database. That failed. Cannot, wait, what? ./database/migrations. How's that wrong? Database migrations, huh? Adam Strauss says, what are you coding? I am coding botland. Huh. I wonder why this is failing. Especially because this is now a new failure, and it says migrations fail. Oh, right. Yeah. All right, never mind. I know why that's happening. Okay, that doesn't matter. Good, Swine. I'm glad you're back on track. Alright, so this. Then we know for sure that this should be working. Made a new connects. It should be able to return this thing too. But it can't. I don't know why. Set connects.raw. Why would this fail? I'm literally doing 1 + 1. Database should be able to handle this. Let's just put some more logging here. Actually, I could just debug this. Yeah. Let's try that out. Adam, thanks for following. Glad you're glad that I'm glad. We'll put this over here, and we'll try node inspector web port equals 7895. Okay, so that is up and running now. And then here we need to change this so that we're running with the debug flag. How do we do that? It's Mocha that runs. I don't know how to do that. Huh. Mocha.js run with debug. Mocha -- debug. Oh, debug break. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's pretty easy. So just Mocha -- debug break -r spec test cases. Aha. Okay, so it should be broken in over here. We might need to refresh this page. People getting in accidents outside. What language has the least amount of testing involved? I don't know. I mean, you're going to want to make sure that your code works in almost any language. So you're going to want to write tests for it. I guess it all depends on what you need to test. This is running through compile. Do we have my code? Mock overseer? We do. So let's put a breakpoint there. That should get hit. Right? Hello? Yeah, I got hit. Okay, good. So we make a database wrapper. We want a breakpoint there, and we want a breakpoint here. So hit the play button. Step into this. Calls it a super. This saves off the information that we have there. All right, so we're good. So just connect is doing something super weird here, and I don't know what. In fact, that just broke everything. Why? Hey, Deadbringer. If you don't mind me asking, what did you do previously before working on Botland? I had a few different jobs. The only one I've really shared is I used to work at Microsoft at one point, but that was a decent amount of time ago now. I don't understand why this just crashed out of everything. Let's try running this one more time. I have a feeling it's just going to crash this time too. Although, see, I actually don't care about this breakpoint. And I don't really care about this breakpoint either. It's this one. Oh, wait a second. I probably screwed up source maps when I added in these console.logs. No, wait, maybe. I don't know. Let's just delete these. It's probably going into connects at this point. Console, I don't care about this. Wrap function. Console agent. Yeah, and then it just fails. Oh, it's a caught exception. That's why it fails. Oh, okay. Wait, then we can fix this. We have the technology. Deadbringer, man, you're savage today. Savage. Let's get rid of this thing too. And then we're down to just this breakpoint, which should get hit right now. Perfect. We'll just take pot on cause exceptions. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Let me try stepping into this. And something here fails. And I don't know what it is. Cannot read property 0 of undefined. What code is that coming from, though? It's somewhere in here. I guess I put a breakpoint there. It keeps crashing everything, though. Alright, see, it's fine. So something in this is causing this to fail. Dialect, make client. What's in our config here? SQLite 3, connection is memory, migrations has a path. Alright, all that stuff sounds like it's fine. Make client, require /dialect aliases. Are there any aliases? It's an object, yeah. Does it have one for what, memory or something? Oh. So SQLite 3 is an alias for SQLite. Okay. So it's going to go into make client for required dialect /SQLite. And then that fails. Require try self.require. And it's trying to load. It's trying to load that. Yeah, that should work. Then that fails. So to me, what this means is it can't load a node module that should exist. Where should this exist, I guess? DB wrapper connects? No, it installs it at the flat. Yeah, here. So we should have dialects SQLite index. Like this is getting hit, but not really. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I typed something wrong? No, this is SQLite 3. Oh, I'm so confused. I keep getting to that same point in the code, which is now gone. Let's just try this one more time. Just want to make sure that that's the right argument. Is this going to break in? Yeah, there we go. So it's there, make client, and that's what's failing. So let's try this out. Config.client. So client name equals SQLite 3. Then let's run this. What happens? It should return a dialect, but it doesn't, and I don't know why. That's undefined. Because I already have SQLite 3. Client name is not SQLite 3 anymore. Something is wrong. Do you prefer working at home on your own terms? I think thanks to the stream, yes, but otherwise it's very, very tough to do. You need a certain kind of personality, and I don't even know if I have that personality. Well, it's really just dedication. It's easier to be dedicated to something when you've got an audience of people watching you. But it makes certain things harder, such as learning and failing. So, should be fine, but it's not. Config client. That's undefined, so it's going to go with client name instead. That makes sense. Is config.dialect defined? No. Index.js. I don't know. Let's go into SQLite in the dialects folder. Where is it? Wait a second. This. It's one of these. It's probably this. Right here. and yet I doubt this is ever getting hit. It is getting hit. Wait, that means this isn't the problem, or the problem's coming from here. Whoa, 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 whoa! It just broke out after like 3 lines of code. What? That means it's one of these things. That was weird. That was really weird. Hey, Ola. Man, Deadbringer, not letting up, huh? I think Deadbringer must be going through a rough time in his life right now. He's just trying to bring down poor old Adam 13531. Okay, so here's what we learned. We learned that this works just fine. Promise breaks it. Okay, great. Well, now we know. So it can't, for some reason, require this. So let's open this folder. We go up 1, up 2, and we should have promise.js. There's promise.js. It does exist. And this is trying to require Bluebird, which I also have. It's just... God, this is failing with some super weird error. Cannot read property name file undefined. Where'd that come from? Cannot send response. There's no front-end connection. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to restart the node inspector. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. It's gonna be a stupid reason. I can almost guarantee it. But I don't know what it is right now. The only thing I can think of is that there's a requirement that isn't being installed somewhere. I don't know exactly. So pause on code exceptions. We care about this line right here. So require promise. The path is ... promise. And we should have that too. So I go to connects promise.js. There it is in lib. Something in here should be getting called. It's fine. Didn't you say you're muting me? Huh. No, yeah, no one's... No, it doesn't matter. Huh. So, problem. Let's get the stack trace of this at least. Man. It's just such a weird thing that's happening right now. Alright, whatever. All we need are the breakpoints here. So in what's this file called? Yeah, this requires promise, and then that just fails. That fails for some reason. The path exists. So let's try reinstalling this. Perhaps you mocked something important to connects in your test? I don't think so. I mocked, I think, one library. What is it? Yeah, Botland AWS. This is totally fine to mock. It is a good suggestion though, but strange. What I could do is I could mock this call to try to, okay, so potential solutions, or at least some way that I could find out more information about this is try mocking promise. The error messages cannot read property 0 of undefined. I mean, that's one of them. Let's run this the normal way, npm test. So yeah, type error. Argument 0 must be a string. But I don't know where this is coming from. And I can't... let's just search their code, I guess. Connects. GitHub connects. JS. This could be coming from any library. Argument, say must be a string. How did I do that? Oh, that explains it. When you hit backspace here, it deletes the this repository part. See that? I always wondered how I ended up searching all of GitHub. Okay, so let's just search for must be a string. And let's see if we have anything useful here. Nope. Nah, it's coming from somewhere else. And you'd think debugging would help me find this, but the debugger's bailing out. So what do I do at this point? So try mocking the promise. I wanted to... Oh yeah. So this is one thing. Try debugging. And the other thing is try reinstalling all dependencies. Hey JWL, how you doing? So let's try the nuclear option of reinstalling everything. Let's cut down the everything scope to just connects for right now. I don't know how this could have gotten screwed up. It's worth trying at least. But there, that reinstalled everything that I needed. Now let's try running this again. Yeah, so it's not a problem with that dependency. Hey Proxy. What's on the to-do list for today? So it was test coverage, and I'm like so close to being able to do this, but there's an error somewhere, and I don't know how. The other thing, actually, that doesn't make any sense. Oops, I'm typing in the wrong window. npm ls connects. I have this working in a different code base entirely. Let's close out of all these things. Okay, so in my other code base, desktop del SQLite right here, if I run node main, this works. It can't finish the migration part, but that's fine. So what do I have here? Time to prepare for the evenings, deploy to testing QA. Huh. And Dark Silver Nino says, how return array from function, language C. Help, please. You should look it up online, Dark Silver Nino. These are the kinds of things that are very, very easily Googleable. Return array from C function. And they give you an example right here. So yeah, just those are the kinds of issues I would definitely suggest just doing an internet search first. And then if you still have trouble afterward, you can always ask people. So all dependencies, I tried just connects for now. And that didn't fix it. Try mocking the promise. I might as well do this. Because what else am I doing right now? So mock requires. So we need to do this. Mock require. Let's do ... promise. I don't know if this is going to work the way I want it to. But we want it to return Bluebird. Let's try that out. No. It was worth a shot. Alright, let's get back to debugging this, since I've got no clue. I want to find out where exactly in this thing it's failed. What is this? How did we get into here? This was broken before. Yeah, it's still broken. That's weird. Fig. So something in this code path is failing. Self.require path, and the path here is ... promise. So there's an assertion we don't care about, there's another assertion, and there's module.load. And the final path is still set. Great. Intercept.hasOwn prop. That's what failed. Right there. What was that? What was the line of code? I didn't even read it because oh my god. Can I show my SQLite connection configuration option? Yeah, sure. It is this, which I'll show you is largely the same at, that's not working. Oh, that's why. Which is largely the same as this one. So you can see this code was working. SQLite 3 connect. Oh. Okay, there's the problem. Oh my god. I have connection written twice. But then why isn't okay, hang on. I'm probably gonna fix that, sure, but let's take a look before I get to that point. Alright, and then we're giving points to Sunbeam. Hang on a sec. So here's what I want to figure out. Would I have eventually come to that same conclusion by debugging this? Because I got to the point where I was here, I went into this, and somehow this was about to get full path. It was this stuff here, request and then parent file name. This actually is apparently totally fine. Oh, you know what it is? Maybe it's an asynchronous function that just happens to be cutting off sometime in here. But then, what does async do? What does this checkbox do? Actually, I only just noticed this. And yeah, I think that's the cause too. I still want to figure out why I couldn't debug this to figure it out. Like I said, no wait, it can't be an async thing. It can't interrupt what I'm doing right here. Resolved path. Let's see, let's go into this. This stuff should all be pretty much the same as what we had here. Non-internal exists. I'm not going to skip over any lines of code here. But we are eventually going to find the place where it definitely fails. So now we're in a for loop. Oh god. ID. So resolved module. We got it, I guess. Node modules / promise. Does that exist? It doesn't. So okay, that's causing one of the errors here. How did that happen? Razove, thanks for following. Yeah, look at this. Resolve module has a path of something that doesn't exist on my hard drive. And Sunbeam, I thought you were already following me, huh? Paths equals resolved module. Mock require. Oh, it's gonna go through there. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what all this is doing. And not file name, cannot find module. So it makes a new error, and the request is promise. Yeah, I might have broken that. All right, so let's do this. Let's change it to the code that I think will fix it. That way we can kind of work in a different direction at least. So I change this to memory, and I put a comma there. Let's try running that. So that still fails. But this is on migrations not existing. Account server database migrations. I think I went up too many folders. Wow. What a weird thing to do. And I still want to figure out why that's happening, but let's start with this for a second. So mock overseer, I guess we go up one from where we are, maybe? Let's just delete this. Oh, wow, look at that. Everything works now. Okay, so let's give another point to Sunbeam. And then let's figure out what's going wrong. So when I had this specified, I don't know. That's super weird. Hey, Pro Sam. Point overflow. So strange though, because this should have been connects code that was erroring, not like require code. Critical error. Oh, well, these are tests. So it was testing to make sure that this critical error occurred. I mean, look, the test case is called critical error. But yeah, in case anyone was wondering why there's a giant error and I said everything works. I still want to see. Okay, I'm going to debug this one more time. Or maybe 5 more times. I'm not going to limit myself. We're going to see What happened here? Where's this code? We want to go one above this. So there's DB wrapper index. And it's this. It was not connects messing up, but pool 2. That's definitely possible, but I guess what I'm wondering is still, how did I not come to that conclusion from this? So I call into connect. This does something in connects here. Yeah, so here I am in this. And then we go into make client. And then that's it. That's the extent of the information I could figure out. We go into make client, require, skip those things, module.load. And then as soon as I hit this step over next function call, it would just, that's it. It'd be over. It'd break. I don't understand why. Oh wait, that's not true. It got to this and then it breaks. Because it can't require this. Oh, it does require that though. What? What's going on? Yeah, that's where it breaks every time. I can't even read the error that it prints out. And the whole point of a debugger is it shouldn't just like stop when it finds an error. I don't know. Also, Chrome Dev Tools Async. What does that thing do? Toggle a checkbox to turn async debugging on or off. Is that potentially what's causing this? Is that it's some other async code, but how would that even make sense though? I'm just gonna hit print screen as soon as this thing is. Oh, it was the same thing that it printed out to my console though. Yeah. Overseer before each hook, pool was destroyed. And well, we have these same things up here. Could not connect to Connect's database. Yeah. Huh. Alright, I don't know. Well, worth a shot. But this did fix everything. So, there we have it. Wow. I still don't have any explanation for why that took place. Let's go look through the connects code for a sec. So connects, source, I guess it was in here, dialect, SQLite, index. What is it, EJ? I want to put this code back to what it was. So this is one of the few cases where I think, so they say you haven't fixed a bug until you fully understand it. I know for sure that I'll have fixed the bug if I change the code to what I already have working, but I want to understand it. I'll spend a little bit more time on this, I think. And hey, Fuzimi, welcome back. Day number 2 for you too. Straight binary, not assembly. So if you add another instruction, you have to update all the memory addresses. You should, EJ, you should probably mention it to the teacher. Maybe when you're done with the class of like, hey, that assignment is not helpful. Because maybe what your instructor is trying to teach you is the actual like, hey, here's what assembly needs to do. And that would be fine, but then the assignment should be scaled down as a result. Because, yeah, there's no point to an assignment like that. The video on procrastination? The one that I linked? Because I watched a few procrastination videos. Hey again, Lulong. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, this is one of the finals. Oh, man. That sucks. Yeah, why does this cause a failure? Actually, you know what I should do? I should just search connects for this in the issues. Let's do that. Because I'm sure someone else ran into this, and it turns out that use names. SQLite has problems with the create table. Argument 0 must be a string. Yeah, this right here, though this issue has come up a few times, so I need to come up with some better error handling for this case. And then it was this problem. I don't get how this could happen. It's something in his library that does this, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't understand. The part that I don't understand is how does this not eventually turn into just a JavaScript exception that I can find the stack trace of? Like, is it the native bindings that are somehow throwing this? And then it's, I don't know. I wonder if I should try to use a different debugger. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point. I'll just move on. So let's write down what I just did. Where did I leave off on the to-do list? So this is done. This didn't need to be done. Oh, run the test. I never did that. Oh, darn it. npm install. And then update the Sublime project to point to the right code. I gotta do that too, huh? Alright, fine. Edit project. This is pointing here. It's going to have to point here. So what's the difference? This is D code botland. Whoops. I wasn't supposed to be using that. Code botland bot and there. So now I can get client main, for example. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that's done. Running the tests. In order for that to work, I need to reboot these things. What are these, though? Test watch and test data watch. Let's just run them again. So test watch is supposed to be this one. Test data watch is supposed to be this one. So we wait for this to finish, and then we run the test. Cool, we're done. So now let's try it. Run. Hey, it works. So we're in pretty good shape. So test database, set up connects migrations. So the big problem that I was running into was how I was specifying the connection options. And I should probably say what I had and what I needed to change it to. So I was accidentally doing this, and I just needed it to be that. So I was accidentally, I majored in computer science. Connection shouldn't exist. All right. Finally, we can write some tests. Not like I was, chomping at the bit to write them anyway, but now at least I can do them. Guess we'll go back to standing up. Goodbye. Goodbye, world. This is my last programming assignment. Superman, yeah, judging by the docs, you would think that, but it doesn't actually have to be. Because they have another place where they, oh. Yeah, you're right, actually. Interesting. But I guess that's not necessary. Anyway, let's try this out. So we go back to the mock overseer, and where we do this, what if we specify it as file name memory? Nope, wrong test. Wait a second. This got messed up. Yeah, I guess either one works, Spurman. Yeah. Alright, well, back to writing tests. So let's get the mock require back in here. Actually, no, we'll leave this out for now. And this thing can just be tabbed in. Alright, so let's go into the database wrapper. Save failed termination notice. Let's try that out. I'm just going to call this function. And we're eventually going to get, actually, you know what I should do? npm run cc. We'll get code coverage. So it should open up here. I guess we can close out of these things. Why is it not opening up? Oh, it's not even running. It's taking its sweet time. You can do it, test code. You can do it. Actually, this is taking a very long time. It's taking like all of my CPU as well. Wow, decent amount. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Okay, what happened here? Security context. JavaScript heap out of memory? Okay, we're going to just run that again. We're going to hope that it works. What would this be doing that would cause it to run out of memory? Because before it worked fine. I haven't really changed the code. Yeah, it's still doing this. It would have to be either the database thing or what? Yeah, all I really changed here was the database stuff. And then this, of course, which I guess I could just change back to normal, but I don't think that had anything to do with it. This is weird. So changing the database causes this to run out of memory. So this is fine. Migrate latest, return promise.resolve. We don't need that. Yeah, this is just going to keep crashing. Maybe exclude paths should be different now. Exclude paths. Did I even set those up? No, this is all... Wait. Oh yeah, it's inherent that there are exclude paths. And there are node modules and tests and something else. But I'm pretty sure this was working back when I had... Okay, let's try this out. I'm gonna duplicate this whole file and we're gonna revert it. So we have no changes basically. Good. And then we're gonna try running this again. And if it works all of a sudden, then we know it's database related. Well, it's not working, so it's not database related. Or root should be different. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. Oh, man. Superman to the rescue. Alright, I'm making a bunch of silly mistakes, which usually means I should just go eat lunch. Yeah, let's change root. That used to make sense there. Now that's a bad idea. I do need to change exclude paths. // is all your code ever. Yep, you're right. So what do I want it to be? Want to do is specify just include paths. Adam has an XQ. EJ has an advertising mode. All right, we got to find their documentation, figure out how to build these things up. They have include and exclude somewhere. Oh, they just don't report any of this though. Istanbul help cover. Okay, so include pattern. One or more file set patterns. So if we... It's star star by default. I think that was the problem. So we need to just specify this differently. So root dash include... I wrote... How was I supposed to do this? It's like dash I equals something. So let's try just including the overseer code or the matchmaker code or something like that. Let's try dot dot slash matchmaker slash star star slash star.js. Let's try that out. This should work. Oh, hey, it is working. Nice. I gotta get rid of that warning at some point. CD coverage, I'll cover report. What is this, not correct? CD coverage, it doesn't exist. No coverage information was collected, which means that I'm not specifying the include directory correctly. Infra test, go up one. It's from the package JSON, yeah. Go into matchmaker. Maybe it's relative to the root, so we just specify matchmaker. You could be a streamer, Spurtman. This is still not working. What am I supposed to be doing here? Maybe this is... Maybe I can do that. Hello Thumper says, 3 questions. What program are you using for your command line? Is it just Windows? It is called conemu. And what program is in your Explorer that has all the check marks and X's? That is Tortoise Git. Oh, I apparently don't have a command for that. Okay, chat spam time. Hang on a second. Do I have one for Git in there? Or Tortoise? I don't see it. Tortoise Git. Ah, I thought I added one for that. I apparently don't. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay. Alright, my bad. Well, anyway, Hello Thumper. It's called Tortoise Git. So, yeah. Did I get any results from this? What is this? Failed. That means I'm not specifying these correctly. Oh, boy. You're supposed to do dash I and then the include pattern. You can do that as many times as you want. But this is apparently not going to work. Put that in quotes. That won't work. I don't know how to specify this. Istanbul include. Let's try a Stack Overflow search. Istanbul include. I don't want to include all. I know that's an option. Required files are not in dash include. This is all anyone ever specifies to this. Seriously? I just want to figure out how you're supposed to pass just a certain directory. Okay. It's a big waste of time. Let's try the Let's try to just run this command on the command line. And let's get rid of all of the other test cases that I have. Why not use something a little bit more advanced? Text editor like Vim or Emacs. I've tried them both in the past, and I've found that either they're hard to configure, like Vim, in my opinion, has classically had an issue where VimRC is terrible, and plugins are kind of hit or miss. Emacs, I haven't extensively tried. Maybe I would give it another shot at some point, but I don't think I'm really like lacking in efficiency in Sublime. So if I use this, what we got to do is we got to go into where the test case is located. Here. So let's do this. Specify .only fake test function. Okay. So now if we run this, this should run very quickly. Cannot register that kind of file from file. Cannot find module Babel core. Do I need to run this from node modules? I think I do. Jokes on you, this is CS122. Okay, so there's a bin folder in here. No, there isn't. Oh god, none of this even exists. I don't know. Where am I running Babel Assemble from? If it's not in the package JSON... Oh, it is there. But would I also have this installed globally? I don't know. I could just install Babel core. npm-g list depth equals 0. Does it complain about Babel core? It does. Okay, let's install that then. Also, welcome back, C8. I know you didn't say hi, so I'm saying hi to you. Okay, here goes. Invalid command. Aha! So this was wrong. So how am I supposed to specify this? In quotes? No. Dash I equals? Yeah, that works. But then it says no coverage information. And this is the part I don't understand. How am I supposed to get this thing to work? Star, star. Oh, wait a second. Matchmaker star, 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 dash, yes. No, it should be in there. But we don't want node modules. I don't understand. I do not get why this isn't working. It could be that it's not even covering that code at this point. But that can't be correct because... Wait, no, maybe that could be correct. Oh, man. Mock overseer. Okay, let's try changing that. Maybe I was doing the wrong thing this whole time. A 9,000 level class scale? What are they, DBZ fans? Okay, so if... Oh, wait a second. Oh, I know why this is happening. Because it's not testing code in the previous directories. It's testing it. Okay, yeah, I know what's going on. Oh, it's going to be a lot harder to do then. Because I need to change how I set up the... This is the problem I ran into the first time. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this. But I do know what the problem is at least. So the problem is this. I used to be testing code by requiring it directly as a relative path. Now it's a node module. So all of this code that I'm testing here is running as a result of this, right? You don't have the matchmaker though. I guess that doesn't matter. Okay. Let's just manually include files. Hi, Louie. So here's how we have to do this. We just say no default excludes. Then we need to specify these ourselves. Oh man, I don't like this. I just don't like this. Let's do it anyway. Because there's no real choice. So we're gonna take that and we're gonna take this. And we're gonna form the perfect command. So we're gonna say no default excludes. And then we're going to only include */ node modules / at botland / overseer. Will that work? Botland overseer. No, then we need to specify that we want the source in there. Otherwise we'll get those. Oh my god. It's like practically impossible to set this up. There. So this command is going to work. It isn't doing anything. And Hello Thumper, thanks for following. See, it says, Adam, do you think that web developers are real programmers? I think it depends on sort of what they're developing exactly. Like, so first of all, I'm a believer that there's honor in every line of work. And when you say something like real programmers, it diminishes that honor. With that said, I think tweaking like HTML and CSS is not really programming, I'd say. I'd say programming is more along the lines of JavaScript at least, or PHP or something like that, which is all part of web development. Okay, so that actually worked. Now we can open code coverage and we'll see exactly what we have instrumented here. All right, well, that was super tedious, and it's going to be really tedious to add everything else in here. But at least I figured out what the right command is. Go me. Oops. I have a mouse button set to Control W, and I meant to hit Enter on my mouse, and I couldn't do that. So root, I think the only things to change here were these things. The matchmaker, cover, yeah. Okay, so let's put this into here. Get rid of that. And then these quotes need to change too, or do they? Do I need quotes or no? I don't know if they're necessary. Let's try this. They might be necessary. What if all they do is a program that creates, retrieves, updates, and deletes from a database? Are they programmers? Yeah, I'd say so. Like I said, I think changing CSS is not really programming because it's more along the lines of, like, you know, color red, and then you change it to blue. And I don't think that makes a person who uses that not a programmer. I just think that that in particular is not really programming. It's sort of like, anyway, I think the semantics hardly matter in the real world. Now, why is it that this takes so long? It's probably instrumenting all this code, which is fine, and I want it to do that. Maybe it's because I specified the root of that. Maybe I don't specify a root at all, or I specify it like this, and then everything goes fast. Please. Hey, kind of. Yeah, that works. Okay. So root dot slash. Can you put comments in package.json, or does that screw everything up? I'm just going to put comment here. Comment for CC. So the reason why I specify a root of dot slash, despite that I'm not really instrumenting code there, is because it makes the entire command run much faster, as the -i tags don't need to reject node modules for every file in Botland. Okay, so these quotes aren't needed, or I could just put slashes there, I guess. I don't think it matters which one I do here. What else did I miss? Can anyone suggest a decent IDE besides VS that would be good for OpenGL and DirectX style projects? I don't think I can. Okay, so this is working totally fine now. It's just going to be a big problem because I'm going to need to manually specify all of the folders that I want. If a web developer is given infinite time, will he be able to create something like a real-time OS? Wait, C8, like, if you use the word infinite time, then you should remind yourself of the infinite monkey typewriter theory. If I at least have a chance to press each letter on my keyboard, then I'll eventually code everything given enough time. So, like, unless a web developer is only using like the left half of their keyboard or something, then yes, they would eventually. But that's more theoretical than you're probably asking about. Have you not eaten lunch yet? Yeah, I'm gonna go eat pretty soon. I just want to make sure this is working, and I think it finally is. So then for me to test database stuff, I need to include that too. So let's try that out. So -I equals that, and then we also want DB wrapper there. No, wait, no we don't. What am I doing? No, we definitely don't. No, so this is pretty much done. Yeah, that whole if you judge a fish based on its ability to climb, it'll live its life feeling like a total moron who also doesn't know how to program. I think this stuff's done. Okay, so the next thing is just write the tests. Yeah. The only thing left to do at this point is write, I don't know how to type, write the tests. I already got code coverage working and SQLite completely set up. I'm going to paste this in for chat. There. There's the Adam Zen wisdom for today. All right. I think I'm going to do this then when I get back from lunch. So for those of you new to the stream, I will explain a couple of things. One, oh, well, I already probably said this like 4 times today. But one, this is the game that I'm developing. I just pasted in a YouTube video. It's called Botland. It's an online strategy game. 2, I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday for 8 hours a day. And today, well, you can always see what time it is. So today I have 4 hours left, but I'm going to go take lunch. So that means about 3 hours left. And that's it. That's all you need to know. But feel free to ask any questions if you have them. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching so far. I'm going to go get lunch, which means I need to type this special lunch command. There. So anyone who types in BRB lunch now will not be counted. Reesher, who needs lunch when you can climb a tree? Hey, Reesher. Okay. Well, take care. I'm going to go watch Twitch myself while I'm eating lunch. Gotta finish that ridiculous amount of sandwich stuff that I got yesterday. So I'll see you guys after, and then I'll finish some tests and maybe play Pokemon later. I'm not sure. We'll find out. I'm back. Alright, I apparently missed a bunch of chat. So I'm going to read through it on stream with you guys. Here we go. People are polluting my lunch screen. Actually, yeah, Sunbeam. I didn't understand it either. I don't know if anyone's even listening to me right now, but yeah, I didn't get it. Hey, Darkstorm. Technical, not technical. 5 to 10%. It's not bad. So it's limited max bet amount. Something low. Did Adam create the application currently showing BRB launch? Yeah, I did. And maybe I don't know if you're still here, so I'll type this in the chat, I guess. But maybe. Well, anyway, I'll still type this in. You say noticing us. Do you just mean like the bet exploiters? I don't really care how you... How to use not statements in Python. Is it illegal to use httrack to copy a normally paid website theme? It's questionable, so I would probably say not to do it, but I don't know the exact. Here's my problem. If A or B or C and not A and B and C. Use Boolean expressions as appropriate. Alright, let's see. Where's the code? Okay. Sorry, I'm almost down to the bottom of chat, so I'm still 13 minutes behind chat right now. So if anyone's typed anything, I still haven't seen it yet. I just like skimming through this afterward. Yep. Oh. EJ's just kidding. When I saw please don't show this on stream, I moved it over to the other monitor, EJ. What a jerk. Okay, so now I'm at the bottom of chat. Adam, I just threw down $1,100 for a road bike. What, seriously? Specialized. I don't know much about bikes, but it looks good. All right, cool. And EJ, by the way, I checked for whispers in the whole conversation before showing it on stream. So had you actually sent something real in a whisper, I wouldn't have shown it, and then I would have said like, "I'll read chat later, guys," or something, or resend a message if you need me to answer it. So, like I said, the last thing to do here was to just write the test code. So let's do that. So let's try this. Actually, let's look at the coverage report. We have database wrapper right here. Yeah. Okay. Let's put this over here. Close out of the rest of these. They're expensive and no one should have this addiction. They probably are really fun to ride though. I've only had a mountain bike. And I think the one I have now is like 14 years old or something. And it's in pieces scattered across the lawn of anyway. I don't have a good bike. That's the moral of the story. So save failed termination notice. I want to call this API and just make sure everything works here. Let's try this out. So specify dot only save failed termination notice. So we're going to say mock overseer dot db wrapper dot save failed termination notice 1234 port 8080. All right, then let's try running this. So we should have better code coverage now. Uh-oh. Babel, Istanbul. Cannot read property save of undefined. Ooh, it's called database wrapper, that's why. Alright, that was a minor mistake. Alright, there we go. So let's check coverage now. So when I refresh this page, we should see that this is no longer red. Perfect. Okay, but we're also not really verifying that the test worked as we expected it to. So let's make sure that we put a row into the database. So let's do this dot then, actually we can return the whole thing. Dot then mock overseer dot database wrapper dot connects. We should probably have a better way of getting that. Maybe I'll just write a get connects on here. Database wrapper dot connects. So once we have connects, we can do something like this. Failed termination notices dot select. So this is not the greatest way of doing things, but dbresp. So assert dot equal dbresp dot length 1. Yeah, so let's try that out. Check it out in Sublime. Scroll past end true. That's just what lets you scroll to the, like this, right? I like that. I mean, I could try it. I might already have it set to true, though. Yeah, it's already set to true. But hey, Dennis. Okay, so I think the real way to do this, like, this works. Well, assert is not defined. It almost worked. Let's just do that. There, now it'll work. But anyway, the real way to do this would probably be to have the mock overseer handle this for me. So something like ensure number of rows in a certain table. Yeah, this passes now. So let's say ensure rows in table. Table name num rows. So this isn't necessarily contents, but it at least checks to see if... I'll finish that sentence eventually, don't worry. It at least checks to see if we added or deleted something. as needed. So connects table name dot select dot then db resp. I guess we could use assert here instead of on the other. Beep beep beep. So ensure this can do the same thing that I had here. So assert dot equal db resp dot length num rows. Incorrect number of rows found in table name. There. So this is a promise though. Just took off my headset because I thought that truck was outside my house. Oh, swine. Yeah, actually I don't know if I said anything in particular. But did you figure out your Python problem that you were having? Okay, so the first thing we should do is this. Return mock overseer dot ensure rows in table failed termination notices. So let's say const table name equals failed termination notices. Cool. Let's use the table name here. And we're going to ensure that there's 0 rows in the table to begin with. And then we're going to do a dot then of pretty much the same thing. Save one to the database. Then we make sure there. And then we don't need assert either. Although we should eventually have it. Well, let's try that out. You did figure it out? Okay, good. And good job changing your name color. All right. So I don't know how real of a test this is. All we've done is we verified that 1, we can call this API with no errors, and that 2, it does indeed add to the right table. It's not a very high value test to do those things though. I just had another one and that's why you were muted and it took me a minute. Didn't ask anyone and figured it out as well. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. And hey, Kamaffle. Also, let's run another giveaway. Where is the giveaway command? There it is. There we go. Davey wins. You spent $1,100 on a bike and you got a free light control token. All right. So yeah, I think I should come up with some real test cases for this because this is not very helpful. Remove termination notice. I mean, I guess I could call into that too as long as I'm doing this. And get failed termination notices. Return mock overseer dot database wrapper dot get failed termination notices dot then. So what does this return? Just a dot select db resp assert dot equal. Why am I doing this? So make sure that we got the number that we expected. And then what else do we have here? We have remove termination notice. This takes in a particular object. So now let's do return this dot, no, we can't do that. Mock overseer dot database wrapper dot remove db resp 0. And that's going to return something. What does that return? Dot catch. Pretty much just the database response. And then we can verify that this is equal to 0. There. So that should be doing everything. Let's try this out. What does the empty parenthesis mean in the promise? So that's an arrow function. If you have promise dot resolve dot then, so it's this that you're talking about? Like, what is the above? So that is an ES6 arrow function. Oh wait, is it just that there's no return value given in? Right, essentially that. So like you have a chain of things here. So let's say you did this, return 5, then this will be the number 5. So console.log, like 5 equals 5. This is true. So this is arrow function notation. It's just like ES5 function definition looks like this. function name args, and then a return value, the same arrow function would look like this, or like this. But there's no name for it. And there's also one other difference, which is what this will be bound to. So I could give you an example of that if you want me to. So just let me know. Okay, so we should have improved code coverage. So before this was red and this was red. Now when I refresh, yep, they're not red any longer. Nice. Which means that we should have better coverage of this. We had 31%. Oh no, it's already refreshed. All right. Yeah, but like I said, these are really superficial tests. Like how exactly this inserts into the database, that's probably something worth testing. That's a real test to make sure that we can specify some values or none of the values. I see you, Sunbeam. Thanks for joining in today. Get game server by host address and port. Ensure overseer data key is valid. Get overseer data. I don't even know how much I'm using that. Yeah, I'm not going to test more of these things. Database wrapper. Can I make another describe here? Overseer database wrapper. I think I can do this. Let's try this out. Specify test function console.log tested. Let's get rid of the only and try that out. Oh, it does work. Okay. So we should just move this up here. Problem is we also need this there too. Whoops. Not really a big problem actually. But there we go. Okay, cool. Let's try it. So this should run all of our tests now. Yeah. And the only problem is why is that warning printing out at all? So SQLite does not support inserting default values. The only way to figure that out is to find out where it's coming from. Use null as default flag to hide this warning. Oh, that's a connects thing. If one prefers that undefined keys are replaced with null instead of default, one may give use null as default. Oh, wait a second. No, this is just a SQLite problem. Oh, that's really bad. It's really bad. Hey, Jake. Oh, man. Also, Jake, I read your email briefly over lunch. I didn't get a chance to respond, but that's the link I suggest you use. Okay, so here's the problem. We have a database set up with a bunch of different defaults here. So null, those are fine. But then this sort of thing is not fine. So if I try inserting a Botcoin value into the database, that'll work. But if I say nothing, it won't default to the starting amount of Botcoin you should have. And that's the issue. So there's actually an implementation detail difference here. Which means this won't exactly work. But I do want to get rid of that error. So I guess mock overseer. For what's the problem? So where do I make the connection information? Memory? Yeah, here. So I can specify this there, I guess. Yeah, this is for MySQL. Or for SQLite, I mean. So this is needed for SQLite to avoid seeing warnings about this thing. About the below. Us three guys in particular. Which three guys? Two guys had money and an idea, and I know how to program. Oh, I see. Oh, so you're not even spending your own money? Pretty nice. And Jake said, I talked about math being a big subject. What should I learn? So this is like where did you leave off in school when you're learning math? And also, what do you feel as though you need to learn for university? Because university will also just teach you math in it. Like I took calculus classes in university and discrete math, and I could have taken more if I wanted to. So I don't know. Yeah. So what do you know? Like, are you comfortable with algebra, trigonometry, I guess geometry? Do you know any calculus? Use null as default. So this should remove those warnings now. So now we shouldn't see any yellow text here. But this changes how the program works. So yeah. Really lucky they stumbled on me. Wow. Well, and it sounds like a fun programming problem. Okay, the problem with this is that default values are not supported. I'll actually. This is needed to avoid seeing this warning. As mentioned above, this means that default values will not perform how you expect them to. So this is an issue. This is an issue because a lot of the times the application doesn't even know about what this should be. Like starting Botcoin is just set to 5,000 here. There's no way the application knows this. So I need to abstract all of this out. Either make a database of starting constants, which I think is a weird idea, or just expose these to the code somewhere. So I don't know. Also, when you go to MySQL, does it tell you this stuff? Where's Botcoin? Oh yeah, it has the default right there. That means that there's probably a way to get what the default is from the database and then use that. Trig is not bad for me, but that's all I know. I want to learn all of it. I have no experience in algebra, not calculus. That's why I'm struggling. Wait, so Jake, you haven't seen something like this? Like 2x equals 10. What is x? This is really basic algebra, and if you don't know that, I have hardly any programming resources as it is. So I know of some books and I know of some websites that I could share with people, but when it comes to something like learning math, I don't know anything about the resources that are out there. There's probably some things on like Coursera or something, and you pretty much just need to go through it and figure out what it is you're missing. Okay, Horforia and Endurn are both correct. Not exactly what someone would want. EJ, you're close. Alright, as mentioned above, this means default values will not perform how you expect them to. This means default values are ignored to prevent the warning from showing up. We can specify this option, but then we're changing the runtime behavior of the application. Yeah, so Jake, Davey suggested a couple of sites. You should check those out. And barring that, like, you could always find a tutor, and a tutor should be able to figure out what you should learn and then teach it to you. Because I know you're not expecting me to teach it to you, but even just figuring out what it is you should be learning right now, I think I'd probably start with algebra then, yeah. But hey, I'm just one opinion on the internet. Hey, Sirius Walker. By the way, Davey, you won a giveaway earlier. I don't know if you want to check your whispers. Okay, so this works. Default values won't work. I don't think it's worth testing the rest of this. So I'll just write down what this is. I spent a lot of time on this. So note, these tests, the test below is really superficial because it's just checking to see if we updated the database, but not if the values are correct. Even if it did check whether the values are correct, It's not really a helpful test. The big problem with using SQLite is that I can't use default values. So the more complex APIs, so I would need to specify values each time for the more complex APIs, which are like this one. How was lunch? Lunch was good. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Been a while, but glad to be out of school. Yeah, I was going to say, you should see viewer numbers be on the rise for the next month or so. Then they'll probably level off. And that'll be all over Twitch, by the way, because people are getting out of school. They got more time. Can you show one math that you used in your code? Like the hardest one, and if you want to type it, much appreciated. So, like, there's some math in what I'm doing, but it's not usually explicitly the math that you'd be learning. So for example, I can show you this. This calculates the standard deviation. I'll just paste this. This calculates standard deviation. I have a distance function in here. I have Manhattan distance. So I'll paste these things online so that you can see what they're about, but it's not exactly the kind of thing you'd be using. I don't know. Like I said, I think you should try learning Python. I definitely think you should start there. Yeah, and see, math like this is actually incredibly simple to program. Doing this by hand, sure, you just fill in all the values, but like the kind of math you're probably going to run into, unless you're writing a library for someone else, is usually pretty easy. The passive aggressive bot, yo, what a jerk. Yeah, so let's see where we're at with code coverage. This is for the overseer. And there is actually important stuff here. It's just I'm not testing any of it. That's where I want to get to endpoint monitor and do that stuff. So let's see. And I think that's what I'd left off doing. I said that maybe I should mock the matchmaker. I started to do that, didn't I? No, I didn't. Huh. How do I want to do this then? So I think I'm going to say flesh out code coverage on endpoint monitor. So that's really the key entry point in the overseer. All right. So what this means is I need endpoint monitor. I need the matchmaker to register over here. And Jake, that's impossible for me to say. It depends on how much you can learn and how much you have to learn. And I know neither of those things. Alright, so let's see, what's a good function to start this with? It was registration, register matchmaker. Why do I have the feeling that I'd already covered some of this? Let's do that. This will give me code coverage on the endpoint monitor too, so let's refresh this. Oh, right, that's where I left off, with this yellow highlight on everything because of that Babel error. Oh boy. Well, whatever. We can ignore that. Just check where we've tested things and where we haven't. So we could try registering the same matchmaker twice. That could work. Let's go to register endpoint and see how that looks. Register endpoint. Could have sworn I copied this somewhere too. Register endpoint. Huh. Oh, see you, Endorn. So I'm going to put this here for now. We're going to test the endpoint monitor. And the first thing we're going to do is like register an endpoint that already exists. So let's get rid of all these things. So this is what we need to call. Mock overseer dot. Actually, maybe we should make an endpoint ourselves. Hey, Andy Gamer. How's your new job going? Are you happy with it? Are you drinking the Kool-Aid yet? Alright, so endpoint monitor, when we say register an endpoint, we get all of this, and we get return the registration handler, which would be like register matchmaker, which returns whatever we need to send back to them. This does not actually give us the endpoint. Okay, well, I'll write the code and then we'll figure out how we're going to do the rest of this. Register endpoint. Does any of this involve asynchronous code? It shouldn't. No, it doesn't. Excellent. Wasn't sure if you knew or not. Yeah. No, it's great, and I'm glad you're having fun there. Do you like your coworkers? Have you told them about the stream? So endpoint type ID, endpoint types.ids.matchmaker, version 1.0.0, host address. Let's write this down. Host address is 1.2.3.4. Host port is, let's say, 8082. Really doesn't matter too much what we pick there. So we take that. And then request JSON we actually don't need. So this will register an endpoint for us. And then what we want to do is call it a second time and make sure that we hit this code and that it returns a certain thing. So this is going to be really interesting because this is going to use all the Synon stuff that I was talking about earlier. So let's go get that Synon stuff. Synon.test. Yeah. Put this up here. And then we just simply close that, right? There we go. Out of interest, when is it best to make a new file? Just a file per object? I always find it tough. Organization of your code is something that kind of sometimes differs based on the project. And so for example, if you're working in Java, you have to have a class needs to be in a file named after the class, I'm pretty sure. I'm working in JavaScript, so I try to follow something similar where like this is one class and it's in a file named after the class, database wrapper. So for all the classes that I export, that's pretty much what I use. For utility functions, I try to base it on category. So if there's a utility file that has to work with a bunch of math related stuff, I might make like a math util instead of just a blanket util file. They're all Digibend kids from around the same year. And yeah, definitely ND Gamer. I'm going to be at this for another like 9 months at least, but probably more like a year. Okay, so register this. The thing that I need to do here is search for this function, but anything could call this. So it's either... Yeah, and this is where I don't want to test implementation details. I want to test the thing that's actually required. So yeah, maybe what I do here is now ensure that we registered a matchmaker and that we can get the master matchmaker. All right, see ya, ND Gamer. All right, so the endpoint monitor, we should have a get endpoint by type in master state. Yep. So we just want to assert that this is defined. Does Node.js give you something like that? There is... not really. I wonder if Synon gives something like that. There's assertions in here. If not, I can just write one. It's like that simple to write. I just want to see if they had one. And yeah, no problems, Lily Games. Feel free to ask any questions you want. So not call twice. So these are on spies and everything. Yeah, no, this is not good. Okay, fine. We'll just write that this ourselves. So let's include const util equals require botlan util. Which means I need to install this as well. Okay, npm install save dev botlan. Your Twitch thumbnail right now really inspires comment. Can you take a picture? It's... I don't know if I'll be able to see this. I gotta go figure out how to even get to the creative section. Oh God, how do you do this? There we go. All right, now we can figure out what it is. Adam, no. I want Control F apparently maximizes a stream. Wow. Oh, all the yellow. Okay. Yeah. So I have util. I want to check to see if this thing exists. So we need to call this with the endpoint type and master state ID, which is master state. Got it. So we put this over in here. Okay. So this takes in a type, so endpoint types.ids.matchmaker, and then a master state.ids.master. And we're going to say matchmaker equals that, and we want to assert that it exists. And then we should assert a couple of other things about it as long as we're here. So assert.equal. Let's do endpoint.js get host address. So matchmaker.get host address is host address, and get host port is our port. And is there anything interesting we can get? Oh, the version as well. Okay, fine. Let's get the version too. Wait, we never passed in a version. This can't be correct. Ah, it was a second argument and I just omitted it. Let's do get version is that. And then there's get name, get ID, etc. Have you tried Sublime Easy Motion? Oh, what's this? After pressing the Easy Motion shortcut, press the character that you'd like to jump to. Replace all currently visible instances with one of... Oh. Oh, this is super cool. All right, I want to try this out. Easy Motion. Okay. Wow. Wait, what happened after that? So I did this, then I hit Control semicolon and hit T. Oh, now it works. So wait, since there are a ton of T's on the screen, what is the logic behind picking these? B, D, F, H, J, K. Where's G? I see a capital G. Oh, there it is. Regurn. Okay, so I guess it searches from distance away from the cursor. So I went with A, and then this one was the next closest, so it chose B. Then this is the next closest, so it's C. No, that's probably not right. I don't know how this does that. But yeah, Dennis, thanks for showing me that. And what game am I programming? I am programming a game called Botland TV. Okay, so let's try this out. Now, one of the other things I'm wondering about is, can you do something like describe.only here? You might not be able to do that. Why would you use that? So, okay, imagine I'm right here on this line and I want to go down to this capital M down here because I need to change that from matchmaker into overseer. The way that I do this right now is I would do an incremental search and type MAT and then hit enter and then F3 and then eventually make it to that instance and then change this to like overseer, right? So using this new plugin, I can say control semicolon, capital M, and then just press O, and there I am. Now I can change it to overseer. So it's another thing that just lets you get to certain places easier in your code. I wonder if it works. Try that. No, it's the same thing either way, huh? Okay. All right, so register endpoint is not a function. That's right, it's not. Endpoint monitor. And this is definitely not a function. In fact, we should probably just get the endpoint monitor. Does that not work? Oh, it's an IPv6 address. Well, we have conversion code. We could get it as IPv6. Yeah, fine. This comes from convert to IPv6, so network util, which comes from here. Botland/networking. So we got to go install that too. Save dev botland networking. And then let's see. So yeah, these things, I want to change these. All right, this goes here. Network util, we now have it. Now when we get the host address, we're gonna do host address as IPv6 equals network util dot convert to IPv6 host address. Okay, because the host address we get out of this thing is going to be this, and this was typed incorrectly anyway, so we were going to have to fix that. All right, so let's close that and do an npm test. Yeah, all right, let's see. It worked. All right, nice. But that's not exactly the test case that we wanted to do. We wanted to make sure that registration works, and then we want to make sure that if we try to register it again, we're going to see that the same one already existed. That's where things will get a little bit tougher. Because we have register matchmaker. We check to see if it already exists, and if it does, we remove it, and then we promote this. What? What? Secondary matchmaker. Scenario. A matchmaker registers itself here. That matchmaker crashes. That matchmaker registers itself again here. We determine that it already existed. So we know that it must have crashed before our health check failed. This means that we may have to promote a secondary if we have one to master. If not, that's okay. This endpoint will become the master. First thing we do is remove... Oh, wow. So there's actually a very interesting scenario that we should be testing here, which is that registering a matchmaker that already exists should promote the secondary matchmaker. So this is the first real test case that I'm writing. So let's keep track of this stuff. So this is gonna be like primary host address, or rather, no, that's a bad name for it. Master host address, and host port will be master host port and master version. Then we want all these same things for the secondary. So the version for there can be 4.5.6. It doesn't really matter. The secondary is just a different IP address. It's got to be a real address though, right? Maybe not. I don't know. And then the port can be, actually the port can be the same. Do you program for a living? I think to most people, for a living means are you making money, and not just is this what you're spending the majority of your time doing? So I'm not making money from this, but this is what I do full time. Okay, so endpoint monitor. So we need to register another endpoint. So we get all of this stuff. Okay, then ensure that we register to matchmaker. So this is, whoops. Oh my God. Let's try that again. So this is the master matchmaker. This is the secondary matchmaker. And we want to make sure that that is secondary here. And we need to make sure that they both exist and that they have the right values for all of these. Alright, great, cool. So ensure that that exists, ensure that this exists. Basically by just replacing this everywhere with secondary. This can no longer be named that way. And there we go. So now we verified that they both exist. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the master register itself a second time. So register the master matchmaker again. This will make the overseer think that it crashed, or else why would it be registering itself again? So it will promote the secondary. Alright. So we do that, and now we're going to run into this code hopefully, right here. We're going to remove the existing one, promote the secondary one, and then the new, so now they'll basically just swap. The old master will become the secondary and vice versa. So now we get them both again. These should just be lets, I guess. So now we get them both again, and this time when we verify this stuff, we verify that these swapped. TV says, I haven't been watching your stream for more than 15 minutes, but it seems like you wouldn't have any problems getting a job as a programmer, although it might be an active choice just to do it on Twitch. Yeah, so TV, I'll try to give you a short history of this. I was working on the prototype of this game while I still had a, quote, real job where I was making money. The problem is it consumed all of my free time, so I didn't have time to do anything else, spend it with friends, spend it with family, or really just pursue anything else in my life that I wanted to pursue. So I made an active decision to quit my paying job and do this full time, start a company, and that's what I've been doing now for the last like 8 or 9 months. And yeah, I think it was a good decision. Okay, so this is all going to be swapped now. So this turns into secondary, and then this stuff turns into master. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, that worked. Nice. Okay, cool. So now if we run this with code coverage, let's take a look at what we had before. Also, is there anything else I should know about this? Easy motion. Sounds like decorate them in batches. Oh, and then there's Command Shift. Oh, so we can select everything up until there. Okay, so there is something else then. And that's it seems. Interesting. And TB, thanks for following. So if I wanted to select everything from here down to like this right parenthesis, I could hit Command, or no, it's Command. Not on Mac. And do that. Yeah, nice. Huh, interesting. Okay. Great. Well, we ran this. Let's make sure that this is doing what we think it should be doing. Yeah, it's now calling this, it calls this, and it calls this. Wait, Zilly, but that's not having the courage to do it. That's not having, that's that you couldn't do it from just a financial standpoint. And by the way, in those cases, like, I guess I could have quit my job earlier. That wasn't financial reasons stopping me. It was more just the drive to do it. But before you quit your job, yeah, spend a couple of hours a night working on whatever side project you want and see if you like it and see if it's going somewhere. Sometimes I feel it takes a lot of time for the potential of a project to materialize. Like Botland for the last 4 months, you guys have seen this a million times. It looks like this. It hasn't really changed much, and it's going to change pretty drastically over the next few months. And then a lot of people who would have otherwise said like, oh, this looks like a stupid game, might all of a sudden say, oh, this has some potential. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm going to convince everyone otherwise. I just think that it's hard to really tell if a project is going to be good until it's sometimes in a near completed state. All right, so in the endpoint monitor, we are now testing 28% of the code. Let's see what else. Did the stream stop or just my internet? Okay, yeah, the stream is online. Okay, good. Thanks, EJ. All right, so what else is worth testing here? We can register a matchmaker. We could do a bunch of things using that matchmaker. Doing stuff with game server clusters, I guess. Is there anything else that's interesting with matchmakers here? I guess just alerting them that something happened. Yeah, I think it's more to do with game server clusters. So, whoops, we should probably do that next. How does it know you've tested 30% of the code? So I'm using a code coverage tool, and that instruments the code in such a way that it knows every line that was hit and every line that wasn't hit. So when it says 30%, it's because it just knows how many lines there are and which ones were called. Okay. Yeah, we should do some game server stuff here. So let's make a new one here. So what exactly am I doing right now? I'm going through some code that I've written and making sure that I have coverage where I feel it's going to be most important. So for example, let me show you this code. My infrastructure consists of a lot of different endpoints, and there's this diagram here that talks about some of it. So there's always a master of some endpoint and then a failover of some endpoint. Or there's just a whole bunch of failovers essentially. Oh, my keyboard camera moved. Yeah, this stupid camera is very picky. So, Fazimi, in the case of the matchmaker, let's say a matchmaker contacts the overseer and says, hey, I'm up and running, just to let you know, like I'm registering myself with you. The overseer is going to say, okay, you're going to be the master because I don't know about anyone else yet at this point. Now, when another matchmaker comes around and says, hey, overseer, I'm online too, this one's going to say, okay, I know about the master already, so you must be the failover one. What happens is if the master ever goes offline and the failover is online, it'll take over. And we need to make sure that that stuff works. So that's what I just wrote a test for. And now I'm going to write a test around some of these other functions that I have here. Probably around registering game servers and doing things after that. Not totally sure what yet, though. Yeah, we have a game server, update game server and database. Yeah, let's register a game server. And did we take anything from the request, Jason? Yeah, I'm ready in total game servers. So game server, blah, blah, finish typing this. So number of ready game servers, let's say is 2, and the total number of them is 2. Let's say the version, the host address, this stuff's all fine. Okay, great. So let's do all that. Now we get the endpoint monitor and we register an endpoint with, this should just be called version, this should just be called host address, this should just be called host port, this should just be called host address as IPv6. Okay, so we register that, and then we also register with the JSON, extra JSON, I guess I've been calling it, or request JSON, register game server. Yeah. Num ready game servers, num total game servers. So we pass in all of these things here, and what we should see is that we have a game server now. So let's try this out. We could say get num ready game server instances, and this should return the number 2. So assert dot equal endpoint monitor dot get num ready game server instances should be num ready game servers. Let's try just that. And we can do specify dot only here. It's not really important. That failed. Actual is 0. And we expected 2. Oh, I see. Because I registered it as though it's a matchmaker. That should fix this. That didn't fix it. Let's get rid of this. That way we can see what's happening here. Because it probably, let's just find out what happens. So what did it say? Added an endpoint, game server. Update game server and database was called. Huh, it should know about this. This master/secondary servers is all Node? It's not, no. A lot of that is some custom implementation. So it just changes back to specify.only. That should work. Oh, it doesn't work. Fine. Wait a second. Can I do this? And get rid of the only here? Oh, that works. Okay, good. That's nice. Well, this is still failing. So let's find out what's going wrong. This gets already game server clusters, which finds all non-critical endpoints that are game servers and are ready to run games and are up to date. Oh, up to date. Oh, darn it. We need to set what we expect as the game server version. Oh, I didn't think about that, did I? Yeah. So let's say set expected version, game server version. Version this dot overseer state dot expected game server version equals version. So then in the code that I have here, I'm going to need to do this too. Endpoint monitor dot set expected game server version. Now it should work. So we should have gotten something here saying that this is not up to date. 1.2.3. Yeah, if something registers with us and we know it's not up to date, something should probably be done about that. Yeah. Mock overseer. I called this in the wrong function. I'll eventually get there. Good, got it. Okay, so let's do npm run cc, and then I think there's going to be a to-do item afterward. If a game server that is not up to date registers itself with the overseer, we should at the very least print an error about that. Okay, now let's take a look at our code coverage. So register game server, which was previously completely red, should now be, yep, it's called. Okay. We're not doing much with it though. Although we are doing get num ready game server instances. Yeah. And we can get the number of used ones. We actually call a whole bunch of things. What font am I using? I'm using the hack font. But endpoint monitors at 19%, so there's still a bunch of stuff we need to test. Maybe this, set num game server clusters. This is actually a really interesting API to test, so I'm gonna write that here. Yeah, hack font. If anyone wants to know how to be a hacker, just watch that video. It doesn't actually involve the hack font yet. Get game server summary. We could call this just for the sake of getting code coverage on it, because I don't care whether this really works that well or not. It's the individual functions that we need to test. Utilization percent. Yeah, there's a lot of these things, huh? Get number of game servers being provisioned. That should be 0, but what we could do is like a count of instances. Yeah, I'm gonna write that here too. This is like heavily mock the AWS functions. What else do we have? Get num used game server instances. So we should say that there's a game running on this now. Like, let's try scheduling a game. In fact, that's what this should test. Test reserving a game server instance. Okay, so how do we reserve an instance? Reserve ready game server instance. And we pass in player ID and skill levels, which is just going to get sent right to that. So let's do that. Player IDs and skill levels is an object that contains a bunch of stuff, but we don't really care what it contains. What we care about is that this is going to call into something, and yeah, actually none of that matters. This would tell the game server. So we need to have this return 200. There are a couple of different ways we could do this. We could use knock and intercept it at the HTTP level, or we could use Synon and just stub this function out so that it just returns a promise. Either one of those is very easy to do. So I guess let's use Synon. I think that's the easier way to do things. So here's what we do. Reserve game server instance. We don't really care about what we pass in here. In fact, it doesn't even need to exist, but let's pass it in nonetheless. And then over here, we will mock this such that it returns a promise. So that's going to be set there. Then how does the rest of this code look? So this is going to return a promise, and there's going to be server info here, which would contain an IP address and a port. We won't have an IP address and a port, will we? Actually, yes, we will. We will. So we can do that. Return this dot then server info. Let's just stringify it for now. Server info. And let's run that. So what we should see is that we get our IP address of what? 1.2.3.4 and a host port of 8082. And instead we see the reserved game server instance is undefined. Peculiar. Reserve ready game server instance. What's happening? Cannot set property of undefined. Oh, right. That was silly. There we go. It kind of worked. Server info is undefined though. How did that happen? Oh, because I mocked this to return nothing. That's right. Okay, let's take a look at what this should have done then. So we return resp.body. Oh, right, because the game server is in charge of returning its own port. Yeah. Yeah, there's no point testing that. Okay, fine. So we can't do anything there. What we can do, so normally this would return an IP address and a port, but there's no real game server here. So there's no point checking the return value at all or mocking it, since it's not needed by anyone else other than this, which would then go and tell something about this. I don't know. How does a matchmaker work? MMQ. We go to reserve an instance. Reserve game server for players. So we call into that. Then we get the game server. Yeah. This is where we'd use it. But we're not going to mock that yet. So normally this would return IP address and a port. So since we... Hey, Tropical Blazer. So since we don't have this, what we should do is make sure that now the number of ready game server instances is -1. And actually that's pretty good for right now. Let's start with just that. Hey, it worked. Cool. Okay, and then we can call some other functions in here, like get number of used game server instances, for example. This should be equal to 1. So this is going to be just 1. Let's check that out. Cool. Do we have anything else that we can call easily? Let's run code coverage again on this and see where we stand now with test coverage. We should be at about 20%, I imagine. And then there are a couple of other APIs that I want to add to this before I check in. Cool. And we're good. So how much do we have covered here? Oh, 40%. Huh. Not bad. So yeah, you can see there's a lot of red here. Game server summary. Get all game server clusters marked for termination. We have here create game server AMI. That's not even being used yet. Create game server cluster VM. Interesting. Provision game server. Asynchronously provision a single game server using Ansible. Yeah, this isn't going to be something that we can really test. Not easily, at least. Save newly created instances to database. Seeing that code coverage page sent me into shock. What are you talking about, Mike? This? That there's a lot of red? Promoted to master. This is when the overseer gets promoted. And it does a bunch of stuff. Checking if zombie game servers are there. Should probably write some code there. Yeah, the whole zombie game server checks are going to be important. Game server checks. Game server is written in JavaScript? Yeah, everything is written in JavaScript. Game server cluster max failures hit. We're going to check that too. Fully terminate game server. Yeah, see, these are real cases I've got to test. Tell matchmaker about that. Rerun failed termination notices. Terminate game server. Replicate all data. And then data replication. Check health, ensure game server's up to date. All right, I think I'll start with this. We'll test this out. This should at least put us above 50%. The rest of these. Yeah, like this, for example, this function, where is this? Register with ELB. This is a very AWS specific API. We call register, we retry it a bunch of times. Then we either could or could not register. So one of the ways that I could do this is I could have this return an error 2 times. That way it tries again after a while. Of course, I need to make a fake clock for that so that I could try it quickly. But I could do that. That would work. Huh. All right, well, let's start with the ones I have written out. So set num game server clusters. Let's take a look. This is intended to be a manual way of scaling up and down game server clusters. You simply set the number of clusters that you'd like available, and this will handle the rest. So let's see how this works. We get all the game servers that we have. We check and see how many are marked for termination. Then at the end of all of this, or we're potentially going to terminate game servers. Or we're going to create them. Creating them is here. Yeah, this will be a little challenging. Yeah, it will be. So I think we're going to stub this entire function maybe, or could we create instances? Actually, yeah, create instances. We could stub that. Tag key, tag value, params. Oh, and that tells you how many it should create as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, Farm Control. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, if you ever want me to clarify anything, just let me know. Oh, and thanks for following. Appreciate it. So set num game server clusters. Put this over here. So there's multiple test cases here. One is adding more game servers. There's adding more game servers, terminating game servers, and probably more. I don't know what's best to test right now. BotCon 2K17. If only. Okay, so calling into this is really easy. But then there's a whole bunch of extra stuff that's very hard to do. So at the very least, let's write the call into it. So we're going to say that we want 1. Okay, so what's going to happen now? We're going to say that we have 0 and that we have none marked for termination. So the current number that we have is not the current. Actually, you know what? We can try with 0 right off the bat. That way we hit that code at the very least. So we have 0. We're going to just go into here, and then we'll still have 0 at the end of all of that. So get the number being provisioned. I don't know. Whatever. We'll have to work on that. All right, but then afterward, we're going to set this to 1. And let's follow through all of this code. So the current number is greater than that. That's not true. The current number is less than that. So we're going to call into create game server cluster VM. This is going to create a virtual machine on AWS. So if num to create is less than 0, that won't be true. So check how many we have. We have 0. And make sure that it's not greater than the maximum. The maximum is going to be, I think, 4. So we should be fine. Then get the number of servers being provisioned. This is going to return 0 since we're not on AWS. Or it's going to call into describe instances in state with tags pending. So how about we mock that API? How about we say that we are on AWS? How do I do this? I make a stub that calls into this. This.overseer state.is AWS. and this changes into mock overseer. So this turns into a stub that returns true. So we're going to act as though we're on this thing. Then we're also going to mock this API so that it returns, I don't know what. Let's find out. Describe instances and state with tags. I guess we're going to need to turn this into a stub as well, huh? So let's do that. Let describe instances and state with tags stub synon.stub dot returns 1. That's not correct though, is it? Get count of instances. Oh my god. All right, we could just make that a promise then. No, let's just make it a promise. Oh my god. All right, so this botline AWS describe instances and state with tags. Let's do synon.stub.resolves. Menlo font. Is there a way I can see the whole thing? So I was going to say the zeros are very distinct in the hack font. They have a dot in the middle. Like, this is not a zero you've probably ever seen before in another font. So there's at least one difference. I don't know about these other things though. We have to do this. We're now font wizards. Yeah. I will grant you that they're pretty similar. Although, I do think there are small differences. Maybe this is just me looking at it at a glance. Huh. Like the dots on the I and the J are smaller. Right? And I don't know. Anyway, Hack was probably styled after this, but as an open source font. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't want to download that. Delete. Alright, so this part we want set like that. That makes sense. Describe instances with tags, but then get count of instances. This is what's going to change. Get count of instances stub. And that's what returns. That's what returns a specific number. But T-block. Good sleuthing skills. So here's what we do. Set number of game server clusters. Before we call into this, we change the stub to be synon.stub.returns 1. So we're going to say that we're provisioning one server. Yeah. And then what? Oh, darn it, I lost track of it. Let's start again. So we call into this. This gets how many we're provisioning. If we're provisioning, if the count is less than the number to create, yeah. So this actually won't do any provisioning for us. We need to find out how many we're provisioning though. There's no easy way to do that because we're setting something here. Atom, so when you're using Atom and adding a donation button, when are you using it? Yeah, when I use it again, it'll probably be in like the next couple months maybe. And yeah, farm control, you can change the lights. You should have been able to via, oh, you changed them red. Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. I have a log of who changed them to what colors. Okay, we can't do this. So return number 1. So then we can call this again. We're not really testing stuff though up until this point. Then finally here we will be. We'll be calling this now provision game server instance, the number to provision. So we're on AWS. So we're going to say provisioning this many game servers. Then we're going to call in to create instances and then save them to the database. Saving to the database takes data and requires that I do what? Data.instances, then go through each of them, make sure they have an instance ID and a private IP address. All right, well, we can mock that. So we need an array of instances. So it needs to return an object that looks like this. And each object in here needs to have instance ID and IP address at the very least. Instance ID I-12345 and private IP address 1234. Yeah, farm control. If you want to see how that works, you can check that out here. This describes how the whole system works. So I'm going to have to return this from create instances. Oh boy. Actually, it's got to return a promise that resolves to that. Ooh, it's going to be something. So stub.resolves, and let's pass in an object. Right? Is that good? So we'll get one instance that was created. Or maybe I make like a create instances stub. Make reject fake error. So we could just say that this goes here and then change all that on the fly if we want. Yeah, all right. So we're gonna have this return one instance. Okay, well, let's try it out. Yeah, let's try it out. How likely is it that this test works? Hey, Type Theory. Oh my god, it works. But it says creating one cluster twice. That's not a good thing. I think I know why this is happening too. I think it's because... Oh no. There's no easy way to test this because they're all different modules now. I'd have to push changes if I'm going to do that. Oh man. Hey, Caster. So it says how many clusters it's creating num to create clusters, but then that's because it doesn't know that we are already provisioning a certain number. So what I really should do here is put an else and then say something like logger.info would have created num to create cluster or VMs instances, but we are already provisioning count. Let's cut that off over here actually. Okay, and now we need to copy paste this code into here or have some like fake publish. I don't like either option, but let's go with this one for now. So botland overseer source endpoint monitor. I don't even know where this goes. Count is less than num to create here. Yeah. So we paste the same thing into here, and now we should at least get different output, I hope. No. Well, we do actually. Would have created one instance, but we're already provisioning one. This is not how I expected this to work. Boatland, those were the days. God. There are some things that I wonder, should I put that on the internet? And Boatland is one of the things that I thought about. Originally, there was that hacking video too, but enough people liked that where I think, okay, fine. That wasn't a big mistake. Would have created num to create instances. I don't think this is working the way it should. So first I set it to 0. It's going to create 0. That's fine. Then I say that this should return 1, as in it's provisioning 1. Let's say this. Let's just do stringify count. Or num game servers being provisioned. It should say 1. It is 1. What's going on here? This is happening in a really weird order. Creating one cluster. Return that. Set num game server clusters. So this returns a promise. That's fine. That's good. This returns a promise. Should also be fine, right? We have 0. Where's this coming from? 0 marked for terminations. We have X ready. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. Right here, set num game server clusters. Logger.info. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, but I don't know what. This is printing out again instead of the number of game servers being provisioned. Oh, right. Oh, my God. Okay, never mind. I realize what's going on now. These needed to have been promises. Yeah. All right, what am I doing? Turn this. And that doesn't actually return anything, does it? Set num game server clusters. Turn promise not resolved. Does this resolve to anything important? No, and no, and no. So the answer is no. Oh, this is a problem. This database wrapper.add or update game server. This is a promise, and we're not collecting these promises. So we need to do a map here, and we need to say const promises equals this, and return the promise from here, and then finally return promise.all promises. So let's copy paste this whole thing over to here. That couldn't have worked if I only have 4 lines. Copy paste problems. Yeah, then we do this stuff. All right, so let's try this out. Actually, I could just do this. All right. Now I think this should give me what I expect it to. So that actually did find kind of a real bug. I mean, not totally. Well, let's see. So creating one cluster would have created one, but we're already provisioning one. Then we say 0, creating one, and it says would have created one again. Why? This get count of instances, I said return 0. So close. So close to doing this. Get num game servers being provisioned. So this calls into this. Describe instances in state with tag. That's always just going to be a promise that resolves to nothing. So we're going to get nothing here as data, and then we're going to get the count of nothing. But that's fine because we overrode this too, get count of instances to be our stub. And our stub happens to return 1 at first, and then afterward we should be able to change it. So that stub that returns something else. Now, is that not what I did over here? I changed another stub that way. Oh, I didn't make it a new stub though. Oh, is that what I'm doing wrong? I think that's what I'm doing wrong. I need to just say returns and not make it a new stub. Let's try it. Oh, whoa. I think it might have worked. Creating one. We would have created one, but we're already provisioning one. We have 0 game servers, creating one, provisioning one. Perfect. So now this thing, this mess of a function, error in add or update game server, insert into game servers. Yeah, this is a lack of default values. Yep, SQLite doesn't support this. Why does this count as a test passing? That means something's catching this error and not throwing it, which is probably a problem in itself. Where is it coming from? Add or update game server. Alright, so let's take a look. Dot catch, this dot generic error handler. So this throws it. So we're not concerned with that. What we're concerned with is whoever calls this. Ah, yeah, look at that. There it is. Right here. Failure saving. So we catch this, but we don't do anything about it. If this gets hit, it means that AWS provisioned a VM, but we couldn't save the information about it to the database. I guess we're not treating that as a catastrophic failure. Anything that's not saved in the database, though, could eventually go on to just exist forever, but never run any games on it. But what are you going to do about it, I guess, right? It doesn't matter. All right. Well, I might as well write that down in the test. So note, this will fail during the add or update game server section in the database wrapper because SQLite doesn't support default values. That error doesn't get propagated outside of this thing though. It's fatal if it's costing you money. Well, it's potentially doing that. This is why having a beta is pretty important, because if I run into this stuff, then I can fix it. If I run into this, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. If I have, let's say, 200 game servers running, and one of them is just a zombie, and it's running, and I don't know that it's running, and I don't know that it's not working, then that's 1 out of 200 game servers. I could eventually put in code that'll detect that. Or, I don't know what. Anyway, that's not my biggest concern right now. It might be eventually, or if it happens constantly. So the test will pass. Now, the issue here is that we'll have provisioned a game server. We'll save that, but we don't have an endpoint for it yet. Because that's all this does, is it creates an instance. So at some point now, we need some way of verifying that this did what it was supposed to do. And that's the part I don't think we can do anything about that, because we're mocking AWS APIs at that point. Let's run code coverage and see what we've hit. Still trying to figure out your Steam ID. It's not something I think I use as a username for anything else on the internet. So, Orange J, there's no way you're going to find it. But also, there's no reason to. Because EJ said that he'd just give me a temporary password to his account and I could play the game from there. So don't waste your money. Save it for Botland. And thanks, Farm Control. I'm glad you like it. And it is playable now if you want to try it out. Although I wouldn't suggest it. So I'll tell you how you can play it. But probably shouldn't do this. And the reason why is because it's in a very incomplete state right now, so it won't really be fun to play. But nonetheless, there it is. So how do we test this? I don't know if this is possible. There's no reason to unless you want to bribe someone who already knows. What? No reason to play? So this creates VMs in AWS. Whoops, I just changed that to JavaScript. Is there any way to test this without relying on mocks? I don't think so, because I mocked it so that it doesn't actually create the VMs. So there's no way for me to verify that it didn't create VMs, because of course it's not going to create them. Oh, no reason to try to find Adam's Steam username. Wow. You could just try gifting it to every account that you find online, Orange Ray, in the hopes that one of them is me. Sorry, it's not that funny. And yet it is to me. Alright, so there's no way to do this, is there? We don't even change any variables here. We create a VM. Again, no variables are being changed. Provision, still nothing. The only time we actually get anything saved is in save newly created instances to database. So I guess we just check to make sure that this function gets called. I don't know how else we can do this. Or maybe we mock this function and make sure it gets called. I think I'm just going to do this. Let's just make this a spy. Yeah, that's, I think, the best way. So we'll say endpoint monitor dot this equals synon.spy. We don't care what it takes in or what it returns. We're not going to test that function. Oh, wait a second. Yes, we are. But how do we do this? We need to do this. Dot bind this. Ugh, that looks ugly. I don't know if that's going to work. And then we have the assertions for Synon assertions. What? There. Alright, so not called and then called. So we want to verify those things. So here, we verify that it's not called. Endpoint monitor dot save newly created instances to database. Or, yeah. And then here we make sure that it was called. Probably the function does too many things at once to be properly tested. No, I mean, it's doing certain things that I don't think I can really test. Like, actually, I could test this. So imagine this test case where it's like call setnum game server clusters 1 while on AWS. Then later verify that a VM got provisioned in the cloud. This is a test I could write if I felt like every time I ran the test it cost me a penny. That would be, I don't think it's a good idea for right now. So that's what the real test case would look like. Given that I'm not going to actually provision a VM in the cloud, I don't think you can test this API. Like, the whole point of it was to make a VM. And if I'm not going to spend the money to make the VM, then how do you test it? So what I am testing is everything else around that. like all the if conditions right up until that point, and I'm pretty much relying on the AWS API getting invoked, and also actually yes, I should check to see if it's getting invoked. That's a good part. That would help me out here. Yeah. That's what I should do. So where's our code? We assert that this was called, and we also assert that where is it? Create instances stub. We assert that this was called too. Although, do we really have to do that? Synon.assert.not called. And then here we assert that it was called. I have tests like that in my betting bot. Running them costs money. Well, okay. I think what I'm saying for now then is I don't feel like doing those kinds of tests because while they would be helpful, it'll be pretty obvious if I broke instance provisioning when it comes time to run the game. What I'm more concerned about now is the latent bugs. So the code coverage that I'd like to get is for those, the ones that won't be super obvious when I start to run something. So let's try running this. I might have screwed up the assertions. Oh, no, I didn't. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Okay, so this will fail during this in the database wrapper because SQLite doesn't support default values. That error doesn't get propagated outside of there though, so the test will pass. So the test will pass. However, since we can't save to the database, we need to make sure at least that this function was called. So we make it a spy. All right, cool. Then the other thing that we want to make a spy is this. And I got to write down what these test cases actually are. This may be a dumb question, but what would happen if you launched the game, everything was fine, and next day the code failed? Yeah, so one, that's entirely possible, and it's not a stupid question. And two, what would happen is that hopefully I would at least find out in a timely fashion that the game failed. And then I'd look through all my error logs and hopefully find out what happened, and then hopefully fix the problem and put everything back online. Now, there were a lot of hopefullys there because when you discover a bug in production code, a lot of the times all you have is logging to go off of. Because you don't necessarily know what happened, what the users did. I'd be here for you at that point, Anna. You're doing a great job, EJ. I almost said your name. That would have been terrible. Okay, so first, try setting the number of game servers to 0, which should be what we already have. Now, this is actually possibly not going to work. When there's so much complexity here. When the overseer comes online, it's going to try provisioning based on the minimum number of game server clusters right here when it's promoted to master. And I guess all this is going to fail. We were just promoted to master, creating one cluster. Would have provisioned one, but we're not on AWS. Okay, yeah, that's really important. Okay, so we need to write that here. So note, just by creating the mock overseer, it will attempt to provision at least the minimum number of game servers, but only if we're on AWS. Since we're not, it will safely, it won't run most of the code that we're testing here. Just buy me lunch. Buy a lunch and put it in the closet. Then go in the next day and be like, my lunch is gone, but there's no one here. I guess Horforio was right. All right, so we're testing adding them. Test adding game server clusters via this. I guess I'll write this here. Okay, so first try setting the number of game servers to 0, which should be what we already have. This should result in no change. Next, act as though we're provisioning an instance already and try creating a new instance. It will see that we're provisioning one and bail out so that we don't end up with 2. All right, so make sure none of the real creation functions were called. So now act as though we're provisioning, act as though we're not provisioning any VMs. That way we'll be able to create one. Now, since this whole test is covering the creation of VMs on AWS, we can't exactly verify that the VM was created. So instead we check, see if the right functions were hit. Okay, so that's pretty good. Let's run code coverage now. And let's get rid of the dot only that we have here. All right. So it takes 15 seconds to run that, but test coverage is actually pretty decent now, I think. Let's see. Endpoint monitor now has 47%. It's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. So that's done. Get num game servers being provisioned. Is this, I think I already did this. We can close out of this. This function exists because we'll periodically blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is being tested. Right? Yeah, it's being tested. Called this 9 times. Wow. So test game server cluster max failures hit. So when a game server cluster hits too many failures, what we're going to do is try to see, are we tracking this? If so, we'll set it to terminate when finished, and we'll update it in the database. Now, updating it in the database will never work because of this, because of using SQLite. At least, yeah, it won't work. I guess those tests will still prevent undefined as not a function problem, so they're still useful. I don't think they're the most helpful test, but I also don't think they're doing nothing. I think there are a bunch of tests I could write that are doing nothing, but still give me code coverage. Which I suppose, yeah, by your logic, it's kind of true that even as long as I'm hitting every line of code, even if I'm not verifying that any values are what I expect them to be, at the very least I'm making sure that there are no runtime errors that none of my static analysis tools checked. So what am I really testing by doing this? That a game server gets marked for termination? Actually, that's a pretty good check. Yeah. Make sure the game server gets marked for termination. So one of the things this should reflect is that I'm not, let's do set number of game server clusters. Yeah, I'm not terminating any of these right now. For each all clusters, terminate when finished. Yeah. And that's if we're tracking it. If we're not tracking it, then what we're going to do is we're going to try calling in AWS and then terminating the instance directly. I don't know about this. Alright, let's just try a very basic case here. So we're going to do specify.only. Next failures hit correctly marks a game server as terminate when finished. Alright, so how do we do this? We do it pretty much the same way that we did this down here with a little change. Version, all this stuff, that's fine. Host address is IPv6. I don't even think I'm using. No, I'm not. Okay, so we can get rid of that. And same thing here. Number of ready game servers, number of total, it doesn't really matter. We'll keep that, I guess. I should really probably make this a function in the mock overseer though. Like create, register a game server for me. I need to pass in these values anyway. But yeah, this should be made into an API. Convert game server registration into an API so that I don't have to worry about request JSON changing in the future. Yeah. This can also handle this part here. Can also do that. Huh. Wonder if Noob for Lunch is here. Let's run another giveaway. Hold on, Pa. Alright, cool. So we're going to register this. We're going to make sure that it exists and that it's not marked for termination. So we do that, and then we also do marked for termination. So this should be 0. Then we're going to call this on it. Does this return a promise? Does not. There's no reason why it shouldn't though. Hop, and I feel bad. I'm just going to give you a token. There you go. Update game server and database. Yeah. So let's go do this. Let's open up node modules. Botland, overseer, source, endpoint monitor. Oh, hey, Noob for Lunch is here. I see one of you has picked their favorite light. Who is that? Ah, it's Hoppin'. Pog champing it up. Alright, so we gotta call into this. So we call this with host address, host port, num failures hit, and num failures allowed. Why do I pass both those in? Why do I pass both these in? This probably gets called from the REST server. It does. So we tell it how many were hit and how many were allowed? I guess so. Let's take a look. Cluster master max failures. Max. Here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so we call a new game server instance failed. And that alone is enough for this to know what to do? Nope. Okay. Well, I'm confused now. Reached maximum worker failure. Oh, I see. Terminate self. Non-worker failure is odd. Yeah, got it. Okay. Did I write that here though? I didn't. Where does this value originally come from? I was just set to 3. Alright. Cool. So we rely on the cluster itself to tell us how many failures were allowed because the overseer isn't tracking that information. It doesn't need to track that information. Shouldn't need to, at least. So game server cluster max failures hit. We'll just say that there were 5 failures and you were only allowed to have 4. Sure, sounds good. Okay, and then typically what this would do, well, we'll see that it's marked for termination. And we'd also see that it's updated in the database. All right, so now we can assert that there are no ready game servers and that there's 1 marked for termination. All right, let's try it out. That failed. Could not find a game server with address equals 1234 and port equals 8082. Huh. That's not right. It's definitely not right. Find existing endpoint by host and port. Host address and port. I'm beginning to think the host address is probably supposed to be IPv6. But... oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's the problem. Hey Snake Eyes. Yeah, I'm still working on tests. Actually, so I only started working on tests this afternoon, really. The last day and a half before that was working on getting the tests to be able to run. Fun stuff, right? But I solved a lot of problems, and I'm actually in, I think, pretty good shape right now. I just need to convert this. So we should write this in here too. That this find by host address and port. Yeah. IPv6 address. And that means that the same thing needs to be done here when we say that something failed. Maxed failures. IPv6 address. So when we call into that, we're really calling in with the IPv6 address. So let's go get that. So host address as IPv6 is there. And now we want to use this instead of passing in host address. You know, I wonder, I was there, if I had just typed H, yeah, this is actually pretty useful. Alright, let's try this now. How are you doing, Snake Eyes? Things going well for you? This is still failing. Wait, which means I probably didn't convert this, right? Host address is IPv6. Whoops, yeah, oh, that's a problem. Alright, so assertion error. Host address, host port, rest URL. What? Yeah, what? Equals 1? I don't understand what that thing is telling me. Snake Eye says, I'm annoyed with work. I've been working with a client for the past 6 months. And they keep changing stuff. Yeah, it does sound really frustrating. I think it's inherent to a lot of jobs, though. Customers change their minds. Huh. I wonder how I fix this. Assert dot equal number of ready game servers. Num ready. Let's just put these here. Num marked for termination. And then while that's working, there was something else I wanted to fix here. What was it? I don't remember what. But yeah, it's this one that's wrong right here. So let's go find out. So we mark it by setting terminate when finished. Then this filters through all non-critical endpoints that are game servers that are also marked for terminate when finished. Oh, that's why. This is not a number. This returns the actual game servers themselves. So I need to do size here. And then that should be 1. Num to terminate. Sure, there, that should finish. Perfect. Cool. So let's check out our code coverage now. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah. So let's write this down. Add Easy Motion to the list of plugins that I use. Man, getting code coverage for all the dev code that you write is just insane. I guess it's not so bad if you're keeping up with it, but writing them all from scratch, geez, just been a bunch of stuff. So let's see, max failures. I hit the top of this function. So that counts for what, 5 more lines of code? Hooray. Now what I should do is test the rest of this too. I don't think that's going to be the majority case. Imagine if I had to make Botland into an FPS. I know that was to illustrate a point, but I'm actually imagining it now. I mean, that would be a lot of work. I also don't think it would be fun in the least for players to play. Because then it turns into an FPS where everyone is an aimbot. I don't think that game would be fun to play. Alright, test fully terminate game server. And yeah, EJ, I know you said you spend a ton of time getting test coverage to stay at 100%. But still, imagine taking any moderately sized code base and saying, hey, there are no tests. Go test this. It'd be really tough. Especially if you didn't write the code. I mean, I guess that's essentially what my job was at Microsoft. Despite that there were tests already, still something new came about. You had to figure out how are you going to get at it and how are you going to test it. Difficult stuff. Alright, so the next thing to write is fully terminate game server here. So we have an endpoint and we have a reason. The reason is really just a string, so we can just pass in a string, fine. But the rest of this, make sure we're allowing game server termination. And then what do? We call terminate game server and then remove the endpoint. Then we remove from the database, then we tell the matchmaker. Snake Eyes, I worked on Windows. The Zoot. Yeah. Fully terminate game server. Okay, so we could pass in a real reason if we wanted to. Oh, you guys. Test fully terminate game server. Legal aimbots. Yeah, Orandre was an AI gone wrong. His snark level was set too high, but then he was released into the wild. Couldn't do anything about it. Now he keeps trying to buy Factorio for everybody. least he's got good intentions. They work on Windows 10? No. I worked on, I think it was Windows 8 and 8.1. Test fully terminate game server. So we've got to register. We've got to register this thing. I don't know if we need the IP address. This might not be necessary. Let's just comment it out for now. So we register it. Then we make sure that it got registered. I suppose that assertion could be in there too. Assert that. Tokyo Cats. Thanks for following. Oh, he wrote ME. Oh, is that what you were talking about? Not me. I misinterpreted that. Okay, assert that the game server actually got registered by first checking the number of ready game servers. And actually, we can't do that, can we? Only if it successfully got registered. No, I don't think we can do that. Alright, so that's gone. So then we're going to call into fully terminate game server. And we should make sure at the end of this to make sure there are no game server endpoints being tracked whatsoever. We got to turn this off too. We'll just set it here. Well, that needs to be the mock overseer setting that. Alright, so what are we going to call into? First, this terminate game server. We take in an endpoint. Well, actually, the first thing is this. We need the endpoint itself. How do we get that? Find existing endpoint by host and port. Yeah, so we do need this. Endpoint monitor dot find host address as IPv6 and host port, and then with the game server endpoint, we're going to fully terminate that and give a reason of test. Okay, and now we go into terminate game server. So this checks to see if we're on AWS, so we need to mock that. Is AWS equals? Yep. Make sure we're innocent on test. Good. Okay, and then we're going to do get instance ID via private IP address. So we'll mock that to return. It'll just be a promise. Yeah, it can just be a promise. So this will just be same thing we have here. And then the next function, terminate instances, we'll mock this to just be a spy, but it doesn't need to be a stub. I don't think we need to make it throw an error or anything. So let terminate instances spy equals synon.spy. No, actually it needs to be this. So I guess it is a stub. Okay, cool. All right, so we call in the terminate game server, and it's going to, we need to make sure this thing was actually called now. So assert dot called. Good. Then what else do we have here? So terminate game server was the first thing. Then we call remove endpoint. So we're going to need to check to make sure there are no more endpoints there. So let's do assert dot equal endpoint monitor all endpoints. Where do I store these things? Here it is. I don't know what's going on with my search right now. So endpoints by ID. I guess we could do that, or I could just search that there are none of these. No, I'll search endpoints by ID. Or even by type would probably be better. Yeah. This. No, this one. Endpoints by ID. So assert that the number of these is now equal to 0. Num endpoints. Okay, what else does this thing do? So it removes the endpoint, then we get the host address of it and remove it from the database. This is not going to be possible. Do I have any pets? No, I don't. This just deletes it from there. Actually, this is going to be possible to test. We can make sure that game servers doesn't have anything in it anymore. Yeah, maybe we do that first. Mock overseer dot ensure rows in table. Game servers has 1. And then after terminating it, let's make sure that there are none. Is this a promise? Oh, it is. Huh. You have mods, that's enough. Oh man, I miss those honey sticks. Cherry ones were so good. Oh well, I'll buy another 500 next year probably. So ensure now that there's 0 in this table. Okay, what else does this do? So we remove it from the database, and then finally, if we successfully terminated it, we tell the matchmaker about it. This is going to call into... Oh, it's only going to do this if we have a matchmaker, which we won't. So we'll save a failed termination notice. Interesting. So, fine. Am I already doing something like this over here? I am. Oh no. Okay, there. Got it. So dot then return mock overseer dot ensure rows in table. So we don't have a master matchmaker, so there was nothing to tell about the so we couldn't tell it about the termination of the game server, so we saved it for later. And we just make sure that we have that. Same thing up here, we can do this too. So we can make sure that we have none of these. Yeah. We haven't terminated anything yet, so we shouldn't have any termination notices in the database. Okay, let's try it out. So this is fully terminate game server. Timeout exceeded. Well, there's something we could try, which is just setting the timeout higher. Let's see if that works. It's possible that there's a timeout happening in the real code. Something's wrong. We're calling fully terminate game server, right? Is it getting to this point? Fully terminating, and then over here we say fully terminated. I bet it's calling it, but then it's not terminated afterward. No, it's not even doing that. What's going on? Well. What is going on here? Did it add it correctly? Added an endpoint. Then what happens? That's this right here. Is this a promise? No. Hey, Codebreaker. I've been working on tests for the last however long. Man. Yeah, so Friday I'm definitely going to work on the new feature, I think. I don't think it's worth adding more test coverage. I think just having the test framework is good enough for now. I don't know what's happening at this point. So console.log. Found game server endpoint. Let's just change it to this. Yeah, it found it, and then it calls into this. It calls into this. It never says fully terminating. That is strange. I think it's timing out its call to the database. What's the new feature? Oh, so it's updating and replicating. So when you have, eventually it'll be something like this. There'll be master overseer version like 1.2.3 and then the secondary overseer at the same version. And if I want to update this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this offline, update to 1.2.4, let's say, then put it back online. Wait a second, will that work? Yeah, then put it back online. Then the master overseer should replicate all of its data to the secondary. And then I can take now that this is going to be 1.2.4, I can take this one offline. And now this will be turned into the primary. Hey again, Type Theory. So that's what I want to work on Friday. That's actually crucial for post beta, but it's not going to be crucial for beta. I don't think I'm going to run multiple endpoints during beta. Also, I need to get rid of those connection errors. Oh, and this updating stuff. It's going to bleed into next week. It's going to. There's no way I can get it all done on Friday. So do whatever it takes to get rid of the connection to other overseer error that keeps printing. There's no reason to have that happen constantly. So what's happening here? Connects table name num rows. Did you get any art yet? I mean, I got some of the art. There's been this stuff that I've been showing off. There's a bunch of different pieces for each of these bots. So like there's this entire bot. There's this entire bot. And then there's the ladybug bot, which is just adorable. And so you can randomize them in any way you want. So you can have like the ladybug hat on a very intimidating body if you wanted. And then you can change the colors too. So yeah, I got this art. These will eventually be the bots in the game. That way players can customize whatever they want. Well, most of what they want. I still think this is super cool. Joker bot. So something's timing out. I still don't know what. Console.log, checking, failed termination notices. It must be ensure rows and table. I just don't understand how. Yeah, it is that. How is this happening? Mock overseer.ensure rows and table. This is what I'm using over here, and it's working fine. Then I try to use it here, and it doesn't work fine anymore. Maybe game servers doesn't exist. Let's take a look. Migrations, game server. No, it does exist. Okay, I don't know. The whole art system is pretty cool. Has a designer actually used it? Yeah. I think. I don't know. I think the answer is yes. I'm not trying to be sneaky about this. I just honestly am not sure what the answer is. It's not the most usable system. The way you're supposed to use it is you drop images into Dropbox that are named like this, and then every 45 seconds I have something that checks Dropbox and then it'll automatically import the new images, and you just reload the page and there they are. But yeah, it's Ladybug head. It needs to be like this. Except for that doesn't work, does it? Because then this is like super far off. Oh well. Yeah, the Ladybug bot is pretty good. I mean, just wait until an entire team of ladybugs is like destroying you with artillery and melee. Then you probably won't like them so much. So for some reason this is failing. I don't know why. We need to instrument this a little bit more. Console.log checking. Let's just do this. I don't know why I did that. All right, there. Done. Select dot then. Yeah. This should work. Checking game servers. Then it doesn't do anything. How's that possible? Done checking. Yep, it just never finishes. I don't know how that's possible. This dot get connects. Table name dot select. Is the game server up right now? The public one is, yeah. Play.bot.land. You can just go to play.bot.land and you can, if you have information, you can connect. If not, I can give you the command that'll let you get it. And I'll deploy some bots. There. So now if you connect, you'll have someone to fight against. Of course, Horforia is idling on the red team, so unless he hears me right now, then you might be on the blue team, and then there's no one to fight against. So this is never finishing. And I don't know why it's never finishing. Connects database wrapper.connects. What could it be? I don't know. Checking table name. And this is the simplest query it could possibly be. Select star from game servers. Maybe it's the table that's wrong. Let's try this. I know failed termination notices should work. Let's try that out. Oh, hey, Horforia. I was saying that either you should leave botland or you should deploy bots and then leave botland. So the other people could join the opposite team. Okay, good. Cool. A-okay now. Oh, you guys can't see that there. Wow. Horforia's not even in the room and is listening to me. Okay, let's try this. So I changed the name of the table. Oh wait, it didn't work. Now it worked. Found 0 rows in the game servers table. I don't get it though. This exists right there. Is there a way to list all the tables from Connects? Connects.js list all tables. There probably is. I don't know. Maybe it's just a connects.raw show tables. Let's try that out. So return mock overseer.get connects.raw show tables. dot then tables. Does that work? Like, do I not have the tables that I think I do? What is going on? Found game server endpoint. Then it doesn't even run this. Or this doesn't do what I think it does. Probably can't do that. Right, but that is the command in here at least. Okay, fine. MySQL lists tables. Oops. Is this the only command you have for this? Yeah. Do I need a semicolon? I thought Connects would add that for me. It probably does. Yeah, this doesn't work. I wonder if it's erroring at all. I doubt it, or we'd see something here. Error listing tables. Let's change the timeout of this to 50 seconds. I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. SQLite error near show, syntax error. Okay, that's fine because I only really care about this. Let's do that. Why is this failing? Oh, it worked. What? Yeah, what? I don't understand. I didn't change any code. I copy pasted it up there. Done checking. Incorrect number of rows. Wow, weird. I wonder why this is taking so long to do a simple query of an in-memory database. Doesn't make any sense. Update server and database was called, but we're not on AWS. Well, that explains that part at least. I guess this should have been set at the very beginning. We need to set this before registering the endpoint so that we save its information to the database. Huh. Oh, right, we can't save any of this to the database. Oh my god. None of this matters. Just none of this matters. Alright, fine. Put this down here. Can't check the number of game servers that exist. That's not possible. So let's get rid of that and change it out for this. Well, we want this comment still. Then fully terminating blah blah blah. Alright, fine. Whoops. That was a mistake. Does that work? Can I read property called of undefined? What is it supposed to say? What was it? Synon.assert? Like that? Oh, yeah. Whoops. Why can't you check the number of game servers that exist? The problem is SQLite doesn't let you use default values in a database, and I rely on default values for this query that I have here. So there's no way to insert rows into the game servers table because there are default values being used. Also, what exactly am I working on now? I'm working on a test case for terminating game servers. And Yeah, I think I'm done with it now. I think this will pass. I don't know if it's going to test anything important though. Either way, this still takes a super long time to do this. It took 8 seconds. But why? Could not find a master matchmaker. Like the time between when it says checking and then done checking is 3 seconds, I think. Why is that? It's like the simplest call. Show rows and table. I don't know. That's really strange. Watch this. If I just do checking table name plus new date, and then here I say done checking new date. Okay, that time it took less than a second. But every once in a while it takes a long time. Yeah, like this. Also, what? What is this? New date, return 1970. That's pretty screwed up. Yeah, that's really weird. Something's getting cached somewhere? I don't know. I think just having this be the date that gets printed out, that in itself is probably wrong. Your tests are not deterministic, which may cause headache in the future. So they don't seem to be, I guess, but they are deterministic. They should return the same thing every single time. And that's why I'm so confused, because there's no reason for this stuff to be happening. Like, okay, let's take a look at what I'm doing here. So first I register an endpoint. Then I make sure that I have the right number of game servers ready. That's fine. I say that I'm on AWS. Maybe by saying this, I start doing something else on a timer. Finding game server, found game server. So that stuff's fine. We can get rid of those. Endpoint monitor. What else do I have here? Are you restoring your synons, by the way? I shouldn't need to do that because of this. I wrap them all in a sandbox. Oh wait, maybe... let me think about this. There are some APIs that aren't going to do that, aren't they? Yeah, maybe it's something along those lines. Because I was going to say, I do have these. Check health or critical, rerun failed termination notices. If we're not the master, failed termination notices, rerun. Well, but some of them I define outside of that. Like these, for example. I don't know how the sandbox interacts with those. Also, I'm only running this one test. So there's nothing that can be left over from another test, because I'm not even running other tests at this point. And the only thing that's really weird about this is ensure rows and table. This, for some reason, every once in a while takes like 3-4 seconds to get through. So this is weird, and this leads me to believe that there's some Synon hackery going on here, because how could it say that it's like no time has passed at all? Yeah, the same thing happened now. Look at that. Date.now returns 0. Is this just a known problem somewhere? Date.now returns 0. Basically copy pasted Mocha.js base reporter. Doesn't matter. Clock sounds like it may be coming from Synon. Yeah, it definitely is. But I'm not using that, right? Clock, no. No, nothing about clock in here. Yeah, it's Synon's fake timer, which I'm not even using. Use fake timers false. But is it true by default? Is that why? It's default on for sandbox. Oh. Oh my goodness. I didn't know that. So when I said synon.test, where is that? Wait a second, let me see. Synon.test. Give me all the points. Hey Timon. How's it going? It's going okay, Timon. Did you get some sleep? Actually, even if you slept for the last... What? When did I talk to you? It was your 4 a.m. Oh, but I don't remember what time it was for me. I don't remember what our time zone difference is. I think it's like 9 hours. Oh well, never mind. I think you live in Germany. I'm not sure. Didn't work. Too bad. Alright, let's do this. Node s equals requires synon s.test.toString. So this just takes in a callback. It doesn't actually... Huh. Oh, it's +8 for me. Oh man, stupid, what's it called? Daylight saving time. Wait, what? I'm GMT -7, right? But in daylight saving time, I'm -8. Just puts Germany another hour away from me. I don't know. Go to test methods and read the config. Oh, I didn't realize there was another... Oh, I saw these and I scrolled up because I didn't see test there. Okay. This.spy. Synon config to override any or all of these. Oh, goody. Can't believe this. So inject into this, properties, use fake timers, use fake server. Yeah, thanks EJ. Wow, so Timon, it must be time to start speedrunning then, huh? Oh, see you, Davey. Thanks for joining back. Hope your work alleviates a bit and you get to enjoy your bike. So yeah, we want to set this in config. This will apply to all sandboxes made via Synod.test. So I wonder if this is really what was causing all of the problems that I was having there. If so, oh, look at that. Everything works. Does it work consistently? Yeah, wow. So fake timers had something to do with this. But then timing code shouldn't have been in this at all. It's actually a public holiday tomorrow. Oh, wow. Sleep schedule is better at some point. Back before you started talking to too many people from America. All right. So we have a test that works. So yeah, make sure the endpoint was removed and make sure we have the number marked for termination. I guess that we marked it for termination, but we removed it, which means we did mark it. Oh man, this is crazy. Remove endpoint. No, that makes sense because we're not marking it for termination. It's yeah, okay, got it. Ooh. Okay, so let's give EJ another point. And yeah, Kadoku, I know. Okay, so let's run our code coverage again. Test this out. Also, EJ, I should have never told my wife about Slither.io. She keeps playing it. She keeps complaining about the lag on iPad. Alright, let's get rid of this. I said, you know, I have a laptop. You could just use that. Oh, right, that done checking stuff. I gotta get rid of that too. Done checking. If you don't do this, use fake timers is set to true by default, which will lead to new date or date.now initially, returning the epic time. The lag is horrible in general? Oh, so it's not just an iPad thing? Okay, code coverage time. Also, did anyone ever sign in? No, they didn't. So, endpoint monitor, we're finally above 50%. Woohoo! They don't want to scale? I wonder if it's money reasons. Okay, so let's look at fully terminate game server. Yeah, so we're testing the majority of the cases. Not this one. This is really easy to test though, but it's not worth doing because this is not a production case. It'll give us a little bit more code coverage though. Okay, so that's done. All right, so there are a couple more things left to do. I'm sure it's money. They're on AWS. That's bad news bears for me. Oh, that all broke. All of that just broke. Oh, because I deleted my git. Oh, this moved. It's not that it broke. So we just have to delete this now. Unpin from quick access. And then never touch it again. Okay, great. So let's check this in. Can I lint this code, by the way? I don't know if I set it up to lint test code. Probably not. I probably should have it set up to do that. Let's look at the linter. What's going on? Linter. Fine. Let's edit this project and add in the linter. Okay, so linter gulp file. The test code does not show up in here. Why not? Test cases in source. That's what I want to test. So source and test cases. Now we can lint it. Should have sold hats for snakes. Spark says, do you have any tips on how to understand Boolean logic? Spark, give me an example of what you're having a problem with. Describe is not defined. I don't care about half of these things. Yeah, I could probably have this use Mocha. I'm not going to worry about it for now. Let's just comment these out. Yeah, cool. All right. And I tested this, and we have drastically improved code coverage. Yeah, this needs to be taken out. How long did the test take? 20 seconds. Man. Yeah, so every test is just slightly above 2 seconds long. Oh well. What are you going to do about that? And then let's get rid of all these covered reports. Let's do git add to ignore coverage. Great. So drastically improve the coverage of endpoint monitor. These are the first real tests in that they're testing scenarios that could possibly go wrong in the future. How many tests total? Probably about 400. I mean, that's not very many. I have 9 here, and I have like 380 here. Yeah, and then there were some other ones too, which are probably gone by now. Why do they take so long? A lot of it has to do with just setup and tear down in between tests. So the mock overseer, for example, what this is doing is it's connecting to the database, it's starting a REST server, it's starting a TCP server, it's starting another REST server, and then it's waiting for the first REST server to have initialized itself. Oh, wait a second. Maybe, oh, hang on. I think that's wrong. I think the part that's taking long is that it has to fail its first connection to the other overseer before it can learn its own state. Hang on, let me test that out. So where's the timeout for that? Aha! That's why they're all taking 2 seconds. So I just set the timeout to 1. Then the tests work very quickly. Test. Oh man. Good job, Spurman. Good job. Yeah, wow. So now the test finished in 2 seconds total instead of 2 seconds per test. Amazing. This is why using fake timers is actually pretty helpful, I guess. Wow. Okay, so I should probably make this configurable. Yeah. There. You just gifted a point to EJ. Or to Type Theory, I mean. Thanks for celebrating with me, Type Theory. Hey, Hardline. Wow. It has been a long time. So make the timeout in the overseer's server.jsp configurable. That's the whole reason the tests are taking forever. We don't accept web traffic until we know that we're the master overseer, and we don't Um, you don't know that we're the master until we fail the connection to the secondary. Just been occupied making a small snake-like game on my own in Game Maker. Nice, Hardline. That's really good. Do you have any screenshots? Alright, so I may be able to use Sinon to fake timers in just the part around the server. Although making the timeout be configurable may be easier. So Hardline, what I've been working on is test coverage. There's this handy chart, if you just look at this table here. Green means good. 100% means best. Basically anything over 50 is acceptable to me. So what this is showing you is how much of my code I've covered with my tests. So if I go in any of these files, anything that's red means I've just never called that line of code. Which, for all I know, this could have 90 different bugs in it, and I don't know because I haven't called it. So I've been trying to improve my test coverage. Alright. Oh, see you, EJ. So, convert game server registration into an API. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of this stuff left to finish. So much left. It's a little time. Closet meeting. Have you found bugs so far? Yeah, I found a couple of things. Let's see. It was in here. Let's see what it was. Actually, those are relatively minor. Yeah, I guess it was just minor issues for right now. Granted, I'm not testing incredibly complex scenarios, and to be fair, there are only like 3 real tests. The rest of them are all pretty superficial. But yeah, we're gonna finish up these things. In fact, I should probably do this one first. Let me put this up here. Why is my keyboard moving away from me? Hey, Pecking Bird. So make the timeout be configurable. So that could be taken from overseer state. There's no reason why I can't do that. Right? Do we have overseer state? Yeah, we do. So when I set a timeout here of 2000, yeah, we could just change that. There's no reason to, though. But it could just be stored in here, actually. Yeah, let's just do that. This dot timeout connect to overseer timeout equals 2000. So after trying to connect to the other I'm not going to put a comment for this. I think it's pretty obvious what it's doing. There. And now that it's configurable, well, a couple things need to happen. One of them is I need to modify the correct code. Oh my goodness. This is wrong. Let's diff these 2 files. They should only differ in the thing that I just added. Yeah. So that means I can copy paste all of this over to here. There we go. Does streaming help keep you motivated? Curious if it's an effective way of ensuring productivity, especially when working from home. Yes, it is. That is, in fact, reason number 1 of why I'm streaming. When I say to myself, to my wife, to you guys, whatever, that I'm going to do some work, let's say on the weekend, one, it's much harder to motivate myself to just sit down and do the work and not, go on Reddit or play Hearthstone. And two, when I'm actually doing it, I'm much more on task. I mean, sure, I take breaks to talk to you guys, of course. You see me doing that. And I'm sure some people probably would go back to my VODs and be like, Adam, you're talking to chat for like 30% of your day. Is that any different from spending 30% of your day doing something else? And I say, yes, it is. Like, this is part of what I signed up for, and I'm talking about Botland mostly. So once we have that saved, we can just set this here in the mock overseer. In fact, it's once we create this. So let's see where we create the server. New server, overseer state, this dot TCP server. Dalton says 30% of people's working days are talking to coworkers anyway. Yeah, I think my overall day at a regular job was not as much work as an overall day working for Botland. Like, if you think about it, a workday is supposed to be 8 hours, right? At a normal job, I would probably, if I'm lucky, have like 4 hours of productivity. That's if I'm lucky. I think most days it was probably on the order of 2 to 3. For Botland stuff, I feel like it's closer to 5 to 6 for me. Granted, they're not actually technically 8-hour days for me. They're like 7 and 7.25 hours. So having 6 of those 7.25 hours be productive is pretty good. At least that's how I feel. Maybe that's wrong. The test can't proceed. Oh yeah, way more responsibility too, definitely. Like if I take a day off, that's a day where there's nothing getting done on the development of Botland. That's what happens on every project where you only have one programmer, but it's very rare that you come across that in companies. What is this hardline? He's actually print out in Sublime. Okay. I should just use this in my code everywhere. Whoa. What? How do you... Okay, you're a wizard, Hardline. I'm convinced. That's all I needed to see. So the tests can't proceed. So how about this? The REST server doesn't accept traffic until it knows whether or not, or no, until it knows that it's the master overseer. And we don't determine that until we've failed connecting to the other overseer. So we should make that failure happen as quickly as possible. All right, so if this is working, then when we run this, we should see roughly the same number here. It took 2 seconds last time. It should take about 2 seconds this time. Yeah, good, cool. So if I set this to like 3,000, then it should take, actually it should time out on every single test, I think. Right? Yeah, they're all gonna time out because they don't attempt to wait that long. Timeout, 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 yeah. What happened? The $sign symbol. I couldn't figure out its secrets. All right, good. So we improved test runtime by like, what do they used to be? Like 19 seconds? It's safe to say they're like 90% less time. What a weird metric. All right, let's check this in. Where's the, there it is. Oh, and I also have that other tool that I wrote this morning. Where did I save that tool though? Modules, Botland tools. Cannot find module load dash. that's not good. Lodash is right there. What? Node modules is empty though. Wait, that... Yeah, what? npm install is doing nothing? Oh, it must notice that it's in... I know what's going on. I accidentally left a node modules full... No, I didn't. Okay, I don't know. I'm confused. Let's just delete this and try again. Invalid name, botland tools. Maybe these aren't warnings. Maybe they're errors. And it's just not saying that they're errors. Wow, that's seriously the problem? This says warn, invalid name. That's an error, not a warning, because it prevented everything from proceeding. Not good. So lame. Alright, we're gonna have to check in half these things then. So you have uncommitted changes in Overseer, Tools, Infratest, and Linter. Alright, yeah, obviously Tortoise Git will tell me all of that too. So cut about 90% of the runtime off of the test suite by lowering a timeout in the code. This actually won't work unless I up the version that I had. Well, that's fine. I guess commit that, push that. Cool, let's check in this other stuff then. So the linter, that changed. Oh, this is... No, that's superficial. What about this? You should parallelize that tool so it'll work faster. Yeah, that's actually on my to-do list for that tool. It's not very important. So I'm just going to map, return. Yep. All that's good. It's fine. And that needs to be checked in. So let's go into the Overseer package JSON. Bump this version. Actually, I should be using... There's a way to do this. Modules, Overseer. It's what? npm version patch. Get working directory not clean. What does this do? So you should commit and then do this? Alright, I'll try things this way. But I don't think I like this idea. No, I don't want to do this. Let me test this out. There's the fake checkout that I have here. Let's just do npm init-y. Then let's, I don't know what. Let's try npm version patch here. Version 1.0.1. Now what happens when I say git log? Oh man, seriously? So it makes a commit that just has a version? That's not bad, I guess. It's just kind of weird. Yeah. Some relatively minor changes. Made the timeout for connecting to the other Overseer configurable. Timeout configurable. I guess it expects changes to be staged. And change some APIs to return promises instead of doing nothing. You do committing and staging in one step with your current GUI window or workflow? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't change my workflow for this then. Maybe I should just change, let's delete that. Let's just change the package version manually. There. Alright, so we commit and we push that. Actually, you know what? Let's say we didn't push it. That means that this tool right here would tell us that we haven't pushed and that we haven't published it. It should tell us both of those things. And that's for the overseer. So version mismatch. Yeah. And you have unpushed changes. Cool. That worked great. I'm glad I wrote that tool. So npm publish this, and then we push the code as well. And now the only thing there where it's still reporting that is uncommitted changes in botland tools. What was that about? Botland tools. Oh, package JSON changed. I do actually need to check that in. Apparently, botland tools was an invalid name. But what was more worrisome is that npm only warned about it. So I didn't think it was a big problem. But it prevented npm install from working. Okay, great. That's all done. So there were these two things left. I'm kind of running on fumes here. How long have I been online for? Yeah. 7 hours, 41 minutes. Wow. I should still stream for another 20 minutes at least. So I guess that's enough time to finish up at least one of these. What JS do you use to move the bots? So, again, I don't know if you're talking about in general or you're trying to play the game and can't figure out how to move bots. But you're not logged in, so you might mean in general. Anyway, I'll answer your question. Let me know if this is not what you wanted. But the way that all code execution works in Botland is that you type code into, let me show you this again. So you either use code here, which is as simple as just move right. So this is Blockly, and you can of course form very complex scripts by doing something like that, like this maybe. And you can see there's a move in random direction at the bottom, or you type them in through JavaScript. Either way, it'll eventually make it into JavaScript, which is what you have here, because my code doesn't understand blocks, it understands code. So this gets sent to the server. It runs through a bunch of validation checks, and it eventually puts it into a form that it can understand and run, such that it'll prevent infinite loops from happening. It'll prevent you from consuming too much memory, etc., etc. And, oh, wait, you're talking about something totally different from what I'm answering. So yeah, rendering the bots is done in Pixie. And Miss Light says Blockly looks like Alice for some reason. I haven't heard of Alice, but it was inspired by, actually I'll tell you what it was inspired by on here, Blockly. Oh man. Well, they said the inspiration on here somewhere. I don't remember. There was like a frequently asked questions or something. Scratch blocks. But yeah, Frag, I do the rendering of Pixie. I do the code execution with Node.js. So let's do this thing first. I think this is an easier one. So we'll go back to Overseer.js. And I'll make the mock Overseer handle registration. So that's pretty much all of this. So mock Overseer. So we're going to take in something like this. So host address. Let's try to match what we have in the endpoint monitor for register game server. So we have version first, host address second, host port, num ready game servers, num total game servers. Or maybe even just num game server instances. I'll do that. Yes, star logo. That was the one I'd forgotten. Thanks, Weedly. Okay, so once we have these things, we'll just form this. Then we'll set the expected game server version, which probably does not need to exist here any longer, but we can keep that there. Then we get the endpoint monitor and register it. So we know we know this. we can go copy endpoint types. Put that there. Version, host address, host port, request JSON. Yeah, looks good. And let's just put these on their own line. All right, not bad. So now there's a function for this. It's still relatively simple. It wasn't really totally needed, I guess, but let's try this out. So num total we don't really need here. In fact, we never use this outside of there. Num ready game servers. So mock overseer dot register game server, version, host address, host port, num ready game servers. Nice. Okay, so we can make this change everywhere. So delete all of that and paste this here. Oh, and we don't need that either. Nice. And yeah, Mistlight, unless they're like super zany ones, they do look pretty similar. But it makes sense. There aren't so many ways you can do it in a straightforward fashion. And I think Blockly is actually relatively easy to understand. There are some quirks, like in order for you to take just this block out, like let's say I wanted to isolate this if statement. Actually, can I right click it and do something? No. So you need to drag the bottom one over to here, and then that pops this one out, and now I can drag it. But you wouldn't expect that. When you want to work with this, you want to drag this somewhere. But look, it took the move also. So you need to take the move off of it. You could either put it back like that, or you could have done it this way. Either way, it's not maybe the most intuitive. So register game server. Good. And there's one more place where I do this. That's down here. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, good. Does delete block not work? Well, no, what I was getting at is what if you don't want to necessarily delete the block, you just want to move it somewhere else. So I have this script and I want cloak to be above EMP. So I would probably try dragging this and putting this above it, but I'm like, wait, no, that's taking all of the code, not just cloak. And if you delete it, then of course you can't move it to somewhere else. I could probably make like a fake cut and paste eventually. Something that just says, oh, hey, there's collapse. Hey, this is actually pretty useful. Maybe I should do this. That way these blocks don't take up so much space. I probably need to do prevent default on right click, if that's even possible. I want to see how big this would look if I did this. Oh man. Super annoying. There we go. That's not too bad. How do you uncollapse them? Oh, you have to... Yeah, that's too bad. You have to click expand. And then you get this back. Yeah, oh well. Collapsing blocks with Atom. Okay, fine. Jeez. I wanted to look into this for just a second. Alright, I think this is done. We should run the tests, of course, to make sure that it's still working. Good, good, good. Perfect. Okay. So when I check this in now, we should see... So I added 21 lines and I ended up removing 21 lines. The whole point of this was to make it so that there'd be fewer. But I think part of it is I needed this, that doesn't really count. I need an extra space, that doesn't really count. But this definitely got simpler. That's the important part. Every new test will end up having less code there. So refactored the tests, well, they're all tests. So refactored a little bit so that I wouldn't have to duplicate code as much. So now there's just this zombie game server checks. Fine, I'll do this. I didn't want to do this. I wanted to just put this off until never, but we'll take care of it. Check if zombie game server. Oh, you know what? This is actually really simple. Maybe what I meant by that is this. Promoted to master. No, not really. If is already tracking endpoint, then just return. Otherwise, check health of endpoint. Or terminate it if it's not healthy. Alright, so let me think about this. DB ID, what is this? The unique ID assigned by the database itself. This has no meaning to the application. Wait, is this even used? This isn't used. Huh. I always say hello when I join the stream and I never say goodbye. Today's no different. Well, I guess you're leaving then. I actually noticed that. I think the majority of people, at least where I've seen this happen, they'll say hello but not bye. So sometimes I'll keep talking to them and then realize they're not there anymore. Hey, how do you make an account for your game? Hi, Euler. So you can make an account by doing this. This is the way it works right now, at least. The way it's going to work in the future is just like how every other game works. So I'll show you this, but it's not, I mean, this isn't really going to take effect until next month sometime. But you click register account, then you put in the normal stuff you put in for everything else. Your email address, your password, you hit create, you're done. But for right now, you just whisper botland bot the word game. Okay, so zombie game server checks. I think one thing I'm noticing in this database ID is not needed at all. Instance ID is apparently also not needed at all. And last updated is also not needed. So none of that stuff is used. Is it even used here? No, it's not. Wow. Why do I have any of it then? DB ID. Yeah, none of this is needed. Instance ID, last updated. So we just get rid of all of these. Huh. Well, that's pretty nice. And then this stuff can be gone too. I wonder if that was ever used. So you guys are getting a link to this URL, and this is where your accounts are. Just type in your Twitch name here, and then the password that the bot whispers you here. And then you can hit connect. None of this is straightforward right now. If you really want to dive in, you can click the help button and you'll see how this works. But otherwise, just click join game, and you'll be in the game immediately. And I'll put down some bots for you to fight against. There. So if it's already tracking, just return. And if we're not tracking it, so we can't really get a game server endpoint unless we've already terminated it. Check health of endpoint. Okay, so this is going to need to be something like, where's the code? This one. So check if zombie game server. Yeah, let's do that. Oops. So host port, number any game servers. This, yeah, whatever, fine. Endpoint monitor. Allow game server termination, we'll say is true. We'll get the game server endpoint. So we need to terminate it. So we got to do this. Then after we've terminated it, we need to do, actually no, that's wrong. We need to first check. This is so difficult. This just returns. This doesn't even return a promise. Why did I do this? Oh, this is a big problem. This is actually a bug. Huh. Yeah, this should have been promise.resolve. Oh, wait, no, maybe that doesn't matter unless I'm trying to call then on it. Yeah, which I'm not. Okay, fine. It's not technically a bug, but it could be. So we're gonna do that. Return endpoint monitor dot check if zombie game server endpoint dot then. So that should not have been, just by getting here, we've passed the test because, wait, no we haven't. Have we? Passed the first test because we're already tracking that endpoint. So of course it's not a zombie. Oh, and Euler, thanks for following. You know, yesterday was actually a really good day for follows because the day before was bad, and that's always been the pattern for some reason. A bad day is followed by a good day, and then I guess it's just random. Maybe it's an average day today. I don't know how many people have followed yet. So okay, this has been tested. Now the next thing we need to test is if we're not tracking it, but it's healthy. So if we're not tracking it, so let's terminate the game server. So now terminate the server and then try checking it. But it won't be healthy, so we'll try terminating it a second time. Yeah. How do we know we'll try terminating it a second time? Server endpoint, game server termination reason, zombie check. I don't know. I don't know how we can verify that we tried doing this. I guess we put a stub for this function and then make sure that it got called. Yeah, that's the only way I can think about this. Now stub the fully terminate function so that we can make sure it gets called when we do another zombie check. Okay, cool. So people did actually log in over here. So unfortunately, LL Farm Control, or gotta wait for you to deploy bots. So you can press B to load up Blockly, and then the easiest way to get started is just go into pre-made script and use Ultra Killer and just drag it onto this canvas over here, and then you're done. And then you can deploy. This will all be easier in the future. Stub the fully terminate game server function so we can, yeah. So we'll say endpoint monitor dot fully terminate game server equals synon.spy. Fully terminate dot bind endpoint monitor. All right, now when we do another check, we'll see that that got called. So synon.assert.called endpoint monitor dot fully terminate game server. So we'll know that this was called. So now there's only one more case to check, and that's this. And this is actually probably going to be a little bit hard to do. So we'll have an endpoint. We need to set it to be healthy. Check health of endpoint. How does it even work? REST client, check health of endpoint. Client, check health of endpoint. So we call into this. We could probably just make this return. We could probably just make this resolve. Yeah, let's just make it resolve. Finally, trick the endpoint monitor into thinking that the game server is healthy and try checking it again. So how do we do that? So endpoint monitor dot REST client dot check health of endpoint equals synon dot stub dot resolves. And then we do this one more time. And what should happen is that we're now tracking one game server, which will be in a terrible state. Because this is, oh yeah, this is going to be bad. Well, Let's try it out anyway. Jake says, hi Adam, I went off and tried, as you said, Python on Codecademy. It was 90% easy and a little confusing, and I really don't get Python overall. Well, so the maximum amount of time you could have tried it for is like 5 hours, and I don't expect everything to just click into place, even if you were working for that solid 5 hours. I would say that the way you should go about trying this out is by using what you've learned to make another program. So for example, Codecademy has you do things like this. Like my variable equals 5, and I don't know, maybe you eventually got to the point where you're like, if my variable is less than 10, print hello world. And so this is Python. This is totally valid. It's something you might learn through Codecademy, but it's also really, really boring. There's nothing that this does that's interesting. So what you should do after that is make a program that you find interesting based on those building blocks that you have here. So like I said, I think a very basic thing you can do is a number guessing game. So Jake, I think you should probably stick with Python for now, because one thing that does for you is it manages memory. And you probably don't want to have to worry about that with C++. And you might have to worry about other things too, like, you know, pointer offsets, and I don't think you should probably start with C++ if you're worried about your math skills. But yeah, Jake, I think you should make it a point to try to understand the parts that are confusing. And feel free to ask questions. So if you find something like, hey, why is this the case? Where would I ever use this? Any of those sorts of things, just ask away. So make sure that we're tracking 1. Okay. And then here we should make sure that we're tracking 0. Farm control, I'm assuming you'd already written a program before that though, right? Cannot read property then of undefined. What line is that coming from? Check if zombie game, oh right. Yeah, I changed this. Let's try that out. Oh, it actually worked. It took a long time, but it worked. Wait, what? Jake? What happened? Oh man. Alright, how about this? Automate the boring stuff. You could go check this out. Or yeah, go find videos yourself. Like seriously, just do this. Python tutorial. And just start learning. Use all the sources you can possibly find. Look at this. Python tutorial 1 for absolute beginners. There's probably, yeah, there's entire playlists of these. And if you go through all these videos and you're still super confused, like I said, try things out on your own. Eventually just Google for problems or Google for solutions. And you'll learn so much in the process. Oh, Farm Control says, how do you deploy the bots? Yeah, so you ended up figuring it out. And I'll write this in here. Whoops. To kill your bots, press Control K or type /kill here. That way, if you want to change them around and then redeploy them, you can do that. It doesn't have import socket in it. Oh, come on. So is this always going to take a second to run? I guess it's okay if it does. But why is it taking a second? That very likely means that something is timing out. And it just happens to time out over the course of a second. In fact, I know what it is. It's the health check. Oh, boy. Yeah. So to do... I'm pretty sure this is always taking at least a second to run due to a timeout, probably for a health check. Well, but that's the code. So let's do this. npm run cc, and then we'll have code coverage. So right now what we have is check if zombie game server. It's all red. And after this is done, we refresh, and it is all green. Nice. So we tested every line of code in this function, and now our overall testing is somehow lower than it used to be. What? I thought we were at higher than 50% to begin with. So for us to be at 50.41 means I either added very little or something's wrong. I don't know what. There's one quite bad tutorial on IRC bots that's floating around which has some actual errors in it. Yeah. And Jake, like, why are you stuck? This is what I didn't understand the first time, because I feel like there were a bunch of suggestions, including just continue with Code Academy and try things out. All right, so I'm gonna check this in. All right, so coded a test for check if zombie. All right, I have full coverage on that, so we can push that. And there we have it. That's it. If this would just work, okay, good. Whew. All right, so we can mark that as done. We can mark that as done. And then now we are totally set up on Friday to work on the rest of the infrastructure feature work. So test framework, I think I'm gonna just say that this is done. So yeah, I'll write this here. After infrastructure test, get rid of. Yeah, so Friday. Finish working on the infrastructure feature work, update / replication. It will probably take longer than a day, and I should probably add test cases for it. Okay, there. In Euler, I wouldn't even necessarily say they're totally different. I mean, Python does have object-oriented programming concepts in it. All right, so let's take a straw poll. Okay, so now that the Botland stream is over, do you want to watch a Pokemon Nuzlocke stream? Yes, no, don't care. Why is this taking so long? Okay, well, oh, there we go. Yeah, so let me know what you think, because I'd probably take a quick break and then start that up and maybe stream for like an hour and a half. I already have a run that I'd started. I'm not very far into it. Jake, okay, so I think a really, really important skill you're going to need to learn is making a lot of these decisions for yourself. Like, I'm going to say this once. So what I suggest that you do is stick with Python. Make sure you don't have any confusion with Code Academy, and make programs on your own with Python. All right, so people said yes. So here's what I'll do. And I know there are a couple of no's. Although actually, I don't know why I even put no as an option, because it'd either be yes or don't care. If you don't care, you just go to another stream at this point. It's not at the cost of Botland. Are you the one streaming Pokemon? Yeah, I would be. Okay, cool. So then here's what I'll do. Like I said, I'll use the bathroom. I'll come back. We'll start this up. I'll start up Discord as well. So if you guys want to join, and it's Fire Red Hello Thumper. So BRB bathroom, then Pokemon stream. Okay, so I'll be right back because I just gotta go get more water, use the bathroom. When I come back, I'll probably actually restart the stream so this doesn't make it into the VOD. But anyway, yeah, I'll be back in like a minute or two. It won't really be 5 minutes. Okay, is MCS Mankey still alive? No, he died a long time ago. Okay, so let's close out all of these things. I'm gonna wrap this up, and then, so if you want to watch, just stay in the channel. I'm gonna restart the stream. It'll be up in like, I don't know, 15-20 seconds. I'm also gonna turn on Discord actually. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing this stuff, and I'll restart the stream in a short amount of time. So yeah, I'll be right back.